Hey, well, g'day. It looks as though I am going live, so I'm gonna fiddle with the screen and stuff and try and get this working right. I'm still new to doing this live stream sort of stuff. Fiddle with the screen and stuff. Got to remember to turn myself down on the phone just so I know it's working. It seems to be working good this time. I think I've got it down pat. I've got the recent discussion I did with well, I just thought I'd go through a bit of analysis, so I won't always be engaging with the live chat. Forgive me if I seem a bit rude. H, hey mate, it's all good. Yeah, I don't know if you're getting the same weather we're getting here as you're getting down in Yamba, but we had a huge storm come over. Been brewing up all morning. Actually, it's now 2:30 in the afternoon, and it's 36 degrees. That it's now 35 according to whatever Google tells me or whatever it is that comes on the internet. It's been really hot, so I've got the aircon going. I've put the temperature up a little bit because it's no longer so cold, or so hot inside, I should say. Justin Johnson, my new moderator, thank you very much for volunteering to jump in and do the hard yards and watch the chat and keep the trolls out. If there's any problems, mate, let me know. I don't seem to have a problem with the trolls here. It's all pretty good. What's 5x5 mean anyway? Yeah. But because I'm a bit of a conspiracy realist, I just thought I'd briefly talk about the weather event that we're having at the moment. As some people may know, and I'm not too familiar because I don't listen to any mainstream media at all these days, but there's been a tropical cyclone in North Queensland, and I did see something on TikTok last night where this poor girl somewhere up near Cairns, inside the house, you could see halfway up the door, there's water gushing and doing all this against the glass of the front door, and it's just in all around the bottoms and the sides. She's got everything up the side. She can look pretty darn serious. It's like, don't envy her one bit. So we do have a major weather event happening in Australia, but tropical cyclones are nothing new, of course. But all morning and early afternoon today, as the storm's been brewing, I've been listening to this constant, what I would have to call just perpetual thunder, just rumbling thunder, rolling thunder in the distance above the overcast sky. And it's full of storm clouds and all that. It looks pretty fantastic. I love a good summer storm. But it reminds me back when we had the flood, the major flood, a year and a half, or nearly 2 years ago now, going back. The first one was in January or February. I don't know. We had two major ones anyway last year. What was it, the year before? Geez, time flies. Anyway, we had some major floods, but all you could hear in the after event of it is all this constant rumbling, rolling thunder in the background above the clouds where you couldn't see. And to my fairly well-trained ear, because I've always been out in nature listening to storms and thunder and you name it and all the rest, is it actually sounds like constant military jets flying over. That's the only thing I can describe it as they flying over. It gives a very, very similar sound to constant thunder, especially when it's overcast. So you've almost got that reverberation between the clouds and possibly the firmament. I don't know what exactly, but the sound is very hard to discern when it's constant, like nature doesn't tend to do that so often. Can happen, but it sounds to me like it's more of a military event. And as I say, after the floods, for weeks we had that constant thundering sound, which in my mind is actually something very conspiratorial. I've always been into talking about various spraying of our atmosphere and control of the weather, which the US military admitted way back in the early 2000s, that by the year 2025, the US military will own the world's weather. Now, that's a pretty big deal, because another quote I saw not that long ago too by another military person: if you can control the weather, you can control the world. So this is a pretty big thing, and most people they're unwilling to accept it. They're unable to contemplate it. Like when I first thought they're controlling the weather way back, I think it was right around the year 2000, the first thing that crossed my mind was, how can I be so stupid, man? It's impossible. The world is way too big. They can't do it. But it's actually not as hard as you'd think. You know, everything is based between land and sea, and that's where most of our weather is sort of generated between the two of them. And all you really need to be doing is spraying a certain amount of things that can control the moisture level and the temperatures. And that's not actually as hard as you might think if you've got the world's wide biggest air force to be constantly spraying the skies 24/7. It's easier than you imagine. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about conspiracies and geoengineering, of course. I did come just to do a breakdown of this so-called debate. Again, another one where I'm invited on, a bit like with Grayson, where he says it's not a debate, but then in the title they'll put debate and just sucker me in anyway. But that's all right. I had a good chat with Grayson. Craig here had been begging and begging for ages to get me back onto his channel again. And as much as I think he's the most despicable, horrible person in the world, I thought, oh, well, it's another opportunity to have a discussion with another globetard and see where it goes. And he promised he wasn't going to talk over me. So what I tried to do, and I couldn't find it, I'll eventually work it out, I guess. I think you need to use things like OBS or something. That's a bit too advanced for me. I can use StreamYard just. I can even put a link in here if anybody wants to jump in and have a chat. You know, most welcome at some stage through the proceedings anyway. Might not do it straight away. But I just wanted to put like a little counter thing, a bit like, you know, say a little, I can just hit a little button and go ding, ding, and a counter will pop up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100, 200, 300. Every time Craig actually talks over me. So what I might do instead, I do have a piece of paper. It's a well-used piece of paper. And a pen. Not as well used, but it works. That's good. Now I'm just going to put a little strike every time he interrupts, and I'll maybe even call it out. 1, every time I try to speak, and Craig thinks it's worth speaking over me. And you know, it didn't take me long listening to this in the car one time, not that long ago, just as a repeat, thinking, yeah, I think I counted at least 80. It was barely halfway through. So I'll start his channel up. It's got a little bit of noisy crickets and stuff. We'll put that to that and see how it goes. Ask what it's pretty fair. Hellacious Alicia, that's the one. Yeah. Oh, before we get too far into it, I did have a little salute to drink, so just practice with this for a bit. Yeah, I can jump through. I do have a little, this is a little tincture, sort of homemade, some homegrown herbs that happened to find their way to me from somebody else who grew them at their home, and you know the way it works. This has been brewing in vodka for a while, so this should give me a nice little kickstart, which in 5 or 10 minutes, I should be quite happy. Oh, I don't drink spirits as a rule, so I feel the burn. Sometimes that's good. Right, yeah, we'll keep going. Come on, Felicia. I should have fast forwarded further, should I?
Floating through space with a tiny sun.
Volumes up. Volumes up. Radio. Like the factor. I have no idea what's wrong with the sound here, but I'm barely getting there.
Hey, I'm FTFE. Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what the internet keeps doing to my stream. Because I don't know, I guess the internet just hates me. Ross, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
There we go. Dodgy start to the stream there because my hamsters that power my internet, I don't know, they must have died or something. But we have joining back once again to the channel is Ross Fletcher, otherwise known as Flat Earth Jesus, otherwise known as Iron Horse for some reason. Why Iron Horse?
Why Iron Horse? Why Iron Horse? Well, because Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was a little bit silly, and I tried to change it to my name Ross. And people didn't like FEAR, they preferred Feege over fear. So I thought, well, Flat Earth, FE means iron, so I just changed it to iron, and Ross means horse in ancient Teutonic, so it's literally what Ross means is horse. So Iron Horse. And I didn't mention the bit that I did leave out, which of course is the Aussie part, and the Aussie part is AU. So, you know, if I was going to go Flat Earth Aussie, I should have said Iron Gold Horse. But as I explained in a previous video, my very first whiteboard lesson video, mind you, that I've got on my channel, is it just sounds a little bit too pretentious, iron gold horses. Yeah. I've known people that had gold in the name previously, like Goldberg or that sort of thing. And yeah, it's pretentious sounding.
Jesus, perfectly
more appropriate.
suits you because it's batshit crazy.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Why fight the flat earth? I thought science wasn't biased, and that's the whole thing with science. It should be a continual process of evolution, even though I don't particularly believe biological evolution is necessarily a thing. It's possible through selective breeding, of course, but when I say evolution, I mean knowledge is always evolving. Languages are always evolving. Our buildings, our cars, our computers, all informational stuff is constantly evolving. On the biological process, I think basically you can only deal with the basic building blocks that nature gives you, but you can still improve on things. But yeah, the evolution of the scientific process has obviously come a very long way, and especially in the last 100 years or so, we barely had the motor car. Well, we had it probably a bit more than 100 years ago now, 120 or so, but everything is constantly evolving, and of course science has to be constantly moving with the new knowledge as it comes through. So that's a great question, Justin Johnson. If you don't mind, are you also JJ Hempcrete, or is that another dude altogether? I just thought I'd put two and two together. I thought the initials JJ and Hempcrete. Either way, these are both really cool dudes. See us around the traps quite a lot, different flat earth channels. And so I know I can trust you, and most of the people that I see who have wrench on other flat earth channels, I feel are quite trustworthy. It's funny how you see the ones on the globe channels, however, very hard to trust. They're very dishonest. They're most cretinous, and they also happen to be then mods on places like, say, Modern Day Debate. It's like, hang on a second, how can Modern Day Debate be non-partisan, and yet it has moderators who are specifically very vehemently anti the flat earth, and yet they have flat earth debates quite often. Those moderators themselves should pretty much step down for the day, but they don't. Anyway, we'll keep going on. Justin, the gift giver, old JJ sells. Yeah. Gotcha. Awesome. So anyway, I've also got a cousin called JJ. We grew up, I always thought his name was Jason. Turns out that's actually his middle name. His first name is John. That's why some of his schoolmates used to call him JJ. But I never got it until some years down the track. Then it clicked. John Jason Wyatt is the last name, actually. And great cousin. Haven't seen him in years, but got some great memories growing up together. So yeah, JJ is a fairly common name. In fact, I'd never met people specifically called JJ until I went to the US. And I'm getting way off target here. Let's just get straight into this debate and not muck about.
Yes.
Yes.
So almost as crazy as
just as crazy as what? Sorry.
Almost as crazy as Well,
that's not crazy. That's just a sensible thing to do. Fighting against misinformation and stupidity is a noble cause.
It would be if you're actually fighting stupidity, but you're actually proving the stupidity because you're denying the new modern science that we've got with our new modern technological equipment, zooming in on things too fast, sending digital cameras up on helium balloons up to 128,000 feet. We've got information now that the ancient Greeks would have died for and would have had completely different philosophies on life had they have had that information. Anyway, we're getting nowhere.
Speaking of stupidity,
maybe you might learn to fight something sensible one day then.
That's actually cool, Justin Johnson, because my first child, I gave her a J name, and then when my son came along, he also got a J name. So it seemed totally inappropriate to give my third child, another daughter, anything but a J name. And my parents were totally against, it's going to come back and haunt them, because back in the day, everything was done with snail mail. Letters would come addressed with your initial and your surname, and they thought there'd be all sorts of problems with it. Turns out there was never a problem. Beautiful kids, all three of them, grown up into fine young adults, and the parent couldn't be prouder. Except maybe they called me a bit more often, but that's all good.
Like, what's sensible that I should fight then, other than the flat Earth?
Well, reality. if you really think we live on a spinning space ball, well, that's the insanity you should be fighting. But anyway.
I could have worded that a little bit better. You don't want to be fighting reality. You want to fight for reality and against pseudoscience, which is what nearly all globe science today has become. It's nearly all pseudoscience. And as much as I'd like to think it was based on scientific belief back in the day, you can't blame anybody for believing it if that's what they're taught, that's what they're brought up with. That's what we all were. But eventually you get to the point where you do start to question things. You stand on your own 2 feet and you say, hang on a second. No, actually, this is a really good one because it goes all the way back to my cousin, Jason, back when I was probably only about 8 years old, maybe less, 7 or 8. He was 6 months older than me. And in there, like they had this sort of parlor, I guess, like a little sunroom at the front of the house. They had a few, your art things, the tray with your multicolored corn on it. They had a globe, some nice little sculpture type things. But anyway, so on the globe one day, he shows me, oh, this is Australia and this is where we live. And he points towards the side on the bottom somewhere. And he goes, see that little dot there? That's Bathurst. That's where I grew up as a child. And I was like, huh? How does that work? Why aren't we falling off? And because my cousins were notorious for being bullshit artists, there was him. He was the youngest of 3 brothers, and the 2 older ones, they were even better at, ganging up on the young cousin, me, and telling me a bunch of bullshit all the time. And I'd more often than not fall for it because I was young and naive and a country bumpkin who believed people. And he says this word, gravity. So I'd never actually seen a globe before. So I wasn't sort of subjected to it when I was still only 5, like in the classrooms. Sure, I've heard of it, maybe seen it, but this is my first opportunity to see one. So the minute in the afternoon when my uncle got home, whose name is John, another J name, I just straight away went to him and said, is this where we live? And he's like, yeah, that's where Bathurst is. That's where you live, yep, on the globe. And I said, well, how come we don't fall off? And he said the same answer, was gravity. And to my mind, I was actually, despite my naivety, I was actually also extremely bright. Like you couldn't really pull the wool over my eyes with certain things, or I was just super inquisitive. So if you told me something, I'd possibly believe it. But I certainly, when he backed up, the bullshit artist cousins, it was like, he's in on it too. I'll find out one day. But then, of course, I grew up, forgot all about it. Believed the globe, believed the gravity, believed the spinning around, the going around the sun, all the stuff. When my mates were having their birthdays, and I was also very young at school. So in my year, I started at 4, and everyone starts at 5, maybe 5.5, whatever. So I started at 4.5. Always had the opportunity to repeat a year, which is why I became an exchange student years later. But one thing that I would do for my mates, and I was always the smart ass, the class clown, I was always the one getting into trouble. But then when the teacher goes, Ross, what was I saying? And I'd just be able to repeat back verbatim what they'd been saying. And they go, So they knew because they couldn't make a fool of me. In fact, I made a fool of them. But the point is, as we got older, I'd say to one of my mates, I said, it was his birthday. Happy 16th trip around the sun. And they just look at me like, you mean trip around? So, well, it takes a year to go around the sun. So you're back where you were when you were born. So each one is a full trip around the sun. And they just thought, wow, that's awesome. And so to this day, some of them still use that very thing, saying, happy 48th or 55th, whatever, trip around the sun. And at the time, I thought it was bloody brilliant too. It was clever. So I fully believed it, fully bought the whole thing. I used to watch sunsets all the time, thinking that as the sun is disappearing over the western horizon, that I could almost, I knew I couldn't feel it, but I would imagine I could feel it, the earth spinning towards the east. And I just thought, well, it must be going really, really slow. It takes all day to go around. It's not till later in life you start investigating this stuff and you realize to go 25,000 miles in 24 hours is actually not a slow speed at all. It's actually very, very fast. So,
I'm sure you've got your little spiel you wanted to start with.
So you think I should be fighting against the Earth being a globe?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be sensible.
But the Earth is a globe, so I mean that's what reality shows.
The globe is a globe. Yeah.
Well, that's a belief, but the evidence says otherwise.
Well, no, because see, this is the thing. All of the evidence says that the Earth's a globe. The thing is that you guys just say all the evidence isn't real.
No. Okay, so he said two lies there just to get started. That all the evidence says it's a globe. Well, that's not true, because if that was the case, then people like us who are flat earthers, who have enough brains to analyze it, we would not become flat earthers. You know, we would look for the evidence and we'd say there is sufficient evidence that will keep us on the belief of a globe. So that's a lie to start with. And then to say that we say it's all false, no, we just say it's wrong. There's a difference between telling a lie and being incorrect. You know, a teacher teaching what they were taught and says the world is a globe because that's what they were taught, they're not lying. They're telling the truth as best they possibly can. But when you still believe the lie after being shown otherwise, or when you still believe what's wrong, that's when you know you're a liar. So he's just told two, because he's been shown often enough now how incorrect.
Well, flat earthers
If you
exist
dismiss all of the
if
stuff
evidence
that is
real.
real, then all that's left is the stuff that you guys think is for the flat Earth. But why do you think flat earthers exist?
Well, every single one of us set out to prove the globe. We thought flat Earth was stupid. We thought this will be easy. We'll be done by dinner. And 6 months later, we're flat earthers. Every single one of us started that way. It's just that you're a bit slower than the rest, obviously.
Do you think that maybe there's a chance that you're just not smart enough to debunk the flat Earth, and that's
that's exactly what people expect. That's their first assumption. Oh, maybe you're not smart enough. In fact, I'll put my hand up and say, I know I'm actually not a dullard, and I don't like to brag. I don't like to pull it out and flop it in everybody's face, but I do have an intelligent quotient, which has been twice confirmed and more than twice, but at least twice officially at 148, which is pretty high. It's not a super genius, but it's certainly above the average, which is more, an average intelligent person is in about the 120s, maybe just the 130s. So I'm definitely above average, and I know that I can analyze things fairly well, to the point where sometimes I analyze them too well. Maybe I overthink things too much, but I also have spent much of my life developing my intuitive side of things. So rather than just learning by rote, by memorizing stuff that other people have done, I've just been out in nature and just absorbed it, just let it sink in. Spent years and years and years doing that. And so on one hand, you might consider that dumb and dullard and not getting anywhere. But on the other hand, I think it's given me a very strong feeling. I can sense my surroundings, like the weather, the sound of the insects, when their tones change. I know something's changing. There's things happening in the weather. You can feel the humidity. I live in a semi-tropical sort of place. I know the tides, I know the moon phases. I'm pretty well in tune with all that's going on all of the time. And that comes from years and years and years of experience, stuff you can't learn in a book, you can't learn in a classroom, and you certainly won't learn in a military surroundings where basically all you're learning to do is to survive and to kill the enemy. That's pretty much what it boils down to. Find and kill the enemy, survive, and basically fight nature, overcome nature for your ability to survive. Whereas the more Aboriginal sense of things is to get in tune with nature and work in harmony with nature to survive, rather than fight against it. It's two completely different mentalities. And of course, when we come to clash, as we've seen throughout history, the warlike people always triumph over the land-loving natural people. It's just the way of it, because these people aren't willing enough to turn to evil to survive. And that's basically the struggle we've been through. And I think we've been through it for long enough now. We're at a time and age where the Aboriginal essence, the living land, is coming back into the consciousness of the people who are just sick of seeing what we're doing to Mother Nature and blaming ourselves for it, when really it's been the rich, greedy people doing all the damage to our world all this time. So we shouldn't have to take the blame and suffer and suffer and suffer because of those rich, greedy few. What we really need to be doing is returning more to the land, living off the land. But let's just listen to Craig
why you're a flat earther?
Well,
Because,
no,
it took me
100% believe the
approximately
globe.
33 seconds to debunk the flat earth.
See, there you go. 33 seconds. So he hasn't given it a chance. So he's like, you don't go into science to debunk something. What you go into science to do is to prove something. So if you've got a hypothesis, you prove it. And if you can't prove it, then it's a shit hypothesis. So the flat earthers go in thinking that they're going to prove the globe. People like Craig, in 33 seconds, he's debunked the flat earth. And it's entirely possible to this day and age that the reason he does that is because even what he still uses in his opening credits, I fast forward through most of them and they didn't work too well in this particular one, but he still uses it as he's done from the start in his losing battle to fight the flat earth, is he still uses, we're on a disc floating through space. That is not flat earth. So he thinks he's debunked flat earth in 33 seconds because he's believing a totally wrong paradigm, a totally wrong, false paradigm that is not at all what flat earthers believe. And I stress it all the time. My belief in the flat earth is there is only a physical plane of existence, a physical plane, and that's the one we're on. You cannot exist in a permanent state or even a semi-permanent state for that matter for very long at all outside of the pressurized realm of the earth we live upon. If you happen to go up in a rocket ship, you might survive a week or two, but the lack of pressure and the way our vestibular systems and everything works, you wouldn't even be able to survive. That came up on that's right, the debate I did the other day. Again, the debunk where I'm trying to tell this to Mark Reed, and he's automatically thinking I'm talking about life on other planets. It's like, no, for fuck's sake, mate, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm just talking about for us to live, for life to exist, we need the physical plane. Otherwise, it's not physical life. There could be other forms of life, higher dimensional beings, higher consciousnesses, all the rest of that. I'm not saying that can't exist, and that could be deemed to be life in itself as well. Other dimensional, alternative realities, alternative universes, multiverses, all the rest, entirely possible. But in this version of the universe, this is where life exists, on the flat earth, and everything else is just lights up in the ceiling. So to debunk that in 33 seconds means you haven't really listened. You're not paying attention.
I 100% absolutely believed the globe most of my life. 100%.
I never believed it.
My whole spirituality was based upon being on this particular special little blue ball, a certain Goldilocks distance from the sun, hurtling around through a vacuum of space. To me, that was my spiritual awareness of existence for most of my life. So to turn around and negate that was a huge leap for me to have to sort of, it physically hurt my brain to realize, hang on a second.
Was it like a concussion?
Things don't add up. We live on a stationary planet Earth and it's fixed at the bottom of the known universe. And that does really freaking hurt. You have to
and so you went to the bottom of the universe and checked that, did you?
That's what we live on.
Okay, I have to answer this one. Justin Johnson, thanks, bro. That's a great question. Who is the most cringe out of Craig McNeil, Flat Earth, Mark Reed, Leo, McToon, T-Jump, Professor Dave? That's very, very tough to say. I think maybe if we put them all into a giant blender and blended them all together, we could feed them to the worms and we'd have some really good fertilizer. It's about the only sensible thing I could think about out of that. When it comes down to it, I think Craig is possibly the least worst of them all. Leo's pretty, how do you do? He's just, he's okay. Mark Reed is just horrible. McToon is the worst of the worst of the worst. He's the biggest scum, backstabbing, lying, conniving, unimaginably evil person on the face of the earth, if you ask me. Professor Dave, he's just cringe. When he gets on the screen, he's pretty good at what he does, and he talks really fast, and he's very arrogant, so he comes across as knowing his shit, but he's pretty well, I'd say him and Fight the Flat Earth and Mark Reed would all be equally shit. Leo's slightly not as bad as shit, and T-Jump is he's just another idiot too. He's nothing special. He's not as cringeworthy as the rest. But yeah, McToon would definitely have to qualify as the absolute McClown of McGlobe world. He's just, words can't do justice to what a cretin that utter asshole is.
As we know, we can dig down 8 miles. There might be small stuff underneath that, but we don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, the physical base, everything needs a base.
So what you're saying is you just believe that we're on the bottom of the universe because we've only dug 8 miles into the surface of the world we live on.
That's not the only reason. I'm just saying I don't know what's underneath it. But
I mean,
there's all the evidence
had a
points
look
to
what's
the fact
underneath
that
the Earth, and
everything physical,
the
what
void
goes
of
up
space
comes down.
So let's have a look at what's underneath the Earth. Here's the Earth.
That's not the Earth, Craig. That's an artist's impression. I don't get the chance, obviously, to stop and talk when he's talking. I thought, I was quite capable of answering that question because, I don't say I think we're at the bottom because we've only dug 8 miles, of course. That's just silly. I'm just saying we've only just dug 8 miles, but that's neither here nor there for why I think we're at the bottom. I think we're at the bottom because we're at the bottom. And whatever we do try to drill any deeper with, physically cannot do it, whether it be heat or magma or whatever the case may be. Whatever equipment we're using to try to drill just will not go. And the fact the Russians got down as far as they did, almost 8 miles, it's pretty impressive in its own right. Let's move that cushion, stop the chair squeaking so much.
I guess in this orientation, underneath would be the bottom of this picture, and there just appears to be a space full of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure.
Imagine pulling that out of your ass. I'll get to that in a sec. Flip flat. Imagine pulling that out of your ass. As we can see beneath, it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. I mean, obviously that would be all around it, not just under it, around, it'd be. There is no up and down in space, Craig. So how the fuck would you know that just from looking at a picture where you've got a globe basically painted on a black background? You've actually got a Terminator line in this one. So he hasn't even said which particular artist image this one is. I mean, you can see the clouds. You can't even particularly make out which continent you're even looking at. So they've hidden them well enough behind the clouds. So you can't say, oh, we're not seeing enough of the land. We're still only seeing 10% of the Earth's continents when we should be seeing 50% of them, and some of them are blacked out. It's a terrible rendering of the Earth. If I was going to do it, I'd give it a much nicer halo around it. I'd put a little bit of hint of twilight colours down the Terminator. I don't know where these artists come up with their ideas, but, they are what they are. They're just pretty lowbrow, uneducated artists. So Flip Flat asked, you have a piece of time folded up in my back pocket right meow. I hope when I unfold it, it doesn't stay creased. That's a Glober argument and a half, isn't it? Craig actually tells me that space-time is the fabric of the universe. And so that this bent space-time then causes the warping of the mass to create the illusion of attraction of mass, so everything falls straight down, no matter how fast the ground beneath you is spinning and orbiting. It can be going Mach 87 one direction and Mach 135 in another direction, and following the sun Mach 760, whatever it is, or 760 times. I think it's 370 Mach. Whatever the case may be, it's going all these multiple directions all at once. But the bendy space-time theory, fabric of the universe, makes everything, when it drops, just appear to drop straight down, because every single little thing knows intuitively exactly which direction sideways to fall at this huge slant to give the appearance, the illusion of dropping straight down. And it knows whether it's, before or after 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. So it knows exactly which way the spin is going with the orbit. It knows all these things intuitively, every single little piece of matter, because of the bent space-time imbued into its very fabric of being, knows exactly which way to fall to create the illusion of falling straight down. Even if you shot a cannonball straight up and it will fall straight back down the barrel several minutes later, it knew what parabolic arc to go in at that particular time of day, exactly the right one. Frames of reference, man. It's pretty funny.
So there's your question answered.
but it's not. That makes no sense. It's a nonsensical belief. We've never even seen water conforming to that amount of curvature. We have never seen land conforming to that amount of curvature. And to think that we could even exist within a vacuum of space is pure insanity.
Well, we do see the curvature all the time. We see the effects of it, most definitely.
We do not.
We do.
We see the effects of perspective, nothing more.
We see the effects of curvature exactly as predicted in our refractive atmosphere that we live in.
Well, and, since it was misinterpreted, perspective is misinterpreted as curvature, you might assume that it is, but upon further investigation, with all the modern technology we have available to us today,
the stuff that shows that it's curvature.
And it's not curvature. We can zoom in on boats far beyond where we thought we'd be able to before. We can see way much further than technically should if the Earth did actually conform to the curvature that you believe it should or does.
I mean, if you ignore the fact that we live in an atmosphere that has refractive conditions.
So even before we even get into refraction, let's take it all the way back to the ancient Greeks. Their ships that they had back then, they were lucky to be about, I did some research on this before. I think it was 8 meters at the very most to their mast, but at the same time, I think it might be far less. I think it might have only been 3 to 4 meters, 12 foot or 14 foot or something. They're not that high. So when we're talking about tall ships disappearing in the distance, going back to the times of the ancient Greeks, then obviously the English then, when they did actually get tall ships, which were 30 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet high, whatever they might have been, of course, then they're still basing it on that same thing. So then they invent this term called refraction, and they have to calculate for it all the time for their calculations to match their expectations of what they've already been told the globe must be. Whereas in reality, you don't have to use refraction to correct for what you see. And if you assumed the Earth was flat to begin with, you'd never even have to invoke refraction once to make your calculations match what you actually get. But they're actually constantly adjusting the calculations for what they see to correct for what they see, because what they see doesn't match what they should be calculating. It's actually really another sense of insanity from people who don't understand reality, that maybe you should just accept what you see is what you get. And we did go into this for a bit, so
conditions, then you may have a point. If we were to talk purely geometrical, but what we see is light. We don't see geometry. We see light, and that light has to travel a path. And that path that the light travels goes through a medium of varying density, which means that the light has refracted. So just saying we can see too far is ignoring the most important variable, which dictates what we can see.
Exactly. That's what the Navy needs. They need these variables to dictate what they can see, rather than just accept we can see that far because we can see that far because there's nothing in the way. It's the easiest way, Occam's razor, basically.
So again, you've got to imagine something. You have to create excuses for why we can see so far, but that's not what refraction does. Refraction completely changes the angle of view of something, or it doesn't turn the atmosphere into a magic periscope to see beyond physical stuff that's in the way. Light does not go through physical stuff. If there's a mountain in the way, your vision finishes at the mountain. You don't see through the mountain. Curvature is an example.
Okay, that's pretty much the first time here where I am actually trying to speak and finish my sentence. He decides now's the time he's going to start speaking over me. It's not that intrusive at this stage, but obviously this is the first one, so that's a ding. Every other time it's just what people do in a conversation. You do sort of butt into one another quite a bit, and that's normal for a conversation. But for this, where I'm still speaking my sentence, him to speak over me, that's definitely a number one talk over.
Example of a mountain in the distance that you would not see through if it was actually there.
What it's doing, what the light is doing is it's traveling round a path that the atmosphere is making it bend around the curve of the Earth.
See, that to me can make no sense, because refraction says light bends down. It doesn't say if it's going around a curvature, that means it has to go up and over, because everywhere we see the horizon is always ramping up, whether you're on a road, even if you're on top of a hill. If you look out to the horizon, it's still eye level, more or less. You'll see a little bit of elevation drop. From a plane, you'll see more elevation drop, but the horizon is always ramping up. So he's saying that the light bends up first, hugs the earth, hugs the curve, goes back over and turns all the stuff that should be hidden behind a physical curve invisible, just renders it invisible and makes it look flat. That's not what refraction would do. Refraction is when something is in your line of sight, like something like I use a fish tank as a good example, or a glass of water with a straw in it. The glass of water and the straw is never going to reveal more of the straw if any part of it were hidden. You're only going to see whatever part of the straw is available to be seen because there's nothing else in the way. Refraction is never going to render everything else between you invisible or turn the landscape into some sort of magic periscope that lifts it up and causes everything else to appear flat beneath it, while still bringing what it's lifted up still just to eye level, never any higher. That's basic stuff, man.
And if the light is bending around the curve of the Earth, then that's what we see. We see that path of the light, and we see exactly what we expect. Hold on, let me finish. We see exactly.
Okay, so when he was over talking me and I was still trying to make a point, as soon as he wanted to talk, I did eventually stop making my point. Now, when I've tried to address that point, he feels the right to keep waffling on. So that's how it begins. It is a bit of a, what you'd call a masculinity thing, who's going to be dominant in the argument and stuff. And sometimes it's not a good look. Sometimes you're actually better off just being quiet, listening, let the other person speak their mind so you can hear what they're trying to talk about, and then have another go at it. So it doesn't do anybody any favors, the audience, yourself, or anybody else, just because you can be most dominant in the argument. It's losing him fans all the time. It's the flat earth truth movement is growing and growing all the time. And this guy is just showing how more and more and more he becomes a real total grub, as much as he's being civil at the moment.
Exactly what we expect to see with refraction on the Earth. We can even predict what we can see based on the temperature and pressure of the air. We know what refraction does. It's been quantified for centuries. The fact I'm wearing glasses is proof of our knowledge of refraction.
Again, glasses will not bring something into view that is hidden behind something physical. I wear glasses myself quite often, less and less these days as I'm getting older, and especially when I'm reading. Possibly should have one now, but I can just squint a little bit at the screen to read. Is that all the glasses are doing is actually focusing the light better, because your retinas themselves are no longer focusing truly to give the representation of what nature or reality itself is giving to us. So your glasses, they're not actually refracting as such, they're focusing. Now, there is some amount of refraction, I will grant you, because if you do this with your glasses, move them up and down, you'll see everything sort of jump up and down. So there is a little bit of that, but that's not what the atmosphere is doing. It's because it would be basically putting goggles onto everybody. It can't do that. Refraction cannot do what Craig is claiming it to do here.
It does exactly what we say, and this has been shown by experimentation lots of times. You can look at the Skunk Bay time-lapse video and see that it can physically bring things above and then back below the beach of that Skunk Bay.
Okay, so I managed to see this video that he's talking about. He didn't present it here, but I think many of us are familiar with it. Now, if you watch it, yes, absolutely. You've got variables there where when you're looking across water, you've got all sorts of miraging effects, mirroring effects, haze, you name it. There's all sorts of things that can alter the view of the beach. But if you look again really closely at the entire video and look at the mountain at the top of the video, that mountain that whole time has not changed. It's not doing this up and down as what we see happening with the water level and the view of the beach, which is actually at the horizon. So many times when we're actually looking at the horizon, we're not actually truly seeing the horizon. The horizon is the one that's horizontal to the eye, but all the things that are higher than the eye, beyond the horizon, are still visible, and they don't have that jumping up and down or refracting effect. So therefore, it's a false belief to think that the things on the horizon coming in and out of view under the different atmospheric conditions are actually allowing you to see over physical curvature. when the mountain in the distance never changes. It's on that same amount of curvature. It would be rising up with everything else and falling, rising and falling. Everything would be doing it, not just the things specifically at the convergence point where it's subject to all sorts of temperature and humidity and some amount of refraction. So again, it's just a very, very dishonest thing to say that refraction lifts things up above the curvature to make us see them, when that video you just quoted does nothing of the sort. It just allows us to see further under specific conditions, but when those conditions are false, we can't see it. So the way you're using it is completely wrong.
And it's not physically changing, just the path the light has traveled is changing. That's what refraction does. It's what we expect. But what you want to do is remove refraction and, go to space and take a picture. There we go. We did it.
Why would refraction change in space? You've still got all the atmosphere to see the Earth through, don't you? You'd see even more refraction, assuming you could go to space. Well, that's a dumb argument.
Okay. All that refraction could do, according to your description, is if it bent the light, then we would see a glow of light. It will not give us X-ray vision. And
what do you mean?
Story. I don't know why you keep
show us a
imagining
glow of light.
You can wear your glasses. Your glasses allow you to see
things
through the wall
that are beyond the curve. It doesn't allow you to see through things. It allows you to see beyond them because the light is bending up.
Therefore, there's no curve.
How's that any different? If there's a curve between you and you're seeing the stuff on the other side of it, then obviously you're seeing through it. If you're only seeing the light, all you would see is a glow of light, some sort of shimmer like you sometimes see at nighttime when you know there's a far distant town or city somewhere over there. You can see a glow coming off the atmosphere. That's all this bending of light would be doing, is giving you the extra glow. It's not going to lift the entire city up above the horizon and bring it into view. It never will.
There can't be a curve.
Yeah, well, of course there is a curve. Light has to bend around something. But that's what you need to do, is remove the variables.
It doesn't bend around things, Craig. It bends off things. It reflects off things. It hits something, boom, and reflects off it. Light does not bend around things to render the thing. It's bending around invisible or give you X-ray vision through the thing. None of those things explain what refraction would do at all, ever.
Count for the variables as best you can. And going to
but
space and actually having a look is a very, very, very good idea. And the only way that you guys can deny the evidence is by literally denying it, by going, no, it's fake, it's not real. But that means...
When have I ever in this entire conversation once said it's fake, it's not real, apart from your painting? Apart from that, anything that I've never said it's fake or it's not real. I'm just saying it doesn't do these things that you say it does, because I've spent shit tons of my life out viewing the horizon. Once when I saw a big, massive pod of whales coming in from way, way up the coast, it blew my mind for how far I could see when I really focused my eyes and thought, holy crap, I am seeing them spouting miles and miles away, where, I'm only about 5 meters at the most on the sandhill at the beach, watching these whales approaching. And they were doing a phenomenal thing on that particular day. They were stamping their tails in rhythms of 3. People had no idea. It reached the local news and everything. It was something that we've never seen the whales be doing before, the big humpback whales making the annual migration down the coast. We've never seen such a thing before, but I was trying to leave because I usually don't stay at the beach much longer than about 9 or 10 o'clock on a sunny day, because I burn pretty easily. So I go down very early, watch the sunrise, have a good swim, do some sunbaking for an hour or 2 at the most, have another swim, maybe then retreat to the shade for a little bit, and then be home by 10 or 11 in the morning. But on this particular day, I couldn't drag myself away because of the view of the whales coming down the coast, and I could not believe my eyes how far I could see, because ordinarily there's nothing there. Maybe you might spot a tiny fishing boat or something, but when you could see this massive stampede of whales coming down the coast, by looking and looking and looking and looking, I could focus for so far through normal atmospheric conditions and see these tiny little, the blowholes of the whales going off, things that ordinarily my eyes wouldn't see. So I've spent years training my eyes to look at the horizon, And quite often when I'm on the other side of the Cape, actually at the Cape itself, Cape Byron, looking out towards the east, I've just spent sometimes, an hour or more, half an hour at a time, just focusing in on the horizon. And you find the longer you look, the more you can see what appears at first to be a hard line, a hard, sharp line of the horizon, isn't at all. So you can see these things when there's no obstructions there. And on those rare examples when we've got things like the black swan or whatever, the conditions were perfect because it's mirror smooth surface early in the morning. It's not refraction. It's just the conditions were right that they were able to see as far as they could, 20 odd miles from a foot above the water's surface. It's not refraction. It's the opposite of refraction. It's clear conditions. Perfect.
It means that there is evidence that you just.
But you guys say the Chicago skyline is a mirage. It's a mirage because it's 60 miles away.
It's refraction.
It's the only excuse you've got.
Here's the thing about the Chicago skyline, though, Ross.
It's as simple as that. Because there's nothing in the way.
Right. Here's the thing about the Chicago skyline is that you can't see it most of the time.
That's right. That's because most of the time atmospheric conditions aren't good enough to see it. But when they are, it means they are. It doesn't mean it's miraculously turned the atmosphere into a magic periscope to see beyond the curvature. It just means that they're finally good enough to see what would otherwise normally be able to be seen, except it's not because atmospheric conditions aren't good enough.
Most of the time, it's not there. Only on very special circumstances is it there. So what does that say?
It's just excuses. You grapple for excuses because most of the time you can't see it because of atmospheric conditions.
Be fair, I just asked you a very simple question.
You asked me a question and I'm trying to answer it. So that's another strike. I've been quite generous now, overlooking when we're just having small talk, but that's a definite talk over me when I'm trying to.
And the water vision, you don't always have a great line of sight, depending on the.
I just asked you a very simple question. What does it mean, the fact that it's not there most of the time? Most of the time, you cannot see it from that position. What does that show? Tell us.
It means there's atmospheric obscurity because the atmosphere is
so the atmospheric
like
conditions,
the medium that you put more and more layers of plastic sheet onto a frame, it becomes less and less visible through, less opaque. The atmosphere is often like that. And under the right conditions, on a nice clear day, you will see a lot further. It's very simple.
So what you're saying is a change in atmospheric conditions can change the amount of the buildings that we can see.
Yeah, that's exactly what does happen. It doesn't mean you see more because it's turned refraction into the magical landscape periscope that you keep trying to claim it is. It just means the conditions were sufficiently good enough to be able to see further, which ordinarily, if they were always that good, you'd always see. It's not what you're trying to claim, these exceptions to the rule that mean when it does that, somehow magic periscope lands.
Is that right?
Well, it changes the clarity of them.
Well, no. Sometimes, Ross, when we see the Chicago skyline from that position, it's just the very peak of the buildings. Sometimes it's about 60% of the buildings. So why would it be different? Why would you be able to see a different?
As Flip Flat just said, perfectly said. Sometimes when it's snowing out, I can't see my neighbour's house. Sometimes when it's raining, you can't see your neighbour's house. Sometimes when it's foggy, you can't see your neighbour's house. Sometimes conditions are good, you can see your neighbour's house. Sometimes you can see further down the street. And g'day, Shawnee B. No, I'm not talking to a wall today. I'm talking to a ugly little cretin, but basically trying to do a count, but I can't stop interrupting him myself to talk over him. One of the beauties of doing a response video is you can really speak your mind without somebody talking over you. Very rare for me because normally I just let them talk over me because I'm too polite half the time.
Out in the buildings at different times.
Okay.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see any of it at any time if the Earth is curved.
With refraction, you should.
In fact, you can see any at all, proves it's flat.
No, the refraction allows us to see that. But the fact that most of the time we can't see it, if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see it all of the time.
You ever seen the Pink Floyd album cover with the prism of light going through it? That's refraction. When you look at a fish tank through the corner, you see one fish here and one fish there. There's only one fish in it. That's refraction. You see a straw and a glass of water bent two different ways.
Exactly.
See, he's just talking over me. I'm just trying to make my point. Talking over me. That's definitely another strike. That's 3.
The straw is bent
That
up
is
towards
refraction.
you, isn't it?
The atmosphere is not like a solid glass of water. The
No, you're
water is
right.
the water. The atmosphere is just a very, very gentle gradient, and it's
Yep.
not going to change
Well,
things that much that it's
fair
going to
enough.
turn it into a magic periscope. to be able to
Actually, a
see
gradient will change
over a hump
more
of water.
than just one change of medium. The fact that it's a gradient means that there is many instances of refraction happening.
And this is the clown, right, who will later on say, no, I'm always the one talking over him. I'm just trying to talk through him talking over me. That's not me talking over him. Just me trying to continue speaking.
That angle of incidence is changing every time the gradient changes slightly. So as the pressure increases, the angle of incidence changes again. Then it increases again.
Okay,
The angle of incidence changes again and again. Hold on, let me finish. Right, and because the atmosphere is a gradient, and because the Earth is.
How good is that? Hold on, let me finish. If I could learn to say that, it just doesn't come naturally to me when I'm talking and somebody starts speaking over me. I just normally learn to shut up. I don't go, hold on, let me finish. Excuse me, like Mark Reed or any of those. I just, we're having a conversation, like it's not that necessary that I have to be speaking all the time. But if somebody else is trying to interject while I'm making a point, then obviously they're trying to address the thing I'm currently talking about, which is obviously what I'm doing.
Curved, it will naturally make the light bend down around the curve of the Earth, allowing you to see further than you would if there was no atmosphere. This is exactly what we... hold on. If you say wrong, hold on, give me a chance. Give me a chance, Ross. I'm trying not to interrupt you, and so please give me a chance.
I know, but you're waffling on, mate. You're just waffling on with a bunch of rubbish. Let's just
let me finish my point. All right, if there was no atmosphere, then your point would be valid. But because there is an atmosphere, we have to take into account what the atmosphere would do. And we do take it into account. It's simple as that. So saying we can see too far is not a valid argument.
That one, that's what
fine. There might be a certain amount of refraction at times, but it's still not going to turn the atmosphere into a magic periscope. It never will. If your refraction of every time we see of it is light bending down, not bending up and over. That's what you're saying that it's doing. You're saying it's bending up and over the curve. Yeah. It can't do that. It would just bend even further down into the curve and make it even less visible.
No, you're right. Light is bending down, right? The light is bending down, which is lifting the image up from our perspective because we are seeing where the path of light is going.
It makes no fucking sense, man.
Let me finish the sentence, then maybe I'll explain it to you. Because the path of light is bending down, what we see is that path of light, which means that the image for us will be brought up. It's simple.
But you just said it bends down.
Yes, the light bends down. So for us, when we're looking at
not even listening to Craig at the moment. I'm just trying to type a quick comment there to Shawnee B, and I spelled your name wrong, and I nearly stuffed up the whole bloody conversation there, lost it all. I think I sent you one in private chat, which obviously won't help because you're not in the stream. Anyway, yeah, thanks for joining, bro. Good to see you around. Always a pleasure having you around. I should give you a wrench too. I'll do that.
If we're looking straight ahead, right? The light that we're looking at is being bent down.
That's called
so
down.
We are seeing, when looking straight ahead, what is down. It is brought up.
So the curve that's in this magically disappears and dips and flattens.
It raises up, yes.
So that this downward bending light can be seen through.
Wait. So he's trying to talk over me again. That's definitely another strike. So that's 5. Bending up, yes. But first he's saying light's bending down, which is crazy because light don't do that. And if it did, how could you say it's causing the things to bend up when obviously the things nearer to you should bend up more, which would still create the same effect of curvature would in the first place, which would mean refraction would still do jack shit. None of it makes sense what he says, to say that the far things beyond the curvature somehow get bent up and over and flatten out the curvature, and then it all comes back down to eye level again. None of it makes sense. Fucking insane. What did you say, flip flat? It's great that you can keep you cool when dealing with fight the tight shirt. Craig would probably make me flip out on him. That would be a bad look for us. Yeah, it's easy enough to flip out on him, but I see no point. I'm pretty good at keeping my cool, I will have to admit. Looks like we got a troll in here already. Karen B's Unkempt Bush. That's not a very nice name to use in the first place. I'm sure her unkempt bush isn't that unkempt. The light that would normally not reach your eye bends down towards the more dense medium and you see it. See, there's another one. That makes no fucking sense. How would it bend down towards the most dense medium? The most dense medium was obviously the solid ground, the curvature between you and the distance in the first place. And then the more dense air then would suck it up and hide it even more, as it would already be doing if it was curvature. You know, like if there's a distant mountain, for example, that's a real example of curvature. The land rises up and goes back down again. That is actual curvature. If you want to see what's on the other side of the mountain, you have to go forwards, up and over the mountain, then you can see what's on the other side. No amount of magic, refraction, periscope, landscape, whatever bullshit beliefs you want to have would make the light of things hidden behind the mountain appear up and over the mountain. Curvature is no different from a mountain if it existed. Only when we get a little bit higher and we see further and further across the horizon, especially across water, we see it was never curvature at all. It's always been convergence, everything converging to eye level. Everything beneath you converges up to the horizontal line. Everything above you converges down. So the higher you get, the more you'll see of the bottom stuff converging to eye level. That's the simple truth of it. And if you sometimes have atmospheric refraction conditions and other things obscuring things, then most of the time you're not seeing as far as what you might under most ideal conditions.
The curve that would block it even more if it existed.
That's exactly what refraction does.
Use your brain.
But that's what refraction does, and it's what we expect it to do.
No, that's what you've made an excuse to explain away why we do see much further than what we should.
No, it's no excuses. It's just what the atmosphere does.
You've got nothing else except to make up stories about refraction doing the opposite of what it would actually be doing.
Okay, right. So here's the thing. Our knowledge of refraction, right, is used in things like celestial navigation, okay? When we do celestial navigation and we take a reading with a sextant, we have to do certain things to that sextant. One is apply a dip correction, which, funnily enough, is based on the radius of the globe. The other thing is apply refraction corrections. Those refraction corrections are based on our knowledge of refraction doing what we say it does. And celestial navigation works to get you where you want to go, which therefore means that our knowledge of refraction is also correct.
Yeah, well, maybe what you're doing is adjusting for the fact you believe that there's a curve there and actually you are using a flat baseline, and all you're really adjusting for is your height above the water level, which would be different on every ship. And you call that a refraction index because you've got all sorts of excuses to try and still continue to believe your ancient superstitious beliefs that you live on a spinning ball hurtling through space.
Right, the thing that works
why
is just an excuse. That's what you're saying, Ross.
Why are we saying the same stars all the time, Craig?
What you're saying is the thing.
This is how Globers believe convergence works. Let's see how this goes. Probably won't show too well because of exposure and stuff. Nah, it's not gonna. What if I block the light? There's a little light there. Is that gonna help? See, that's pretty much when Globers look out. That's what refraction does. See, in both directions, it's creating that hump of water. Oh, I should have made it full screen too, shouldn't I? Let's try that again. Try it again, see if it works a little bit better. Might see it this time, might not. Yeah, there we go. See how when part of the ship's hidden, I believe you can see that though in 360 degrees around you. That's what I actually call the version of that is the magical golf ball dimple world. As everybody lives in the bottom of their magical golf ball dimple, and as you're looking out, that dimple will always rise to eye level. So anything that's higher in the distance, you'll be able to see the top of it. But if you got higher, well, more would be revealed. But as you got lower, the dimple still keeps rising to eye level and still hides more and more of it, because this is somehow what Globers believe magical refraction does. And as Shawnee put it exactly right, it's just another gravity-like explain all word they get to use with no common sense if they actually thought about it. I wonder if clicking that worked. I could show comments occasionally. That's exactly what it's doing. You nailed it, bro. And we all know it. Everybody knows it. You're not the first to say it. I think Flip Flad also said similar earlier. Kane West is in the chat again. Hey, bro. Hey, hope you're well, mate. Listening in, hiding from the 35-degree heat. Yeah, it is. Still, it says it's 31 here now. It's actually cooled down dramatically. I'm quite impressed. It was bloody hot this morning. It's still only 3:35 p.m. I've already been going for an hour. Jeez, I'll never get through this, will I? We'll remove that again, go back to that, and listen to Craig waffle on.
Navigate by the stars
based on the globe.
same.
But what you're doing is saying the thing that works based on a globe is not true. Even though it works and it's based on the globe, it's not true. That's what you're saying. Like all navigation is based on the globe, and this is
No, actually, that's. See, I love it when people try and put words into your mouth. These guys are the experts at that. It's like, that's not at all what I've said. I just want to listen to the clever way he did that again. I wonder if I can go back 16. What? That's too far. I'll try there.
This is beliefs that you live on a spinning ball hurtling through space.
right. The thing that works
Why are we
is just
saying
an
the same
excuse. That's what you're
stars?
saying, Ross.
Why are we
Right now,
saying
you're
the same
saying
stars
hold
all
on.
the time?
So he ignores my question, even though I tried to ask it twice. Why are we seeing the same stars? Why are we seeing the stars? Same stars. We'll never get back to that. We always have to follow Craig's lead here. I mean, it is his channel, so we'll listen to
What you're saying is
we can
the thing that
navigate by the
works
stars.
based
Why
on
are
the
they always
globe.
same?
But what
Based
you're
on the
doing is
globe.
saying the thing that works
No, you're saying the thing that works. I'm not.
based on a globe is not true, even though it works.
I'm saying it's not true. I'm just saying that you're adding extra to it to make it seem as though it would work on the globe if it was a globe. But it works as we see it because that's how it is.
And it's
That's
based
what
on
I'm
the globe,
saying.
it's not true. That's what you're saying. Like all navigation.
So it's just flim-flammed the whole argument and tried to put it back onto me, where he's the one adding extra by saying all these things that make the globe work that have to be adjusted and readjusted for and accounted for the globe to work makes it a globe. Whereas they overcome what we ordinarily and have already been seen because it's flat. To try and flip that around and make it my argument.
Navigation is based on the globe, and this is just factual.
It's not. It's not. All navigation is based on the fact that when your compass points towards the center of something, like the center of a circle, then it means
compass
that all
isn't the only
east-west
way to
lines are
navigate. In
curved,
fact, compass
but that doesn't
isn't
make it a
used that often
globe.
for navigation.
Okay, there's another one. Deliberate talking over me. That was a shocking one. I'm only trying to respond to your argument and you're just talking right over the top of me. What a prick.
Navigation.
Why are you speaking over me every time I open my mouth, but you tell me to hush every time you're trying to say something?
Right?
You know, if you're going to be rude,
So I thought you
Craig, I'm not
finished.
going to keep putting
I
up
thought
with
you
your bullshit.
finished.
You did not think I'd finished, Craig, so that's an utter lie. How pathetic. I thought you'd finished. I thought you'd finished. My lips were moving. Words were coming out of my mouth. I think that's a pretty good sign I'm not finished. You're just a liar.
Right. Anyway, the discussion is supposed to be about gravity, all right?
And okay, fair enough. He told me he had new information to support his theory of gravity, and that's what we agreed to talk about. So all this stuff previously now leading up to this, which I've already talked for more than an hour about, wasn't even the subject. He wants to talk about gravity. And as far as I'm concerned, I think I'm a bit of an expert on the flat earth side of debunking gravity. I know there's a lot of other flat earthers with completely different arguments. And my biggest competition in that are some of the biggest names as well. People like Whitsitt, Bob, rest in peace. A lot of these people believed in this electrostatic, what was the word? I can't even think of it because I just don't believe it. This electrostatic potential, that there's a variable where we've got the negative Earth and a positive atmosphere and everything's finding its place. I believe just relative density is all we need. Yeah, and so I stand on that. That's my belief, and that's what I'll go to my grave at this stage, unless somebody can prove otherwise. I don't believe in any of this electrostatic, electromagnetic stuff has anything to do with the up and down motion of things, except for the things which are actually magnetic. You know, we got electromagnets and all that sort of stuff. There is some electrical potential in certain conditions, like you rub a plastic ruler on your hair or your shirt and have some pieces of paper on the table and you hold the ruler above it, it will pull them up. There is that sort of static electricity attraction, but to the best of my knowledge, I go with relative density, and I can use that in every example I've ever had. And I do a lot of debating too. I don't just do it on YouTube and other live debates. I actually do 99% of it or 95% of it on Facebook all the time. And it's one of my favorite sort of topics. that I can discuss till the cows come home. I do quite a bit on core as well. And now that I can do these debunking videos, I'm really happy to do this because it's a chance to speak back and speak over the people talking over me all the time.
So I think, Ross, right, and I am not trying to insult you when I say this, but I think you don't understand gravity.
And I will grant him that. I don't understand gravity, because when I see some of the best astrophysicists in the world say, be asked, what is gravity? And they go, well, we don't know. Next question. We simply don't know what gravity is. Nobody does. You've got a lot of theories, a lot of pseudoscientific explanations and excuses and all the rest, your relative motions to explain why there's no observable motions, bendy space-time, which both space is non-existence and time is just a man-made concept to explain the different period, which is basically travel, whether it be between places or experiences. So this experience now and this experience now is a second later. That's the travel between it, but it's not necessarily traveled through space. It's just traveled through existence. So time, while it is a useful construct, it's still not really a thing. What existed back then is gone, but I'm still here. I'm still alive, everything else, and I'm still going to exist into the future. So things that come and go all the time, you can't really say that that moment is dead and buried and non-existent. It's still something that happened and still exists in its own vibrational frequency. We can only experience things a moment at a time, for want of a better word. So there's not necessarily space in between it, not necessarily bent. It's you're moving into another dimensional realm of discussion of things. And when it comes to 3D reality, the one we exist upon, which is the physical realm, bendy space-time is non-existent, or space and time are non-existent. They occur because you need space between things and time to travel between them, but they're things that exist while not existing. How better to explain that? I don't know.
And that is the problem. Which
I don't think
basically
anybody
the
understands
problem
gravity.
with all flat earthers is that they don't understand gravity, and that's why they have a problem with it.
And so you watch. I will specifically ask, okay, then, if I don't understand gravity, I accept it. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't understand how there's an attraction of mass, but a 100-pound ball dropping through the sky at the same time as a 10-gram marble will both hit the ground at exactly the same time. I don't understand why the 100-pound one or 100-kilogram will not hit the ground faster if it's an attraction of mass. Why is it not warping space-time faster than the tiny little thing? It doesn't, because they've just got the same amount of resistance in the density of air. That's why they work as we observe it. So I don't understand gravity. And Craig obviously doesn't, because every time I ask him to explain it to me, he asked me to explain it to him. And I'm saying, I admit, I don't know. I'm not going to make something up when I don't know.
So to show me that you
gravity?
do understand gravity, do you think you could steel man what we say gravity is?
Well, you say stupid things like bent space-time because you can't find any motion of the Earth, and so you have to invent relative motion, and then you say that that is bendy space-time. And then you say it's attraction of mass, the original Newton's one, whereas you don't need any of those things to actually explain what gravity is and what it does. Things find their place of rest, as Newton describes them, by resistance. So the thing in motion will remain in motion unless something stops it.
Look at him here. Look at him here. This is what he does too, and he's been busted for this quite a lot. He's been on Jeranism since. Busted. He's just looking at the other screen here. So he's got multiple screens going, and you can see by the smirk on his face, he's not even listening to me. He's reading his chat. And I can't even read the chat of the one I'm on at the time, I admit. My mind can do one thing at a time. If I'm talking and reading what I'm reading, I will mess up my thoughts. I can do one thing at a time. It's like, rubbing your head and rubbing your belly and tapping your head. with a bit of practice, you can do both. But me, I'm not going to practice that. I just find it interferes with my school of thought. Whereas Craig here, he's obviously not listening to me. He's subliminally listening, but he's reading his chat. He's smirking at the smart-ass comments people are saying to him. He's being schooled the whole time, and this will become blatantly obvious later in the video. But yeah, it's typical. He's got one screen he's Googling on, he's got another one, he's got his Discord chat on, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit if there's someone in his earpiece also schooling him full time. Someone like McToon or Rumpus, who comes onto this later. I should have put him in the title, but he's not worthy.
Force of stopping is resistance or friction, and without that, you don't need gravity. It's just not necessary.
Yeah. So what I said is, do you think you could steel man the position that science and everyone else holds on gravity? Do you think you could explain what we say it is?
Yeah. You say, we don't know. Next question. That's what you say it is.
No, that's what
the top astrophysicists say. Nobody knows what gravity is. How can I steel man a fictional theory that nobody knows what it is?
We do. I've got a very good description of gravity. So I mean,
okay, well let's go ahead. You give me your description then, and
I'm asking you to steel if you can show that you understand gravity by steel manning the position of gravity.
And while I'm at it too, just a quick interjection to say g'day to also HC Media and to Nouveau Laredo. Thanks for dropping by, guys. You guys are awesome as well. Most of the people in the chat are awesome at this stage. I know I've seen this Karen B's Unkempt Bush before. Can be trollish, but at this stage it's been reasonably civil, whatever it might be. Well, I don't believe in banning people. I believe in free speech, and I would also always like to think that when I put moderators in here, you're only going to ban people that are actually spamming through the chat, not interacting, even if they get nasty and ugly. No need to ban. And, I've never needed moderators before, but I've just been a little bit biased this afternoon because one person asked, and so we'll carry on.
Why would I steel man something that science itself doesn't know what it is?
We do know what it is.
You don't.
We've got a law of universal gravitational attraction, so we definitely know what.
And in fact, that's a great comment there too, Kane West. Interrupting the whole time will also take me all afternoon to get through this. Another 5-hour stream coming up, and StreamYard actually will probably only let me go for X number of hours today because I'm already reaching the limit of the free ones you can use. It's going to make me pay for it soon, which it's been a pretty good streaming thing so far. If it's only like $20 a month or something, I might even do that. But did you get shown or did you get told? But see, the Globers often say that then back to us is that we say we don't believe things that we're told, but then somebody told us the earth was flat and so then we believe it. That's what they think. But no. When we believe the earth is flat, we'll go out and test it for ourselves. We're not just believing it because somebody told us. Absolutely not, 100%. It took me months and months to really 100% convince myself, probably a year before I was totally convinced that my observations of the world around me prove the earth is flat. It was never because somebody told me. I tested and tried to disprove. After about 6 months, I did fully believe the earth is flat. But the final thing that really physically hurt my brain that made me know the earth is flat, that just possibly did some actual brain damage because all the synapses in my brain had to rearrange themselves to adjust to the whole new reality, which I finally really truly accepted, is it's a painful process, man. But it's like when you're cured of maybe detoxing off a drug or something, the last thing you're ever going to do is go back onto that drug. And pretty well that's what the globe is. Any form of brainwashing is a drug. Once you're cured of it, you don't go back. The only ones that do succumb to pressure are the really weak ones, like that ranty guy. He was never a flat earther to begin with, as far as I'm concerned. I tested him a few times. Generally speaking, once you know something, you know it because you've proven it to yourself. It's not because somebody told you. The only reason anybody believes in a globe is because somebody told them. Nobody has proven that's a globe. Nobody. We just get taught it at school. This is your globe. This is where you live. Gravity holds everything towards the center. There's no up and down in reality, even though everybody's reality has an up and down. Forget all that. We're in outer space. You've lost your mind. You believe nothing you can see. Trust everything you're told by the authorities. And that's your globe. That's why you become a glober, because you don't own your mind. You don't own your thoughts. Flat earthers do. So, yeah, we are special.
Gravity does and what gravity is.
But
So
then you
whether
need
we
dark
have
matter and
an
dark energy
exact
to
explanation
counter
for
it.
every single part in the mechanics is irrelevant. I would like you to steelman the position that we currently hold. If you can't, then you don't understand gravity, and that is the root of the problem.
You just said a universal theory of attraction. Nothing's attracted to another. Oh, that's a pretty star. Let's go and wander around it for the next 50 billion years or something. That's not a theory.
I thought that was actually pretty clever, because he said the steel man, because literally they're saying the theory of attraction. You know, what is attraction? Oh, you're pretty, you're hot, I'm attracted towards you. That's attraction. You know, magnets attracting is a physical attraction, I guess, but that's what they're saying gravity is, some sort of physical attraction without necessarily an urge of attraction from a want, whereas the word itself, attraction, or the word attractive, indicates something of appeal for a want, an urge to like something. That's attraction. And so he has this universal theory of attraction. Well, that's obviously not what gravity is at all. So how can I steelman something that science itself can't steelman?
Attraction isn't a theory. And then you have to invent even greater dark matter and dark energy, which means things unseen, so even more invisible, unseen, unproven forces to try and even support your unseen, unproven, invisible force in the first place. It's just insanity. No, I'm not going to steelman your insanity any further.
So basically you don't understand gravity, and that is the problem then.
Okay, well, you tell me. You educate me and convince me that I should believe in your theory of gravity.
Well, we know gravity is real because we use it in real world applications every single day.
We know. That's it. That's your answer. We know it's real.
Did you listen to the rest of the sentence? What it is.
Yeah, I listened, Craig. I listened. You said we know because we use it. That's not saying what it is. It's like saying we know what fire is because we use it, but it's not really saying what the theory of combustion is and the actual chemical reaction of things inflaming and changing their chemical composition. All the same as electricity. We use electricity, comes out our wall all the time, but really when it comes down to it, what is electricity? We are also similarly a little bit lost. We say, well, it's a power source. It's dangerous. It does this stuff. We can sort of control and regulate it and make it useful. But at the end of the day, most things that we use all the time, we really don't have a great understanding of what they are. So to say that we use gravity and we can predict things with it does not say what it is.
Did you listen to the rest of the sentence I said?
No, you just said we know. I don't.
No, I said more after that. Did you not? I said literally straight.
Okay, I'm going to see where that's what. So we're at 2014. We'll take it back to 1922. That's about the rest.
It's not a theory. Attraction isn't a theory. And then you have to invent even greater dark matter and dark energy, which means things unseen, so even more invisible, unseen, unproven forces to try and even support your unseen, unproven, invisible force in the first place. It's just insanity. No, I'm not going to steelman your insanity any further.
Okay.
I know.
So basically you don't understand gravity, and that is the problem then.
Okay, well, you tell me. You educate me and convince me that I should believe in your theory of gravity.
Well, we know gravity is real because we use it in real world applications every single day.
Because we use it in real world applications. We know because we use it. That's not saying you know what it is. It's, as I said, the same with electricity. We can use electricity, but really, when it comes down to the nuts and bolts, what is it? We know what it does, but what is it? It pretty much is the answer for almost, I think, when you really, really think about it, 99% of science is we don't really know jack shit. We just know that we can use it, we can predict with it, we can do all this and that, but what it is, we don't know. So anyway.
We know, that's it. That's your answer. We know.
And I will give myself a strike for that because I was speaking over him, interrupting him rudely. So it's now 6-1 in favour of Craig interrupting.
Did you listen to the rest of the sentence?
Tell me what it is, Craig.
Did you listen to the rest of the sentence I said?
Yes, I did.
No, you just said we know. I don't
No,
want
I
to hear
said
we
more
know.
after
Just
that.
tell
Did
me
you
what
not? I
know.
said literally straight after those words, I then said other
Because we use
things.
it.
Did you not hear what it was? Or were
Other
you too busy
things.
interrupting?
Other things. So just
Yeah.
stuff and stuff. It's yeah, gotcha.
Well, I was in the middle of explaining what you asked me to, but you started talking,
Well,
which
okay then.
stopped you me being
I'll
able
be
to.
quiet.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's how it works.
So we use gravity in real world applications every single day, matching the predictions that we have of gravity.
Again, that's not telling me what it is. As I've already just said, that's why I spoke over in the first place.
Showing that it's real based on our current knowledge. We have
What is it?
you want to know what is gravity? Gravity is
Yes, Craig, that's the question.
Is the warping of space-time due to large masses' influence that changes the locality of objects.
There we go. So it's the warping of space-time due to large masses. Far out. I do have to hear that one more time. Hopefully someone knows how to do a cut of a particular snippet of something somebody said.
World, yes, we don't always have to live in a
Well,
Newtonian
what is
world.
this? What is
I
space-time?
said gravity.
Space-time is gravity.
No, I
I
didn't.
thought it was
say
the
space-time
warping
is
of
gravity.
space-time.
Oh,
I didn't say
So
space.
So it's the warping of space-time. So space is nothing. Time is a man-made convention, just describing a different period of time between one.
Well, I didn't say
space and another.
space or time. I
And
said
so
space-time.
warping two lots of nothing gives you something.
No. I
Got
didn't
it.
say space or time. I said space-time. One thing.
Yeah. So what is space-time?
The fabric of the universe.
Fabric of the universe. So I can
Yes.
feel it. I can feel space-time. And then I warp it.
Nice straw man attempt. Well, you do warp it. Yes, your mass warps space-time on a very small level. All mass.
that's ridiculous. Like I remember saying years ago, I've always been scientifically inclined, and even though I follow the more nature side of things, one time this movie came out that sort of got some rave reviews in the local paper, and it was calling "What the Bleep Do We Know?" So I took myself down along to the movie theater one time, and I watched it, all the way through, and I took in virtually everything. Some of it was really quite interesting. Some of the things I thought I'm going to have to watch this a second time to fully understand. But what it basically taught is that the nature of mass is actually diamagnetic, that nothing ever actually touches. It's just the force of repulsion when they get close to one another that creates the sensation of things actually touching, but they don't. And to me, that was sort of mind-blowing sort of stuff. Bounce the basketball itself, the molecules do not actually touch the ground. They don't make contact. Mind-blowing sort of stuff. So to say that it's an attraction is sort of when things would collide and stick and become one. And magnetic force is a good example of that. Two magnets do attract and stick. They stick hard, and you have to use force to pull them apart. And they will stay apart until you got them closer, and closer. And suddenly they get the field, and boom, they'll want to stick together again. That's an example of a force of attraction. We do not have that anywhere else in nature. So even say that this bendy space-time and the warping of mass. So to me, that then also assumes that everything other than the physical plane that we live on has mass. And I don't believe in that. I seriously don't. I don't believe the sun or moon, you will take the moon, might have a very strong diamagnetic repulsive force, but most everything we see doesn't have mass in the way we think of it. So the whole understanding of the heliocentric world, everything whiz-banging around each other with attraction of mass and enough dark energy to stop everything get attracted and enough dark matter to stop it from flying apart too much, or vice versa, whichever way they explain it these days. I don't think it's mass. I don't think it's doing all those things they're saying. I don't think the planets are Earth-like objects. I just seriously don't. I believe that these lights in the sky, they're elemental and energetic frequencies that create light, but they're nothing at all like the Earth and physical matter, physical stuff. So even if we just brought it down to the Earth and the theory of this bending space-time and warping of mass, it's completely unnecessary when all we need to understand is relative density. The thing relative to the air, if it's more dense than the air, will drop through it. It will hit a place that's more dense than the thing, or dense enough to resist it, and will give it a buoyancy or bring it to rest. It is the force that stops the thing in motion. The density is technically a force, and that's all we really need for all observable physics that we actually have here. It's only when you go off into the theoretical nonsense of this heliocentric world that they so desperately want to believe in that they have to get the Einstein and the special theory of relativity, not just any old relativity, all these special theories, all this other nonsense and jargon. None of it's necessary for what we observe or need to know or need to use in any physical reality of things we do here on Earth.
Right. So things gravitate towards me because of my mass warping space-time. Got it.
If there was a small enough mass and no other masses around, like the Earth, then they would. You do exert a very small pull yourself on the Earth.
Have you heard of diamagnetism?
Yeah, and that's nothing to do with gravity, so let's stay on topic.
Well, everything actually has a slight repellent force, not an attractant force. So I know it's got nothing to do with gravity because it also destroys gravity. Everything
Well,
actually
really doesn't.
Nothing actually physically
Ross,
touches
two forces
according
can
to
exist at the same
diamagnetism.
time.
Well, that's true because a magnetic force is 100 times stronger than a diamagnetic one, and will easily override the.
Yeah.
theory
So a
of
diamagnetic force, a magnetic force, and a force created by gravity can all exist at the same time, and there is a sum of forces.
Yeah, well, fine, that's fine, but I just don't see why you have to call gravity a force when it's not.
Well, gravity creates
gravity
a force.
basically just means
we can
weight.
measure. Weight is
Well,
literally
we can measure weight.
described as mass times gravity. So I mean,
So I would have really liked it because this was supposed to be a discussion about gravity. If he had just jumped into his whole new thing that he thought he was trying to, it's what he wrote me in to have this conversation with in the first place with him, was about his new evidence for gravity. And all he actually does is go back to this other thing, which I've heard him talk about 100 times before or whatever, the gravimeter, where apparently something is inside a little tiny vacuum. They're not particularly sure themselves what it is, but it's like some little ball bearing, whatever, and it's made to bounce somehow inside the vacuum thing, and the frequency of the bounce will tell you how much gravity is acting underneath it, which again, that denies what the belief in gravity is that I've already used the example of, is that the greater mass should fall faster through the medium of air than the lesser mass if all things being equal, they've got the same air resistant factor, which all spherical objects would have. So a tiny marble of 10 grams and a massive lead ball of 100 kilograms dropped from the same height at the same time will both hit the ground at the same time. Every example in reality shows us this to be the case. This was one of the first things that sort of upset the scientific community back when they had their theory of gravity. They dropped things off the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and they found that things didn't fall faster because they had more mass. So the whole theory of mass just said, well, I don't know, it shrugged its shoulders just like I'm doing and says, well, we don't know. But then he's trying to say then the gravimeter on a really tiny scale of a little tiny ball bearing falling at different rates is doing the very opposite of what they've proven gravity does not do. And using that as proof of gravity. We'll get to that in some minutes.
Yeah, but mass is basically just the density of something times its volume, and that's also the weight. So mass.
Yeah, I actually misspoke slightly there. I actually should have said weight is the product of the density of the mass times the volume of the mass gives the weight of the mass. That's the way to simplify it. You see these people substitute mass and weight or mass for something else that they can't explain all the time. But if you really simplify it down to the simplified thing, I think I've come up with it. That's it. That's it. Everything of mass has mass. So therefore it's the volume of it times the density of it. And the density of it determines part of the weight, the amount of the volume of it, then multiplied by the density gives the weight. That's it. So, you can have a 10 centimeter cube block of styrofoam. It's still going to be the same volume as a 10 centimeter cube block of lead, but the density of the lead is far more dense than the styrofoam. So when you weigh them together, then their weights will be entirely different. So density is the variable factor. Volume is also variable, but if you still had the exact same volume, same result.
Mass is just sort of a mass is just
mass
a
is
place
what?
filler word. It doesn't really mean anything, but you can have a weight of mass, you can have a density of mass, and you can have a volume of
No,
mass.
we know exactly
But
what mass means. Mass is literally resistance to inertia.
mass is resistance to inertia.
Yeah, that's literally the description of mass. It's a measure of
Resistance to inertia. Oh,
Yeah.
well, I've heard it all now. I think you're just making shit up on the spot. Mass
No,
is
that's
resistance
I mean,
to inertia.
you can look it up yourself.
He really threw himself in the deep end there. I bet all these people in his Discord chat going, what the fuck you talking about, Craig? Mass is resistance to inertia? No, actually, if anything, the bigger the mass, like if you fired it with greater inertia, which is technically the wrong word because inertia means standing still. So inertia is actually a very poorly used word when it comes to physics. It should actually be momentum. So if you fire it with even more momentum, then the same amount of mass with more momentum is actually going to hit something with far more violent force and create a greater destructive force. So to say that the mass is the... I can't even remember how he says these stupid things, and the resistance to inertia. You know, like, fair enough, you got a concrete wall, but when you fire a railgun through it, that mass is very little resistance to what they're saying is inertia, which is the momentum of the thing, because it's firing so fast, it's not the resistance to it at all. Mass is mass, and mass has density and it has volume. It's not the resistance to inertia. Density is the resistance to inertia.
But that's literally the mechanical definition of mass, resistance to inertia.
Resistance to inertia. I cannot believe he's saying that. Mass in itself, as I just previously said in the debate itself, I said it's a place filler word. It's mass doesn't describe anything until you give it definition, and you give it definition by volume and density. But otherwise, mass could describe gas, it could describe water, it could describe anything solid. Everything has mass. Everything is a mass or a part of a mass. You have to give a definition, which is where density and volume do that, and then that can be calculated or measured as the weight, if you so choose. And again, he goes into another weird one here soon, another complete furphy, as we call it, where he starts confounding pounds with kilograms. It's just like saying Celsius and Fahrenheit, or vice versa, Fahrenheit and Celsius, pounds to kilograms. One is imperial measurement, another one is metric, you know, feet, meters, miles, kilometers. They're all different variable measurements, and he tries to then you wait for it. It comes
all right,
And we measure it in kilograms.
Oh, and pounds, and yeah.
No, in kilograms.
Resistance.
Pounds.
It comes up straight away. Awesome. He's now trying to say what pounds are. Yeah, this is hilarious.
Pounds is a measure of weight, not a measure of mass.
Well, kilogram is a measure of weight.
No, kilograms is a measure of mass, not weight.
God, I love that. Oh, God, I love that. I hope you never forget this, Craig. You've embarrassed the shit out of yourself. This is only one of the multiple times you do it through this stream, but that is hilarious. Weight is weight. Some is measured in pounds, some in kilograms, some in grams, some in tons, some in metric tons, some in... Yeah, you know, you can measure it in whatever standard you wish to use, but it is still a standard system of measuring weight. This is hilarious.
Weight of the mass.
No. Kilograms is a measure of mass. Pounds is a measure of weight.
Kilograms is a measure of mass. Pounds is a measure of weight. As I just finished explaining multiple times, all mass needs to be defined, and you define it by the density and the volume. It gives you the weight, and you can measure that weight in either kilograms or pounds. he's really so stoned at the moment or something. I don't know. He's really hitting his grass heavy lately. He's even bragged about the stuff he grows himself. He's right onto it. He lives on a pension. In fact, one of the great YouTube provider today told me he's defined as the lesbian gym instructor. And it's like, yeah, he did go to an all-girls high school. He can't grow facial hair. He's married to a very masculine-looking dude that's probably the father of the children, or Craig is the mother, who knows. But, Modern Family, I'm not here to judge. But, yeah, when he gets called a lesbian gym instructor, I think, it's sort of making sense. If you can't even understand the difference between pounds and kilograms, one is mass, the other is weight. Yeah, I think he's a mixed up, muddled up, shook up dude in this crazy world. Maybe we should start calling him Lola as well as Felicia.
No, pounds is just a different system of measuring.
No, it's not just a different system
of measuring
pounds
the weight
is a measure
of mass.
weight, which is literally
the
mass times the gravitational acceleration.
So you overcomplicate everything. If you just made it nice and simple as we do, and we just go by what we observe, we don't have to say anything about the acceleration of things to give something weight, because usually when we weigh something, it's at rest. It's not accelerating anywhere, unless you're believing in the old flat earth theory that we're shooting up at 9.81 meters a second or whatever. But no flat earther believes that. We just believe that
Dell does.
Mass has weight. Well, I'm not Dell.
Almost an interruption.
Yeah, all sorts of people have all sorts of different beliefs. Let's just talk about what we're talking about here without bringing in too much
7-1
interference. The weight of a mass is determined by the density and the amount or the volume of it. That's it.
That's not what those words mean, though.
You can determine.
It is what those words mean, Craig. It absolutely is. And yeah, just for the record, anybody who believes the Earth is moving upwards, as that crazy flat Earth society once proposed, it's good comedy.
Determine whether it goes up or down by how dense it is relative to its medium. That's all that really matters. We don't need a force of attraction to cause things to stick to the bottom of the Earth or the sides of the Earth or anything stupid nonsense that's never been observed, mind you. That's how
we've been to space and seen
the Earth is flat.
So
we have a universal up and a universal down, and things find their place according to relative density.
Okay. First of all, we have seen it. We've been to space and we've seen it plenty. So and what you just did there was you redefined a bunch of words. None of those words mean what you were saying that they mean, right?
Well, they do. I'm just using them in the most logical, sensible layman's terms of what volume means. Volume means amount. Density means how hard or thick or heavy it is. Put the two together, that gives you weight of the mass. It's all of the mass. They all 100% agree with everything I've said. You're just trying to obscure the terms to try and do what science has basically been doing for so long, to try and appear clever and try and bamboozle the world and saying, we don't know shit. We've got no idea what gravity is. We don't really know what bendy space-time is, but we're going to pretend somebody does, and somebody explains it so well that nobody understands it. And that's our authority. We know what we're talking about. We live on a ball hurting around through space. It's insanity, man. Absolute insanity.
Mass is resistance to inertia. Density is...
Mass is resistance to inertia. Look up what inertia means, Craig. Look up the word inertia. It means act of not moving. They're talking about, the very first definition is governments not doing shit to get shit going because of inertia. Inertia means not moving. So how could you have resistance to not moving when at the same breath you've turned around and said that gravity is the acceleration of the mass, and you can't have acceleration because we don't feel motion. We can only feel acceleration. So if it's acceleration of the mass that we're measuring, then you've just contradicted yourself again in every sense of the word. We can't measure anything till we put our scale onto a solid surface that's not moving. Everything's at rest. We put the masses onto them and compare them one to the other. And if they weigh the same, particularly if we've got a pre-calibrated weight, then we know how much the other thing weighs. And if we had to add more and more little slivers of weight that have been pre-measured as a gram, a half a gram, a billionth of a gram, whatever it is we're doing, until they balance perfectly, then we know the weight of something. Inertia is built into it. It's not resistance to inertia. It has to be inert before you can weigh it. You know, if you try and drop something on a scale and drop it through the air, the scale is not going to measure shit until it hits the ground. Then it's going to measure a greater weight momentarily until it all comes to rest, and then it will give you a true sense of the weight. Even bringing in inertia, these guys themselves don't know the meaning of words. And it's one thing I do think, you know, I usually accept the commonly used use of the word, and they use inertia wrongly all the time. But if you look it up in the dictionary and stick to the true meaning of the word, inertia does not mean what they think it means. It means standing still.
Mass divided by volume. Weight is mass times gravity. Kilograms is a measure of mass, not weight.
But you've already said, Craig, that you don't know what gravity is. You just said that we use it and we can predict with it, but you haven't said what it is. So how can you multiply by something you haven't even said what it is in the first place? And you haven't even really defined the mass in the first place. Mass times gravity. It's meaningless. It's meaningless junk, shit, words that do nothing to prove your belief fighting the flat earth. The flat earth believes in natural observable laws of physics. You're just making up shit that means nothing.
Pounds is a measure of weight, not mass. These are basic things that, you know,
that's crazy.
You learn at
pounds and kilograms
high school,
are exactly
probably
the
first
same
year
thing.
of high school, Ross,
Only
to be
they're
fair.
just a different standard.
Okay.
No, it's
I'll
not
get
just
me
different
started.
standard.
I'm trying to talk over his nonsense.
No, again, right, here's the thing. Kilograms will change. Whatever the mass is will change based on your position of Earth.
What?
It would do the same whether you're measuring in kilograms or pounds, if such was the case. Now, there are many reasons why I can easily explain how that works on the flat Earth as though it was a globe, because we know that warm air is far less dense than cold air, same as cold water is more dense. That's why a ship in cold water actually floats better than it does in warm water. There are multiple things to density and buoyancy. So on the flat Earth, when the whole equatorial region is the warmest place on Earth, then that air pressure itself is going to be less. So unless you recalibrate the scale, which I'll just let this go for a minute because it's pointless me explaining
know
it
that
twice.
Say that again.
Your measure of your mass will change based on your position of Earth. You will weigh slightly more at the poles than you would at the equator.
See, this is all theoretical nonsense.
No, this has been tested. They've actually tested this.
If you took a standard weight, like a kilogram mass, and you calibrate your scale at the North Pole with that 1 kilogram mass, and then you weighed yourself, you'll weigh exactly the same as if you moved all that stuff to the equator, calibrated your scale again, as you should do. You will still weigh exactly the same, give or take how much you've
but why do you have to calibrate your scales?
But other than that,
right?
What?
Right. There's a reason why when prospectors were like getting gold and stuff, they would only weigh their gold using balance scales, where they would weigh it against a set weight, mass that they would weigh
exactly.
against. Whereas using like a spring-loaded measure of the mass would actually give you slightly different results based on where you were. So what they could do, let me finish. So this was put in place to stop you buying gold further up north and then going south and selling it for more than you would up north, because that's what you would be able to do in reality. And this has been tested. This has been literally tested in real life. I'm not just saying these things. There are experiments that show this to be true.
No, but we recalibrate a scale virtually on a daily basis for people that might deal in very tiny amounts of things, or for doctors and chemists and so forth. That you recalibrate your scales regularly and often without even moving it an inch. This is a common practice in anything. If you're using that type of scale, if you're using a balanced scale, well, then your weight is already pre-calibrated, and so you don't have to do that. That's pretty common sense to me.
Yeah, I don't really see why I have to interrupt this and explain myself. It's exactly what you do. Nearly every single time, like, so I've heard from people that buy chemical things off chemical dealers and stuff, they will calibrate the scale every single time. It's a common standard practice no matter where you are, because every day temperature and humidity are different things. It's a very straightforward thing.
Atmospheric pressure is changing all the time. Humidity, temperature, you've got so many variables. And of course, somewhere like the poles, well, the air is freezing, so that makes it a lot more dense. So you've got probably a lot more atmospheric pressure pushing on you in the first place, so you would appear to weigh more. There's so many other reasons, apart from thinking you live on a spinning space ball, that explain those things.
Again, I don't think I live on a spinning space ball. I don't know where you get that from. We live on a rotating
You do.
oblate spheroid globe.
From the guy who says, we're on a disc floating through space when he's fighting the flat earth. But he's not going to be prepared to accept we live on a ball spinning and hurtling and twirling and whirling at supersonic speeds through a vacuum of space. Craig, that's your belief, mate. Stop denying your very own belief, you blowtard. How can you deny you live on a spinning space ball when that's what the Earth is in the globe heliocentric model?
That's what the heliocentric globe model is. It's a spinning space ball.
No, it's not. That's a straw man of what we
With an
say. We
uncontained
live on a
pressurized
rotating
atmosphere.
oblate spheroid globe, not a spinning space ball.
Oh, come on. We've all been
Semantics.
told if you shrink it down to the size of a billiard ball, it'll be more smooth than a professional grade snooker ball. So it's calling it oblate is a bit of a stretch of the imagination.
Well, it is an oblate spheroid. That's why they use Vicenti formula, which takes into account the slight oblateness of the
It's
Earth.
so insignificant, it's not even worth mentioning.
And for that fact, who cares? Who fucking cares? You can still call a football a ball, and it's bloody even way more oblate than a soccer ball. They're still called balls, Craig, so it's still a spinning space ball. However you want to term it and give it an extra 27 miles or something around the center, make it a bit more chubbier, kind of like pizza dough, kind of pear shape.
It is for
According to your
navigation.
own beliefs.
I don't have a belief. You love to straw man, don't you?
You do.
No,
What's
I
that?
don't have a belief. Right. So anyway, I want to talk to you about how gravity is actually used
Good.
in
Let's do
industry, and not just in industry, in military industry, right? So
Military, very important shit. Radio.
yeah. So billions and billions of dollars of research and stuff. Okay, you know what a submarine is, right?
I can't believe you
Yeah?
asked.
You know what that is? A submarine?
I was trying to
Yes,
play
I
that.
know what a submarine is.
Good. You know what a submarine is, right?
Yes.
What's the main purpose of a submarine?
It's how the Germans found the passage under the Antarctic ice wall.
Yeah, never.
Yeah, I had to sneak that in there. I do fully believe that the Germans found the passage under the Antarctic icefall towards the end of World War II, and that's why they basically won the war. And that's a whole nother conspiracy theory to go to for another time. But I think everybody knows what a submarine is, Craig. That was just a ridiculous question. And the main purpose of it, well, you got several, don't you? Mostly it's to travel incognito, to cause more damage towards your enemy and all that sort of stuff. But even so, I still fail to see then, even if you're not using radar pinging off other things, why that would still make you invisible to their radar pinging off other things. So even if you're not using the ping being audible, if they're using the ping, even if you're hearing them, they could still detect where you are. Radar isn't that complicated a thing.
So what's the purpose of a submarine?
To travel underwater.
Well, not just to travel underwater. There's a particular purpose for submarines, especially military ones.
Well, to destroy other ships with your big boom booms and stuff.
To stay stealthy, to be stealthy, to get places without being noticed.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Right. So there's a problem with that because everything about submarines is noisy. Navigation with sonars is noisy. If you use your sonar to look around, then other ships and other submarines will know where you are. So the British military used gravity to solve that problem.
Hang on a sec. You said everything about a submarine is noisy, whereas sonar is actually on the inaudible range of frequency. Like we can't hear radio waves in the air. We need an instrument like a radio to amplify that signal to turn into audible sound, which requires electricity and so forth. But there's a lot of other things about the submarine, which would be far more audible than inaudible radio waves, such as the guys clomping around on deck, the engines, the machinery, all the men making parts all the time, unlike the ISS, of course, which is self-repairing all the time and only needs a crew of a few actors to go around doing science, plucking soft toys out of thin air and pretending to put caps on a shelf. Why do you put something on a shelf in a gravity-free environment? I don't know. But in the submarine, they've got a constant crew of working people doing shit all the time. So null and voiding your sonar radio wave frequency is hardly going to make you inaudible to the enemy in the first place. Plus, you've still got the density, as I talked about, that their sonar would still pick up on. But anyway, Craig seems to think it's very important that we use this gravity to remain invisible underwater.
The
Gravity.
Yeah, they use gravity. So the gravity of the Earth is mapped regularly. Whether you believe it or not, it's mapped regularly from satellites in space, and variations in mass. So if there's an underwater mountain or not, etc., will give slight different readings for gravity, right? So these are mapped all the time, and then these submarines have these mappings. Now, what these submarines also have is an array of very, very, very sensitive accelerometers, which can detect variations in mass around that submarine, and in real time map the underwater floor of the ocean and the underwater mountains around them in real time, using the difference in acceleration that the mass is causing on the accelerometers. They compare those real-time readings with the gravity maps that are taken in the satellites from space to navigate underwater, staying silent using gravity.
See, I am very, very dubious about that whole argument. Yeah, I'm trying to listen to him with a straight face here, but honestly, from satellites in space, mapping under the sea, to making gravity maps everywhere they go, it's getting very, very hard to believe your tall tale here at all. At all. It's just sounds like a bunch of shit, but you're telling the story. I'm going to go with you and believe in your gravimeters, even though I would say they're probably more like a densometer or normal sonar that you say, yeah, you can't use that in case the enemy picks up on you, which for me sounds very sketchy, considering you haven't said how you're dulling out every other single thing that makes you visible. But anyway.
This is called gravity gradient navigation. And in recent times, they used an extremely accurate version which took into account quantum effects and was about 1,000 times more accurate. So this...
Again, even if that's true, I actually strongly fail to see how that could even be useful or necessary. Now, when we're talking about billions of dollars, in your military industrial complex business machine of going around and stealing shit off other people, plundering other countries and taking their wealth, that's pretty much what the military always is and has been doing. Why would you go bothering to waste excess funds on something that could be done at a fraction of the costs, like simple depth finders that fishing boats use, for crying out loud?
This is something that has been done for about 20 years and is extremely well understood technology used by the British, American, and Australian militaries, and is based purely on our knowledge of gravity. So if gravity isn't real, how do these work?
Well, it's a cool story, bro. I say it's just probably density and pressure.
How would it reflect of something which
Well,
nowhere
the
near
depth of the water.
Yeah, as my argument here, I didn't explain it very well because I didn't know how to explain it very well because I never really thought about it before. But if you're in a medium of water and then the land got higher, for example, so it made the water shallower, then the pressure gradient in the water would somehow also be variable and it would measure more dense ground, which is the whole idea of what a gravimeter would be doing in the first place. So it's still a gravity pressure difference. Gravity. I use the word. It's still a pressure difference and density difference of different mediums that even the gravimeter would be detecting in the first place. It's just a matter then of semantics is what you want to call it.
I will have a different pressure. So
it's not detecting the
I
water,
don't
it's
know
detecting
enough
the things
about it to
around it.
comment on it. But if you say it's gravity, then so they're using warp space time to map the Earth.
Yes.
Underwater.
Yes.
Right,
because
cool story.
More masses have more warp space-time more. So if there's an underwater mountain, which means there's more mass between the submarine and the center of the Earth than if there wasn't an underwater mountain, it would have a larger gravitational effect because there will be a larger warping of...
Yeah, exactly. This is what I interrupt him here for and say, hang on. Because this is an argument I've had with Craig multiple times before where he's saying that things weigh less at the top of a mountain. Same as he says you weigh less at the equator than you do from the poles, because the oblateness of the Earth has you further from the center of gravity. So as it would on a mountain, that the mountain itself hasn't got sufficient mass on its own to increase the pull of gravity, because the rest of the Earth out on that same level doesn't have all that mass as well, and therefore blah, blah. But he's saying underwater, it's a different story because where the mountain is. So the explanation I'd already given without even knowing really what the hell I was talking about, because this was sprung on me for the first time and never thought about before, but the density of the water compared to the mountain would mean that the mountain itself is more dense, the water less, and therefore he's contradicting the argument he's used multiple times, and he'll even contradict himself again here.
Space-time. And using
Hang on a
this
sec,
knowledge, they have developed a new method of navigation that is actually used. It is used today. It's being used right now in the world.
It's being used.
But haven't you often said to me before that there's less gravity at the top of a mountain, but underwater mountains have more gravity now? That's a really interesting story. So it changes depending on the density of the medium you're in. Yeah.
When have I said there's less gravity at the top of a mountain?
Hey?
When have I said there's less gravity at the top of a mountain? I've never said that.
Plenty of times we've spoken in the past. You've always said that.
I've said there's less air pressure at the top of a mountain. I've said there's less air pressure. I've not said there's less gravity.
Well, you have, because you say we're further away from the center of mass.
Yeah, but you're not. But you have more mass underneath you. So the fact that there's more mass underneath you is also going into the calculation, which makes there more gravity. If you were at that height, but there was no mountain, then there would be less gravity. But because there's a mountain there, there's still more gravity because there's more.
Yeah, but Craig has actually specifically said to me in the past that even with the mountain, it's less gravity because you're further from it. So they can't stick to their story. As I say, this is one of the things, I'm sometimes anally retentive about things that don't gel well with me in the first place. As far as I'm concerned, the further you got from the center of gravity, the more it should actually be acting upon you, if it was such a thing, because we accelerate as we fall to the ground, do we not? That's the whole point of it. If gravity was the cause, and because gravity is not the cause, it's the lack of density that simply allows us to accelerate. We don't need to use that excuse. But then at the same time, previously, he said at the top of the mountain, there is less gravity because you're further from the center. Nothing about their story is consistent. So if I can find consistency in their story, because now he's saying that the underwater mountain creates more gravity than the water, even though water itself is pretty well dense and it's probably fairly well saturated the ground as well. It just depends how water permeable the rock or whatever it is. It's a pretty poor argument to say that an underwater mountain has more gravity, but an above air mountain doesn't. He's contradicting himself.
The story seems to be always changing, like
the story that's never changed. You just don't understand it, which is what I said earlier. Is the problem?
It's always my lack of understanding that
clearly, yes, you weren't able to
say I don't understand something. I pay attention to when you say things like, "No, there's less gravity at the top of a mountain because you're further away from the center of gravity."
But I didn't say there's less
gravity
underwater.
At the top of mountains have more gravity.
I've never said that there's less gravity at the top of the mountain.
You have. I can find previous.
Okay, well maybe it was somebody else, but I've heard it plenty of times on behalf of your fellow globetards who believe there is less gravity at the top of a mountain because you're further away from the center of gravity.
if you are on top of a mountain, you have to take into account the mass of the mountain in the calculation of the gravity.
Well, that's what I argued previously, and you told me no, because you've heard it.
No, I would never say no, because that's my position.
So, I could probably go through previous conversations we've had. It's going to be very tedious, very hard work, and it's not something I feel like doing or ever probably will do. But I can pretty well guarantee that when it comes to these sort of intellectual or pseudo-intellectual discussions, Craig is probably the only one who's really fully engaged, really talking on a scientific basis. So I have to give him credit for that, because he's about the only one who knows enough stuff, or he can regurgitate enough stuff to even appear slightly capable. Like nearly every other debate I've had, whether it be in modern day debate or on somebody else's channel, is generally speaking, very few of them have anywhere near the amount of knowledge that Craig has. So I can pretty well guarantee that, because when I get told something that sinks into me during a debate, that it was 99% sure that it was Craig who said it, who says that you weigh less at the top of a mountain than you do at the bottom of a mountain. Maybe that comes from the whole boiling temperature of water, for example. Like they said, a billion of water will boil at 93 degrees at the top of Mount Everest, but it's 100 degrees at sea level. And if you go deep down in a mine, that temperature can go up quite significantly before the water itself will boil. So the whole pressure thing of the atmosphere is as much an important factor to everything in physics. The boiling point of water, the weight of things, the measurable weight, the determinable weight. There's so much to it, and I'm pretty well confident that Craig was the one who said that we weigh less at the top of a mountain previously. But now he's vehemently denying it, even though technically he's also trying to say that, he's trying to say that the mountain would make you weigh more. He's going against what he said in the past.
Oh, well. Moving on, I still don't think that there's any attraction of mass.
Well, again, so explain how
submarine
submarine gravity gradient navigation happens if there's no attraction between mass.
I don't know
What
enough
are
about it to
those
say.
enclosed gravimeters, those
That's
accelerometers, what are they detecting and how are they detecting it?
I'd say it's the change of pressure, because if the pressure
They're
of
not
the
able to detect
mountain on the
pressure.
water
They're in
is
an
more
enclosed,
dense than the pressure of the water,
Yeah.
then that's what it's measuring.
they're in an enclosed, vacuum-sealed environment. There's no way they can detect pressure.
He's not listening to me. I'm not talking about the pressure of the gravimeter itself. I'm talking about what it's detecting, the pressure of the environment around it. So if there's less depth to the water but becomes something solid, then that pressure differential would change in the medium, and that's technically what it's measuring. And you can call it gravity in this instance, if that's what you want to call it. That's how they detect oil supplies deep down underground or whatever, is because of the pressure differential. And if you call it gravity, it makes no difference at the end of the day. The result is still going to be the same thing. It's just, again, it's a matter of semantics. I call it pressure and density. They call it gravity. Either.
And they certainly couldn't detect the pressure of something that is, say, 500 meters away from it. But these accelerometers can.
Well, again, I don't say they could detect the gravitational pull of something 500 meters away from it. If gravity is all pulled towards the center of the ground, it could only measure it directly underneath it or above it anyway. So, again, I think that's a poor argument in defense of gravity, when you can only measure exactly what I say it's measuring.
There is no mechanism to transfer the difference in density over that distance to be picked up at such accurate measurements.
Okay, that's fine. I got no problem with that. It can still work on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth's irrelevant here. We're talking gravity. And
We're not. We're talking density. Density of water compared to density of ground. We know the ground is more dense. So it is exactly the same thing, whether or not the Earth is flat or oblate spheroid. It makes no difference when it comes to these sort of things that he's trying to claim, because physics is still physics. Up and down is still up and down anywhere you are, wherever you are. The imaginary thing of something pulling towards the side of the ball or upside down on the other side of the ball, that's all imaginary pseudoscientific bullshit that nobody ever has to deal with in real life anyway.
this shows that gravity is not only real, but 100% matches our predictions.
Yeah, but look, you can predict all sorts of things without it necessarily being the reason why you say it's doing a thing. You know, it's no different from Eratosthenes making his prediction. If he makes his prediction about the circumference of the size of the globe, then he can do his experiment to prove that. But if he actually set out to prove that we had a nearby local sun on a flat Earth, and his experiment would prove exactly that. So it just depends on your preconceived biases as to what you want to believe as to what's the actual cause and what's happening. But it doesn't mean that that's the actual
There's no biases
reason
involved here.
why
Science
people do it.
involves making a prediction based on a hypothesis. And that prediction and hypothesis and experiments that come after have allowed us to develop this technology which can render submarines practically invisible to everything at this stage.
So I still don't understand how the submarine could be practically invisible to somebody else's ordinary everyday sonar. You know, like the cop can read somebody's speed now from 5 kilometers down the road over a hill. We've got sonar that is so effective, like maybe that's part of all the telephone towers we see all around us, and they're using all that technology as well. There is something to be said about that, which don't necessarily get underwater for the submarine. But why couldn't another submarine or another ship be using the very same sort of sonar detection and still find your submarine, no matter how quiet you're being on every other wavelength of things? You still got your physical mass that they could still detect and bounce waves off. It's to me, it's a little bit of convincing yourself because you want to believe it. You'd have to come up with better technology than that to make yourself invisible and silent and non-existent to the enemy. The enemy isn't that stupid.
So the fact that this technology is used needs an explanation if gravity isn't real, because it matches everything we say about gravity 100%. There is no other explanation for what is happening other than it is gravity.
The first thing you do in science is make your observation. And so then if your theories fit that observation, you can call it whatever you like. If you want to call it gravity, that's fine. I've got no problem with that.
Okay, you can change the name of it if you want. You can call it whatever you want, but it's still the effect that we call gravity, and it shows that that is real.
Well, as I said, I just want to call it density and different pressure gradient. And for me, that works because those things can be measured as well. Different pressure, different density. Water has a density, land has a density. Underwater land would have a density, and you could probably measure that quite easily, even if you weren't using sonar, whatever other method you want to use. It's not going to make you invisible. Call it whatever you will.
So you admit that gravity, or whatever you want to call it, is real?
I admit that all the observable laws of physics are real, absolutely. I just don't believe that it's attraction of mass that can cause us to live on a globe and cause giant warships to cling to the sides of oceans or the bottom of oceans. I just think all that stuff is absolutely nonsense.
But that knowledge
everything behaves as though it's on the
top
surface at all times. Everything behaves as if it's sitting on the top of a flat and level surface, especially at sea, or planes fly on a flattened level. They never adjust for curvature. Nothing ever adjusts for curvature.
Yes,
so why would you even believe in it? You know, you just have to have gravity, this attraction of mass, to make the impossible possible. We don't need that.
Thanks for dropping by, Shawnee B. Always good to see you, mate. You're always a good, positive bloke to have around. So thanks for coming by. Sleep well. It's only 4:44 here. Exactly. I think it might be time for another nip.
We can just make all our laws of physics on what we actually observe, just as all engineers do, all Navy warships, all friggin' airplanes, everything.
Okay, but your laws of physics do not explain gravity gradient submarine navigation, which is a real thing. And if it can't explain it, then it doesn't work. But my physics, actual physics, hold on, I just let you speak for ages. Real physics, physics that I went and learned at university, physics that everyone that has ever studied understands, knows that it can work and does work based on our understanding of gravity. So what you did there was you accepted that gravity, that could be an attraction at this little level, but that can't be responsible for Earth being a globe and ships sticking to the side, blah, blah.
Well, that's right. It can't. And that's the whole point, is it works in our immediate vicinity of up, down. That's it. It does not for 1 second prove that the ocean continues on this massive, massive, massive curve that ships and everything can cling to, that submarines will automatically adjust for to stay the same depth under the water too, and planes will fly the same thing, always on the level above. So it doesn't prove your ball at all. It's a weak argument. Even if we accept gravity as an actual thing that measures in the pure up and down, even if we granted you that and said it is a force of attraction, which I don't, I'm just saying even if, it's a density gradient of the stuff that we measure, and you can call it gravity if you want, because it just means weight, which I've explained again. Everything is of mass. The weight of mass determined by the density times the volume. Simple stuff. We don't need invisible pulling force of bigity to navigate under the ocean, to navigate above the ocean, to navigate anywhere on land. We don't need any of that. You're just using that as an excuse because you really desperately want to believe in magical invisible pulling force of bigity so much. Never been proven, never needed, unnecessary, whatever. Carry on.
Except ships being on the side of the Earth, being held there by gravity, matches the same predictions that were used to create gravity gradient navigation for submarines. So yes, it does say that it can do that. It matches our predictions. It matches our model. And we have all of the images from space, which also match it up, that you have to just say are fake, because otherwise your argument is destroyed. Your biases hold you back from admitting any picture from space ever is real.
It's not a bias. It is. It's a detection of bullshit that says, yes, they are fake. You can see they're fake. Everything about them is fake. We've seen how they fake them. It's been proven. It's been documented.
It's never been
exposed.
Proven.
We know it's all fake. Heaps of NASA spokespeople have come forward saying they've never been to space.
No one from NASA has ever said that.
They fake everything. They fake everything. It's been
no one from NASA has ever said. No one from NASA has ever said that.
Talk over me. That's it. It's another strike, Craig. They have said it. I've seen multiple documentaries. There's a difference between you and I. I don't just watch the things I want to believe or want to follow. I just happen to watch enough random stuff over the years, which includes multiple things, including various conspiracies where the CIA has come forward and admitted that they call it not a space agency. That's what NASA stands for. I've seen ex-NASA people who are high up admit on camera in an interview that we don't just fake one or two things. They fake everything. Once you get that under your skin or into your brain and you understand everything as they do is fake, then it becomes obvious, it becomes apparent, and it makes sense. They have to fake everything. I mean, yeah, I've got another little clip here saved onto my phone just of, I don't know how best to share it, but it's got links to all these official NASA documents, and each and every one has highlighted the bit where it says, assume a flat and stationary Earth, assume a flat non-rotating Earth. All of it, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of documents where they've admitted, and official written documents used for actual physics, that the Earth is assumed to be flat and stationary. And you can't just say that to make things simple, because if you did that, then when it came down to reality, and the reality says that rather than being flat and stationary, it's actually curved at 8 inches a mile squared and is rotating at 1.35 times the speed of sound, and it's hurtling around the sun at 86.8 Mach, and it's also, the sun is moving at another massive speed, but we're just going to assume it to be flat and stationary. You'd be dead in an instant if you didn't calculate for reality. So to be saying that you are accounting for a stationary, non-rotating flat Earth, then nothing that you do would work if that's what you were doing and you based all your official formulas on. You'd be dead. We'd all be dead. We would never be flying, ever.
They've never been to space. They never have. They never will.
Ross, there is nobody from NASA that has ever said that. You just lied.
There's been dozens of them.
No, there hasn't. There's been none.
There's been plenty.
There's been nobody
you're just using your own confirmation
bias
bias.
come out and said
your
that
fingers
space
in
is
your
fake.
ears and go la la la, and they don't do that.
Ross, there is nobody. There is nobody, right? There was one video of two people that said that they worked for NASA, right? Turns out, no, they didn't. One of the women was literally just the wife of a janitor, and the other guy made a music track for them once. Yet on his bio, on Amazon, he wrote a whole thing about him being part of the NASA team working at the South
Sephora.
Pole.
I think that's
right.
Take that up with the guy who proposed
there is no NASA employees that have come forward and say that it's all a lie and everything's fake. That's just not true.
Why did his bio say that he did work for NASA?
Because he wrote his own bio.
Right.
That's what.
So, and this is a thing here where the thing that Craig's arguing here, he was arguing on Facebook with somebody about something by two authors. One was, well, they were both supposed to be NASA employees. And now he's trying to deny it because they're denying the credentials of the guy. And so, to me, I don't base my facts solely on the strength of one or two whistleblowers. You know, they're just one or two out of hundreds or dozens at least, probably hundreds, who have come forward, and other independent investigators who expose it. It's all fraudulent. Even the government themselves regularly admit to it. Even freaking the Columbus disaster, whatever you call it, Columbia disaster, has been proven fraudulent. 6 at least out of the 7 people are still alive. Even if you found one of them, that would be enough to say the whole thing is faked. If they get away with faking one thing, you have to assume they are faking everything, whether they do or don't. Even when they do something real, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Once you've been busted doing it once, that's it. Your credibility is gone, especially when you're a top-tier government information agency who's basically controlling the world's belief in things that are going on. You know, that we're talking about. We're not just talking about a few minor things like a cover-up of, oh, we were going to invade this country, we wanted to take it over, we were going to fake them invading us, kill some of our own people, and then people will be angry enough we can fight back and go and invade that country. That's just a very small thing compared to what NASA are doing, which is to beguile and deceive the entire world. It's huge. It's bigger than anything biblical, that's for sure.
Oh, you can write anything.
So you can just write whatever you like in your own bio, can you?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay, like Professor Dave. He's not a professor.
Well, he's actually a professor because he taught at a university, which is the literal American definition of a professor.
Well, he actually did it illegally because he wasn't qualified.
So no, he did do it. He did it legally because he was a teacher's assistant. So
a substitute teacher.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make you a professor then if you're an assistant.
Technically, if you teach the class, you are. Then you went then that was just the first time. Then you went on to teach physics. And you actually did it at a proper college as the actual lead person teaching, which makes him an actual professor according to America. So again, just
anyway, move on.
Research a little bit.
I don't want to talk about that credit.
I've researched quite a bit, and I've seen him be exposed quite through his own words, no less, mind you. He's dropped out multiple times. Turns out he hates chemistry. You know, he's made multiple confessions. A lot of people have put collations of them together.
He said that he dropped out of college twice, but he's also then finished college courses.
Yeah, sure. It's a good story.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Wonder.
Yeah. Still don't make him a professor.
I mean, the fact that he taught at college makes it.
As far as I'm concerned, you know, when it comes to gravity, Newton just had it basically covered. You know, an object. What is it?
So,
you know,
so Newton
everything
was
at rest remains at rest.
So this is the thing. Is absolutely, the more I discover about the laws of density and buoyancy, resistance being the buoyant force that pushes things upwards, that prevents things dropping. Otherwise, a thing will drop and will remain dropping until something else resists it or another force acts upon it, which comes from the resistance. Is Newton really knew what he was talking about. He was spot on. And I believe he specifically said that he does not believe in a force of mutual attraction because of the mass. So when you fully understand Newton's laws, you'll see he is actually speaking relative density beautifully. It's only then when Einstein really had to insist that even though the sun goes around the earth, after saying that nothing can detect motion of the earth, he still wants to believe in it so much, gets his special theory of relativity, wins awards for it and all the rest. But yeah, Newton is actually onto it. Yes, I don't question that, Craig. Just because he might have been wrong about some things, he was probably right about a lot of things as well. And if you interpret them correctly and don't believe in them in an invisible pulling force due to biggity, but just understand it as natural density, it's really simple and straightforward.
Another force acts upon it. And then the thing reacts to that force, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So things
What did
don't
Newton
drop
say about
until the
gravity,
force
though?
is placed on them to pick them up in the first place.
What did Newton say about gravity, though?
Well, these are his laws of physics. That's
No,
what I'm just
no,
saying. These are
specifically,
very
what did
basic
Newton say
things we
about
all learned in
gravity?
high school. An object at rest remains at rest unless acted
Yeah.
upon by another force. So
Ross, listen to
why
the
is it at
question, bud.
rest? Because it's resisted by something dense enough to resist it.
Ross, listen to the question, dude.
Okay, so he wants to keep talking over me. I'll give him that. He's successfully talked over me while I'm just trying to simply explain Newton's laws. He wants to go and talk about the other things Newton talked about, which we can't memorize everything from school, put it that way. You know, like, what did Newton say specifically about gravity? I'm pretty certain what I heard him say is he thinks it's entirely unlikely that there is an attraction due to mass. That's what I believe he said, but obviously Craig is anally retentive memory towards something else.
What
Has
did
to then
Newton
speak over me.
specifically say
So his
about
superiority.
gravity?
I wasn't there. I didn't hear him. I forget.
Well, you would have learned this in school.
I think he turned around and said that it's a ridiculous notion from memory. The last thing I read about him saying that it's
No, he
impossible
didn't
to
say
think that
gravity
anything
was a
could be
ridiculous
attracted on
notion.
the basis of mass attracting mass.
Right.
I'm
Again,
pretty certain those are his words.
what was the law that he created for gravity?
I don't know what his law he created for gravity. I'm just telling you the laws of physics.
I
which
thought
is
you said
object
you
of-
understood. I thought you said you
at
understood
rest
gravity.
remains at rest unless acted upon by another force.
Yeah,
And an object
gravity
in
creates a
motion will
force.
remain in motion unless acted upon by another force, and that force is resistance. So it stays at rest due to resistance from
Yeah,
the
so
mass.
gravity
from the
makes a
density of
force.
the
Yeah,
mass.
you're right. So anyway, you said that you understood gravity, so you must know what Newton's law of universal gravity and attraction says.
Well, I don't, because I don't believe that there is a universal
But you said
force
you
of
understand
attraction.
gravity. Were you lying when you said that?
I'm telling you, I understand physics, the simple, observable, everyday, observable laws of physics that everybody lives and works and plays in every day. It's simple sort of stuff. You don't have to.
Look, the whole point of it, being able to put links in the chat, Karen B, is probably in the comments you might be able to do it afterwards. I said, I mean, Karen B's unkempt bush. You know, you can trim it occasionally, I guess. But what did you say up here? You brought up that one which I addressed in the last one I did with Mark Reed. Was it Mark Reed? I addressed it recently anyway, about specifically why the sun will not change in angular size. So to keep on bringing up the same old shit that globers bring up every single time in every single argument that ever comes up, why doesn't the sun change in angular size? Pay fucking attention, man. Like, we shouldn't have to be repeating this same sort of thing every single time, man. It's due to the proportion of the percentage of the amount of total distance traveled. When you travel more than 50% away from you up close, it will shrink. Bring it up close, it'll appear really big. But once you're already the size of that whiteboard away, if I traveled my finger all the way across it, the size of the finger ain't going to change size, angular size whatsoever. So when you're seeing it from horizon to horizon and it's already a really long distance away, you ain't going to see shit in change of size because it's not more than twice the distance away. It's not getting more. It actually gets higher as it comes closer as a result of perspective. And everything moves in those lines of convergence. So to keep on bringing up those same old arguments in the chat and then want to go and put links in to interrupt what's going on, man, it's rude and it's ignorant, and it's time you just did some study outside of every single time you come across somebody talking about the flat earth who talked about this stuff 100 times before, man.
Overly complicate things with theories.
But earlier on,
theories of attraction.
Don't change the subject, Ross. You specifically said that you understand gravity. Those were your words.
Well, yeah, I understand gravity because it means weight. And weight means density of the mass times the volume of the mass.
Something else, not actual gravity then.
There is no actual gravity.
Well, there is. Newton said there was.
Unnecessary. It's an unnecessary extraneous force that is not necessary in all observable.
It is 100% necessary when you're calculating things in engineering.
Yeah, maybe if you're calculating things, but then what is it? It's not bent space-time at all. It's a straight drop down to 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's a measurement of distance over time, not warped space-time. It's direct straight down.
The newtons of force on that an object is creating downwards due to gravity.
Well, that's
and
still
that force
the
changes
weight
based
of it,
on the
isn't it?
position on Earth as well. because the acceleration also changes based on your position on Earth as well.
So he says. So he says that's changed based according to your position on Earth. And yet, in the same room, 2 hours from now, if I had a highly sensitive scale and I weighed this pen down to the very microgram, and then 2 hours I turned it back on, put the pen back on, it will give a different reading. I'm still in the same place on Earth. So that excuse Craig's bringing up here is just really anal, ridiculous, doesn't apply in reality. We know that if we want to give super accurate measurements of something's weight, we use the calibration weight for the scale every single time we turn it on. Then because we know that that's the known weight, we've calibrated our scale, then we can remeasure the pen, and I can guarantee you that unless I'd taken a tiny bit of ink out to write another little strike against you for interrupting me again, it would weigh exactly the same.
It's meaningless. Just because things change at different places doesn't mean that.
Well, it changes based on our predictions of how and where it should change as well.
Well, and that also coincides with
maybe
the warmer
like
and
I said,
colder.
the problem is that you don't understand gravity, right? So what Newton said about gravity is this. Newton said that gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses' centers. That's what Newton said. That was the law of universal gravitational attraction that Newton came up with.
Yeah, but that's what he suspected, but never actually proved. I mean, you can't actually prove that in any logical sense on Earth whatsoever. You can just then assume, then extrapolate then all the amount of attraction of the moon and the amount of attraction of Earth to the sun and the amount of attraction in between, blah, 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 balances each other out. And then you can manufacture whatever size you want them to be to match that theory. But anywhere on Earth, you know, the Cavendish experiment, for example, doesn't mean if we used really, really, really tiny little balls and really, really, really big ones that they're going to attract to one another even faster. Or let's say we used 4 balls all the same size. They should move faster because they're therefore more attraction of mass. In either case, it never worked with the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment, you know, again, I'm not the scientific great mind that knows and understands all these experiments to, you know, the nitty gritty. I understand them well enough to say that there could be other forces affecting them, such as like attracting like. The torsion bar isn't completely at rest. It will eventually come to rest against something, whatever that might be. It's still going to be the other balls. And so you can then say, see, attraction of mass. It could be the electrostatic force because on the ball, the air is constantly circulating around it, which is creating a little bit of friction, which is building up an electromagnetic or electrostatic force of attraction. There can be multiple different things at play that can make the Cavendish experiment seem to work, which still doesn't improve attraction of mass. And yet, so to then use this Newton's law to say that the, you know, half the distance square root times the fucking value of pi and blah, 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 you know, it doesn't prove shit because it can't be proved. It's just a claim that sounds reasonable and logical, a bit like the inverse square law of light sounds reasonable and logical. Well, if that was the case, then the moon would be so bright by the time we landed on it, it would be blinding. So all of these theoretical laws that you can make up and say, that means shit.
It's just an observation written down mathematically. Right. These things happen based on, and this is how to describe it. Newton also said that, please don't ascribe a theory of gravity.
Let me just see if I can get back to that. I do want to hear that one more time because I think it's worth making a note of. Come on, I'm not real good at this mouse. Tiny little moves.
Of mass attracting mass.
Right. Again,
I'm pretty certain those are his words.
What was the law that he created for gravity?
I don't know what law he created for gravity. I'm just telling you the laws of physics.
I thought you said you understood. I thought you said you understood gravity.
Remains at rest unless acted upon by another force.
I can still understand it, even if I can't memorize the way you word it. So I'm going to try and memorize the way you word it so I know how to use it against you next time.
An object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force, and that force is resistance. So it stays at rest due to resistance. from
Yeah,
the
so
mass.
gravity
the
makes a
density of the
force. Yeah,
mass.
you're right. So anyway, so you said that you understood gravity, so you must know what Newton's law of universal gravitation and attraction says.
And just because the law says something, don't make it right either. Like it's said a lot of things like women can't vote, dark-skinned people must ride towards the back of the bus, can't use that toilet, can't go to that school, witches must be burnt at the stake. There are multiple things that the law has said throughout history that never made them right just because they say it. Anyway, Craig, spit it out one more time.
Well, I don't, because I don't believe that there is a universal
But you
force
said you
of
understand
attraction.
gravity. Were you lying when you said that?
Come on. I'm waiting. I've got the
I'm
pen.
telling you, I understand physics, the simple, observable, everyday, observable laws of physics that everybody lives and works and plays in every day. It's simple sort of stuff. You don't have to overly complicate things with theories.
But earlier
or
on,
theories of attraction.
don't change the subject, Ross. You specifically said that you understand gravity. Those were your words.
Well, yeah, I
Relative
understand
density.
gravity because it means weight. And weight means density
so
of the
you
mass times the volume of
understand
the mass.
something else,
Simple.
not actual gravity. Then
Relative density explains it
There
perfectly.
is no actual gravity.
there
It's
is.
an
Newton said there was.
unnecessary. It's an
Oh, what did Newton say,
unnecessary,
Greg?
extraneous force that is
Trust
not
me.
necessary in all
It is
observable
100%
physics that we do.
necessary when you're calculating things in engineering.
Yeah, maybe if you're calculating things, but then what is it? It's not bent space time at all. It's just straight.
So calculating of things is describing the things, and it is not saying why the things do the things that they do. That's what I want to really, really strongly stress, that the calculation of the thing is just a more concise observation of the things. And no matter how accurate and anally retentive your calculation of it is, does never explain the why of the thing. It explains the what. And then once you understand the what, well, even that doesn't explain the why. It's still only explaining the what. The 100-kilogram lead ball dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared and the tiny little marble falling at 9.8 meters per second squared doesn't say there's an attraction of gravity or an attraction of mass. But we'll listen to this again, because this apparently says otherwise.
Drop down to 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's a measurement of distance over time, not warped space time. It's direct straight
calculate
down.
the newtons of force on that an object is creating downwards due to gravity.
Well, that's
And
still
that
due
force
to the
changes
weight
based
of it,
on the
isn't it?
position on Earth as well. Because the
Get me
acceleration
patient.
also changes based on your position on Earth as well.
It's meaningless. Just because things change at different places doesn't mean that.
Well,
you
it
can
changes
still
based
attribute
on
it through
our
gravity.
predictions of how and where it should change as well.
Well, and that also coincides with
maybe
it being warmer
like
and
I said,
colder.
the problem is that you don't understand gravity, right? So what Newton said
okay.
about gravity is
But-
this. Newton said that gravity creates a force that is proportional to the
That gravity creates a force. Write this down. That gravity creates force that is proportional to running out of ink because of gravity.
product of two or more masses.
The product of two or more masses, proportional to the product of two or more masses. I think that having more would actually make it less effective. Damn it, there goes that pen. I knew it was going. Hang on. Two or more. This one's not much good, huh?
And inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses.
And inversely proportional to the square of the two masses. Inversely proportional. Could be the paper, not the pen. Inversely proportional to the square of the two masses. See, they're always going to do all this, square that, root this, root that.
Centers. That's what Newton said. That was the
As the centers. That's what Newton said. So Newton specifically said the gravity creates a force is proportional to the product of two I can't even read my own writing because the pen didn't work. Fuck, and you're going to hate me for this. 4551, we'll go back to, no, not that far. No. That'll do.
What Newton said about gravity is this. Newton said that gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses' centers. That's what Newton said. That was the law of universal gravitational attraction that Newton.
So there you have it. Now we got it. Gravity creates a force that's proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the mass's centers. So first you have to work out the mass's center, then square that center, and then know that it's inversely proportional to the product of that, proportional to the force of the thing making it. See how they can just really obfuscate something in such clever wordsmithery that you think, oh, that sounds really tricky. And then when you try and work it out, okay, well, what is the square of a mass's center? So the square of the mass's center is the distance to the mass. I mean, as I said before, let's say we got a big ball of styrofoam and we've got a big ball of lead. Are you going to say that the distance to the center of the mass from the outside surface is going to be proportional to something of another mass? It makes no sense again. It really doesn't. The distance can only really affect something if the density of the thing is identical. So if everything had an identical density in the whole universe, then such a claim as that might somehow make sense. But in the reality of the real world that we live upon, everything still falls through the medium of air at exactly the same rate, give or take the air resistance factor. And apart from that, the inverse square proportional fucking square of the mass of centers and all the rest of that bullshit are meaningless jargon. Absolutely meaningless jargon.
Came up with. It's just an observation written down mathematically. Right. These things happen based on, and this is how to describe it. Newton also said that please don't ascribe a theory of gravity to me because the fact that my maths describes an instantaneous force doesn't really sit easy with me. It's what I observed, but I don't really like it. He never had a theory of gravity. That was the problem. He just had an observation which he wrote down as law. Yeah, and that observation works, and that law works at non-relativistic situations. If you start traveling really fast or including very large masses, that law isn't as accurate anymore, and you start needing to use Einstein's calculations to remain accurate enough.
How ironic. Once everything starts traveling, but isn't everything in travel all the time in these huge, massive motions? So how could Newton have come up with something accurate in the first place if the Earth was always in motion around the sun and the sun was always in motion through the galaxy? Why then do you need to invoke Einstein's extra special theories to trump what we do observe because you want to believe in these extra big speeds and shit? You know, like if you don't even invent them in the first place and you observe no motion, you detect no motion, hundreds and hundreds of years of scientific experiments looking for this motion, detect no motion, then I think it's a safer bet to say there is no motion, and then therefore you don't need any special theories to improve upon the idiotic that gravity creates a force proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the mass's centers. Did Craig speak clear?
Yeah, but that's then assuming that you are actually traveling, because, you know, as Einstein specifically said, that there is no optical experiments whatsoever that can prove any motion of the Earth, and so that's why you have to invent a special theory of relativity to assume that because the other things are moving,
you missed out a large portion of that sentence. But why did you miss out the rest of that sentence, though? You missed out the large bit of that sentence that is important, where he actually said that there's no optical experiment at the time that can detect the motion of the Earth. What was the rest of it?
despite
No.
Foucault's pendulum having
Right.
existed for
After
three
the
decades
motion
already.
of the Earth, what are the words?
He said, even though he believes, his opinion is that the Earth goes around the sun. But he said it without evidence. That's why all the way back when I had that debate with Ozian about heliocentrism, where I said specifically that even though Einstein said that the claim made after already using the claim made with the evidence that says there is no scientific evidence of the Earth in motion, that therefore making a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens razor says that. So you can't just go and make one argument on the one hand using evidence and then say, even though without evidence I believe this, which is what Einstein did.
Words that come after that.
Well, then he expresses an opinion.
No, right.
He
Say,
believes
all right. So
the Earth goes
you
around
seem
the
to be
sun.
cherry picking the quote. What Einstein
Well,
actually
no,
said was
because
the motion
I
of the
can
Earth.
say,
Wait, hold on.
even
What
though there's a
Einstein
big
actually
elephant in the
said.
room,
What
you
Einstein
can't
actually
see it,
said.
but
We
Ross, hold on.
each other.
What Einstein actually said was the motion of the Earth around the sun.
10-3.
That's it. That's what he said. That he thinks there's no optical experiment, i.e., there's no interferometer type experiment
There's
that
no
could
evidence.
detect the motion of the Earth around the sun.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
we're in that reference frame. That's it. But there's lots of other things that you can do
Reference frame.
to show that there is motion of the Earth.
Reference
You don't
frame.
have to use the confines of relativity and specifically the
frame.
motion of light to detect Earth's motion around the sun. We can do it in many other ways. Stellar parallax is a very simple way. And we can also detect the motion of the Earth around its own axis using other methods, because Einstein wasn't talking about that. So we absolutely can detect the motion of the Earth, just not the motion of the Earth around the sun using specific means that Einstein was talking about in that quote that you just cherry-picked half of.
Well, no, actually, I didn't just cherry pick half of. I explained exactly why, because that which is claimed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That which is made with evidence can be accepted as the truth. And so because there's no optical experiment that can be used to detect any motion of the Earth, says there is no motion of the Earth. So then you start talking about then, he's not talking about that motion. Oh, we're talking about this motion. Oh, spinning on our axis at 1/3 times speed of sound. We can't detect that, but no, hang on, we can detect that. You know, like make up your mind. Or me make up my mind because I know what you're going to say next. Is no, the speed that is 65 times faster, the one is going nearly 88 or 87 times the speed of sound, 66,600 miles per hour, the much, 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 much massiver speed that gives us our annual cycle around the sun. That's the one that they can't detect. But according to the other ones that Einstein was ignoring, apparently he forgot all about the actual rotation. Oh, yeah, we're just talking about the annual rotation about the sun. But why wouldn't you be talking about both at the very same time, since both of them are absolutely vital to the globe belief in the first place? You can't have one without the other. And even if you thought you could detect the littlest one, the little speed of only 1,040 miles per hour, only, unbelievably fast speed, mind you, then surely you'd have to start questioning then, well, if we can't detect the 65 times faster speed of 66,600 miles per hour, then there must be something seriously wrong with the theory in the first place. So you would automatically reject both. You wouldn't just accept one and then accept the one that's even far, 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 far greater, 65 times greater, that can't be detected at all. Still doesn't disprove the first one.
Well, no, because he precluded that with a big, an even longer spiel about the Michelson-Morley experiment, saying that there is no evidence to prove motion of the Earth, even though the Foucault's pendulum had been known for decades prior to that.
And
He
no,
came out
again,
and said
motion of the
that.
Earth around
And-
the sun.
Yeah.
The Foucault pendulum was nothing to do with the motion of the Earth around the sun.
Oh, that's just the rotation.
That was to do with the motion around the Earth around its own axis. And Einstein never had any problems saying there was a way to detect the motion of the Earth around its own axis. The only thing he said was experiments
Hang on, Craig. Hang on. What quote are you using to say that he actually did detect that the Earth spins on its axis? Even though the quote that you're now cherry picking, which part of it that we're left out because it's also part of a much longer speech, mind you. But the part that you're cherry picking is that even though the Earth goes around the sun, you didn't once see him also say, even though the Earth spins on its own axis, did you? You still haven't got anything to actually support the claim that where you say he's had the evidence that we spin around the sun. Like, now, this is where you've got to lie to Glurf.
Like the Michelson-Morley experiment, interferometer type experiments would not be able to detect the motion of the Earth around the sun.
Even on its axis. Even on its axis, it was calibrated to be 100 times more accurate than it would have to be to calculate the motion on its axis. And so you know what they said? They said that the device itself contracted at the same speed that it was traveling at that rate, to say why it could detect nothing, because as it contracted and measured nothing, even though it's doing this, they couldn't detect it.
Because we are already in that reference frame.
Of these insane people.
But detecting the motion of the Earth around its own axis, no problem at all. In fact,
so a tiny
detecting the motion of the Earth around its own axis is so easy that
if the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15.
So this is just rude and out of context. Sometimes you just have to sit and tolerate the rudeness of these people because it's all they got. That's all they got. So it's like, oh, well, if you're going to put yourself into their foray and have these discussions with them, you have to put up with this nonsense where they fabricate these videos. And as you can see, it's, as with all of them, it's an absolute cartoon ball.
Degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise.
We've all seen this, Craig.
If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift.
How much of a drift, Bob?
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, so that was the optical experiment that Einstein was talking about. Foucault's pendulum is not an optical experiment. An optical experiment is something that's like an interferometer. That's what he means by like an optical experiment, by using the movement of light to be able to figure out what you're doing. And Foucault's pendulum is not an optical experiment and is not used for detecting the motion of the Earth around the sun, only the motion of the Earth around its own axis, which is also what Bob detected with that machinery, showing that it matches Foucault's pendulum and that there is clearly rotation of the Earth around its own axis at 15 degrees per hour.
And is this equatorial degrees, or do the degrees change at different latitudes?
No, the entire Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour.
Right. And the entire sky, similarly, according to the theory of relativity, could be the one rotating at 15 degrees per hour while the Earth is stationary. They're both as accurate as one another.
It could be if you are just looking at it, but an interferometer like that has no way of detecting the movement of the star, and neither does Foucault's pendulum. So using either Foucault's pendulum or the experiment that Bob there used disproves the notion that it is the stars that are moving and backs up the notion that it is the Earth that is the thing that is rotating, because neither of those experiments would have any way of detecting the movement of the stars.
Rightio. Let's grant you this 15 degree per hour drift, which is now rotation, not drift. Yes. So it's rotation. How come then the 65 times faster speed, orbital speed, is not detected? It's 65 times greater than the 25,000 mile per hour day spin.
Because that equipment isn't able to pick that up. We are already in the reference frame of the orbital plane.
And I did actually want to interject there while he was also raving on a minute ago, but I was occupied with pouring another drink. One of these ones out of my body in this case. When he says an optical experiment, I doubt that there could be any experiment that humans have done which couldn't be described as optical. The only ones that wouldn't be described as optical would be audible, and perhaps some where you're completely blindfolded and different, and you might feel some sense experience, which they'd be sort of reasonably boring experiments. So unless they're audible or sensual feeling, maybe some blind taste experiments, pretty much 99.9% of the experiments we're going to be doing, especially detecting motion, would be ones that are optical. If you can't see the evidence, it's probably not an experiment that could be done. You know, a blind man doing experiments would be extremely limited. His, 99% of his would probably be audible, you know, or touch or something. But for the rest of us doing scientific experiments in the theories of motion and so on, they would be optical. Foucault's pendulum, optical, because you're seeing it moving. If that's, and you might be assuming it to be due to the rotation of the Earth, but it doesn't mean it is because of the rotation of the Earth. And as I said in an argument the other day with somebody, is the Foucault's pendulum takes about 31.8 days to make a single rotation in the Pantheon. I believe it's set up in France. 31.8 hours on a 24-hour rotation. Everywhere that you are, it should be 24-hour rotation if it's going to prove motion of the Earth. And that's the way that you might be able to determine your latitude as a result of it. So how the hell Craig says that this is a proof of being able to even measure your latitude according to the globe and take more or less than 24 hours to go around once? Makes no sense, really. I mean, if we know there's an energetic force of everything powered by the sun, that everything goes around 24 hours a day, there is this thing, and that's obviously what's accelerated the winds, because the trade winds actually travel towards the east about 200 miles faster than the alleged rotation of the Earth, even though they're just going 200 miles per hour. They're still going the wrong direction faster than the Earth if the Earth was spinning. All of it's just energetic stuff moving except the Earth. It's the energies. And that's why we get the 15 degree per hour drift that we can pick up with sensitive instruments, because that's what they're designed to do, because all this energetic frequency is rotating around us all the time.
So we couldn't also pick up that orbital plane?
That makes no sense. It makes no sense. If the speed exists, then it would be more detectable just because you're in a reference frame.
So the Earth moves at 15
degrees drift. Aren't we already in that reference frame?
Right.
How come one works and one doesn't?
No, because we're tilted against it and we can measure against the actual movement of the Earth around its own axis. But that's 15 degrees per hour, right? How many degrees per hour do you think the Earth moves around the sun?
Well, it doesn't move in degrees per hour around the sun. It moves almost a degree per day, according
exactly, which would be 1/24th of a degree per hour, which would be
but it's
less
still
able to be detected.
6 million miles. Still 1.6 million miles. You know, like we can measure distance. That's
tangential velocity.
You can measure distance in all sorts of things. Why can't we measure distance in space?
There's actually no intrinsic way to measure velocity.
Because it doesn't exist. That's right.
Yeah, but you can measure motion relative to another thing, right?
Yeah, that's right. And so if we're seeing the motion of the stars drifting around at 15 degrees per hour, that's what we're measuring.
But again, there's no way for a interferometric gyroscope or a Foucault's pendulum to be able to detect these stars moving. There's just no way that they could do that. There's no mechanism for that movement to transfer to a pendulum moving a different amount based on its latitude.
So you would think, but we also have tides. We have all different frequency energies. So why wouldn't we have instruments capable of detecting these subtle influences without having to assume that they're a huge physical influence of us actually spinning? Because the atmosphere itself moving debunks it. You know, you can't say that the atmosphere moves with the Earth at the same time that you say you have wind. You can't have both. You can have wind or you can have motion of the Earth plus or minus the wind, but you can't have perfectly still air moving 1,040 miles per hour and then have 180 mile per hour winds being a huge destructive force, because they're spiraling. You know, so some of them are going 1,040 plus 180, you know, and then the others are going less than 180, less than 1,040, to both have exactly the same effect of being super destructive, but they're spiraling. So each and every part of this wind knows exactly which way to go and which amount to adjust for in order to create the illusion of moving with the earth plus being super, super destructive at that particular time. But the rest of the time, when they're all just going 1,040 miles per hour, they do nothing. They appear perfectly still. It just blows the mind that people can actually believe in that sort of shit. It really does. Once you understand the weather and the wind and try and apply that to your spinning spaceball using real figures, not just assuming it all moves with the earth magically 15 degrees per hour for no reason, as you're trying to say your things are detecting anyway. You know, you want the best of everything, best of all three of both worlds.
So how did Michelson and Morley fail then to detect the motion, but a flat Earth?
Well, they didn't fail to detect the motion because they weren't actually trying to detect the motion of the Earth. They were trying to detect the relative motion of the Earth to the ether, which they assumed existed. But what they found was there was no relative motion of the Earth to the ether because the ether didn't exist.
It's a whole bunch of claims that at the end of the day mean absolutely nothing. But they help your argument in no way, shape, or form. They debunk another argument that I didn't even make in no way, shape, or form. You're the one making the claim that everything's moving 15 degrees per hour in order to appear perfectly still, and then wondering why we can have these instruments that can detect it, and then trying to refute why we can also have the weather. Unbelievable,
Gotcha.
Craig. Unbelievable.
They weren't trying to measure, like, you know, what the Earth was moving relative to anything else. They were just trying to show whether there was a movement of the Earth relative to the ether that it existed in. They expected to show that the movement
isn't
through
the
ether
interferometer
would
exactly
change
what a
these.
ring
Hold
laser
on,
gyro is?
as they move through the ether.
So, yeah, it's okay for him to try and interject and talk, but if I try and ask a sensible, logical question, hang on, you know, it is a sensible, logical thing. The interferometer is a ring laser gyro, or vice versa. So, you know, if he makes a sensible interjection and interrupts me and talks, I will pick up on it and I will try and address it, change the topic, but Craig can't do it. Craig's too busy trying to show how idiotic he is.
The position and direction of the light that they were firing, either whether it was perpendicular or parallel to the direction of the movement, should change the speed of the light. There should be a difference in the speed, but they found that the only difference that there was within the margin of error of the machine, which in that case was 15 times less what they would have expected if the ether existed. But what Mike and Morty couldn't do was discount the movement of the Earth around the sun if there was no ether. All it did was show that the ether didn't exist, or that the ether did exist but moved with the Earth, which made absolutely no sense.
So it still makes no sense to me. Like, personally, I don't even really know what the ether would or wouldn't be, even if it did exist. In my experience, we don't need it because the Earth isn't moving. The stars are rotating around above us. The sun has a energetic force. So if you want to call that the ether, I guess that would make sense. But now you're saying that it proves it doesn't exist because we can prove no motion around the sun. All you're trying to do is shoot down an argument I've never even used, because I don't argue for it in the first place, to say that the ether does exist, and you're saying that they prove it doesn't exist, and then you think you've made a point. It doesn't work on me. I'm not that gullible to say, well, if you just prove gravity doesn't exist after I've already said all along that gravity doesn't exist, then you haven't proved a point to me. So the ether, one way or the next, is neither here nor there. Is there an invisible energetic force that wafts around, well, that would explain everything that things like the Foucault's pendulum and the ring laser gyro are detecting, and that would be the ether if you got no better word for it. But if you've already claimed it doesn't exist, then you're not claiming the other thing that we've already proven doesn't exist
Make
either.
the Earth the source of the ether. But then you compare it to all other observations and all other experiments, and when you put all of the information together, you get a globe orbiting the sun in space, rotating around its own axis.
Yeah, cool story, Craig. Cool story.
No
as far as I'm
stories,
concerned,
just
the
facts,
interferometer is exactly the same instrument as what the ring laser gyro is, and I don't see why a flat earther would successfully prove motion while these brilliant scientists.
Oh no, this had been done before. This had been done loads of times before. Bob just did something we'd already done, just more publicly.
Oh, who did it then, Craig?
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, well, the mechanical gyro never does that. Yeah.
How come the only argument the globe has ever used is, thanks, Bob? That's the only one you've ever used. What about all the other ones that you say, well, you've done it plenty of times before? Where are they, Craig? Where are they? Can you show me, thanks, Steve, thanks, Jim, thanks, John, thanks, Fred, all these other guys who've done it, thanks, Albert? No, you can't. All you can do is mock somebody who was done in a mockumentary of the flat Earth. People that actually didn't like the flat Earth and used very clever editing to show things that Bob was saying about one thing that wasn't even said about that particular thing. And then you'd all go, thanks, Bob, because you think your work's all done for you. So you basically think flat earthers are actually some of the greatest scientists of the current modern age, and you've got nobody else. Nobody else. You haven't got Leonardo, you haven't got anybody to back up your experiments, but you can thank Bob for doing what none of you could do for hundreds of years. That's really original.
Incorrect. Absolutely 100% incorrect. So, after Bob and his cohorts did that experiment,
and his cohorts and his editors,
what they did was they went, oh, well, that could be picking up the ether or, some kind of unicorn farts or the heavenly energies or something. So they contacted a flat earther that was an engineer called Stephen P. And they said, Stephen, right, we don't think using the fiber optic gyro was a good idea because we can't discount all the influence of, God sneezing or whatever. So
here he has to use the mockery. It's like, on the one hand, he's saying it's the greatest scientific experiment ever done by a flat earther to prove the globe for us once and for all because we've got nobody else to fall back on. Let's now get another flat earther in here and get him to perform an experiment to come and support the God sneeze, whatever he likes to call it.
So could you build us a mechanical gyro from scratch? And we can then prove to these idiot globers that there is no rotation to the Earth.
So a mechanical gyro from scratch, well, no, that's mining all the raw instruments or raw ingredients would be a little bit too much for even the most highly advanced druid from 1,000 years ago. Even he would say, like, to make one from scratch, you got to be kidding me. How about I just get something that the ironmonger has already extracted from the coal and I'll just use that. But anyway, obviously you don't mean from scratch. You mean using the raw ingredients so we can engineer something that would be designed to be a gyroscope, even though everything that people use in their phones and their other electronic devices can never detect motion of the Earth or tilt or curvature, I should say, as you travel from one place to another, even though the amount of curve that you should have gone over between, say, two cities in the same continent might be the equivalent of, say, 5 miles of curvature drop. That amount would be easily detectable. Doesn't exist. Let's just...
So, Stephen P. built this glorious... Here it is. So this was built by Stephen P.
This is important.
At the behest of Bob and all his friends. So he's talking about it at the beginning and who he is and what he built. So this was what they built. Mechanical gyroscope. And when Stephen started testing it and started recording it, he found that it measured a drift that matches the previous predictions of 15 degrees.
Again, that's exactly what I would expect, because we know the celestials, and more particularly the sun, the number one driver of the giver of light and life, rotates at 15 degrees per hour. So I don't particularly see that as a strong argument here or there. Either way, ether drift, actual rotation, call it whichever one you like, orbital speed 65 times greater should be far easier to detect, so it's 65 times greater, faster. Why can't we be detecting that? And if we are detecting it at the same time as the 15 degree per hour drift, then we would detect it, say, at night time, when the Earth is drifting with the orbital speed, would increase the 15 degree per hour detection of this particular thing. And then if it's going backwards relative to the forwards of the orbital speed, it would measure less. And so you would sort of see a bit of a sine wave effect throughout the day. Did they get that? Yeah, and we're talking about a sine wave effect where the one speed, the 15 degree per hour drift, is a 65th of the amount of the orbital speed. So it would be a massive sort of sine wave detectable thing, you would think, if either existed.
And he tested it in all different orientations, locking it in certain positions, using different RPMs, different speed up, every different way he tested it. Turns out that this mechanical gyro, because it was so precise, way more precise than just a normal one you could get, every single time picked up the exact amount of drift that we would expect it to give if the Earth was rotating. Amazing. And when he went to Bob with this, Bob went, "Well, you're not."
Actually, did he take it to different latitudes, as you've claimed with the Foucault's pendulum? Is that at a different latitude it would be a different one, or is it just taken at the one latitude? Let's try and falsify the experiment. Let's take it to the equator. Let's take it to the pole. Let's take it, every different degree of latitude, and see if it goes the opposite way in the southern hemisphere as it does in the northern hemisphere, as they say the Foucault's pendulum does. Did you do any of that, or did you just get this guy to build this thing and they did it in one spot and found it sort of matches some of the expectations? What about the rest of them? Where's the change?
Allowed to show that to anyone. And then when Stefan put this up, he tried to sue Stefan, got one of his YouTube channels deleted, but luckily a lot of people then uploaded it anyway. And the evidence is here, but Bob, of course, never told anyone about it. But the evidence exists. Not only did Bob use the mechanical gyroscope, but he also used the fiber optic gyroscope to show exactly the same thing.
I do notice though, as opposed to most other gyroscopes, this one is set in a square base. I'm not saying that makes any difference one or another, but nearly all the mechanical gyroscopes I've seen before are a ring inside a ring inside another ring, not a ring inside a tight rectangle inside a square. But that could be neither here nor there. I'm just bringing that up for conversational purposes. Is mechanical gyros are generally rings within rings, not rings within squares. But again, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying, why didn't they test all the different variables that could have been tested, since they had such a finely tuned, specifically made, can never think of words when I'm doing live, you know what I mean, specifically made purpose built for this experiment. This would be the perfect opportunity then to test it on all the multiple variables. Seems to me they've done it all within this one room on this one small desk.
That the Earth rotates at 15 degrees per hour.
But you know what's interesting about that is just a second or a minute ago, you said something about godly energies, didn't you? Which is quite interesting when you think about it, because heliocentrism itself is all about saying that the sun is God, and therefore by putting it in the middle and all the planets going around it.
No, we don't think the sun's God.
Basic nuts and bolts of what heliocentrism's origin.
Actually, Craig, no, that is heliocentrism in a nutshell. If you don't know that, you don't know shit about your own belief. Throughout the history of mankind, before we had telescopes, before we understood that there are other galaxies and whatever, all that other stuff out there, for all intents and purposes for us, the sun was always the giver of life. We still celebrate Christmas Day to this day. It will come up on the winter solstice when the sun will sink to its lowest under the horizon. That is when it is killed by his evil brother Set and stays in the underworld beneath the horizon for 3 days and nights. And after 3 days and nights, it has risen sufficiently above the horizon, they can successfully say, the Son of God is risen again in accordance with the scriptures. He will always return to give light and life. And so sun, for all intents and purposes, has always been God. It's nothing to be ashamed about. Even flat earthers can accept it. Okay, well, yeah, without the sun, we'd all be rooted. There'd be no life, no plants could grow, no food could be made, no air would be made. You know, the sun is the giver of life. And so it's not a bad thing to say it's God. Where it gets twisted is when the Copernican revolution put the sun in the center, and the Vatican was able to say, finally, we have placed the sun in the center of existence scientifically, and that's heliocentrism in a nutshell. Now, obviously, he's no longer believe that, because science has replaced even further and said, well, it's no longer that. Now the stars are also suns, and they're far greater suns. Ours is just a piece of nothing. It's an insignificant little one. But back in the day when it was put in the center, Lucifer, the light bearer, because Lucifer is the light bearer, that's the original name of the sun, amongst all the others, Helios and Apollyon and all the rest, is that it is the most powerful entity in our existence, in our tiny little section of the world. So now that we make the universe so big that our entire existence is so insignificant, our sun is insignificant, we've basically destroyed God, even though it was Lucifer in the first place. It was so simple to do. This is what the great deceiver has done to the minds of mankind after first putting us around the Son of God. Then it can take it to the next step, the Big Bang, all the rest of it. So it is a huge religious belief. It is all sun worship. It always has been. And maybe eventually one day we'll go back to being sensible sun worship, whereas it is the Son of God in heaven, hallowed be thy name. But Mother Earth is still always going to be Mother Earth, the womb upon which we, the children of the gods, live. So it will always keep coming back full circle, no matter how you look at it. Eventually, you just have to come to accept reality for what it is. It's not religious. It's not necessarily spiritual. It's not superstitious. It's just the way it is. The sun is the giver of life. The mother is the nurturer of life. We are suckling off the mother with everything we eat and drink. She is nurturing us. It's just how it is. She shelters us. She clothes us. Everything comes from the mother. And if we negate the mother into being this tiny, insignificant speck and put her as a tiny little wandering star around the sun, and then turn the sun into some tiny little insignificant star amongst billions of others, which are billions of times greater, you've destroyed all religion, which is exactly what the atheists wanted to do in the first place. Take away any understanding of who we are and where we come from. So it is a religious belief, Craig.
Are all about, because originally everyone they did believe, don't talk over me, please. Originally, when they did believe the earth was spherical, they still believed it was geocentric. Heliocentrism is when Copernicus put the sun in the middle, when the Pope encouraged him to do it because he tried to argue against it. No, it's true. It's quite true.
Yeah, ancient history, though. It's not what we
think
now.
On the stationary plane of Earth that we live upon, we could still think of the sun as the giver of life, the giver of light. So therefore, it's still God, but it's just that we're not going around it. And so
we don't think it's God,
godly energy measuring 15 degrees per hour, because that's exactly how fast the sun goes around on the stationary plane of Earth. 15 degrees per hour.
We don't think that there's a God, though. So, this
godly energy.
Well, that's what Bob thought, but that was just an excuse for what the fiber optic gyro was picking up.
But I thought he said something like heavenly energies, but
Yeah, something like that. Unicorn farts or some such.
The stars
nonsense.
actually do move that slight little bit faster than the sun. That's what the sidereal day is all about. Stars go to 23 hours, 56 minutes and change, whereas the sun goes precisely 24 hours. And that's one way I can hold your feet to the fire. Maybe you can answer this one.
We're not changing the subject right now. We're still talking about the gyroscopes.
Why do we not have to adjust the clock?
We're not changing the subject right now. We're still talking about the gyroscopes and how
we're still talking about time and drift and everything. If we're going around the sun and we're going a degree around the sun every day, Craig, just
let's stick to the gyroscopes before we change the conversation.
So every time Craig wants to change the subject, he can do it straight in the middle of me talking about something, and even when I try to inject something about it, he can still talk over it. But when I'm trying to actually interject something which is still relevant to the time thing discussion, talk over. Don't let me speak. Even though eventually you'll see where it becomes relevant.
Right, I haven't finished talking about the gyroscopes.
This is the same conversation. We're still talking about time and drift.
Well, no, I want to talk specifically about the gyroscopes. Around the sun
yeah, but it is talking about gyroscopes. It is talking about drift because time is 15 degrees per hour. That is the drift. So time and the drift are the same thing, Craig. It's not changing subject. It's your poor understanding of the subject itself that you can't even understand how I'm trying to bring in another angle to the same subject, but
per day.
I haven't finished talking about the gyroscopes.
Need to be adjusted by 4 minutes per day.
I haven't finished talking about the gyroscopes, though.
Well, I agreed with you. They've got that 15 degree per hour drift.
Right, so they do pick up the motion of the Earth then?
No.
Well, they would pick up the motion of something. The sun.
Of the thing they're physically attached to. Yeah.
Physically attached to. But the very definition of a gyroscope means that it's in free spin in its own right. Same as the Foucault's pendulum. It's not really physically attached to the best of your capabilities. If it was physically attached to, it wouldn't rotate independently, would it? It'd be physically attached. So rotating independently and physically attached are two completely different things.
Maybe the sun has such powerful forces that that's what creates everything.
But it also picks it up
around
at night.
The way it does.
It also picks it up at night. So
picked up what?
It also picks up the same drift at night when the sun isn't there.
Yeah, but the sun's still moving.
I had to laugh about that one. I really want to talk about this one. It picks up at night when the sun isn't there. So when you can't see the sun isn't there. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Craig thinks when you can't see something, it's not there. That's seriously what he just said. You can't see the sun, therefore it's not there. It's not going to pick up the drift because you can't see it. Seriously, Craig, that one, I should make a note of that because that's a classic. Can't see the sun, not there. I'll write it down while you're talking. That's just hilarious.
The whole time.
Nowhere near it, though. And you're just saying, it could be this with absolutely zero evidence, so the claim can be instantly dismissed.
Okay, then. So if we are going around the sun, then why don't we adjust our clocks every day by 4 minutes?
And the other one I have to bring up too, sorry to interrupt me talking here, is what was that one where he said pounds are weight, kilograms are mass. And mass is the resistance to inertia. Yeah, I got it.
Because we do it every 6 months instead by an hour.
No, we don't. It's just daylight savings time.
Yeah,
it's just daylight savings time. But if we use the sundial,
to account for the 4 minutes a day. Yeah, we don't do it every day because we do it every 6 months.
It's rubbish. You don't even know what daylight savings is done for.
Yeah. So, the days start getting darker and darker, earlier and earlier because of that 4 minute difference, right?
No, Craig. See, I should have stopped him here. No, the days are not getting 4 minutes shorter per day. And it's got nothing to do with the sidereal time either. The 4 minutes. The 4 minutes, as I didn't explain very openly and clearly to begin with, but let's just do it very quickly now because it's one I use all the time about the 24-hour clock and a sundial. If you use a 24-hour clock and you go outside with your sundial with your gnomon pointing either directly south as we do here or directly north in the northern hemisphere, then where the shadow hits at 12 o'clock, you can set your clock to that and your clock will be exactly right according to 24-hour time. So every single day, you can go out at midday and check your gnomon and it will match midday, 12 o'clock. That's how we know it's the sun keeping time around us. However, in the morning, the sun will rise about 2 minutes later, depending on your topography, and it will set about 2 minutes earlier, depending on your topography, as you're heading in towards winter. The days get shorter and shorter. And in summer, it does the opposite. Once the sun has come outside of the equinox in your local vicinity, then it does the opposite. The sun will appear to rise 2 minutes earlier and set 2 minutes later, but you still have your shadow of the gnomon directly at 12 o'clock. So he's trying to say now that 4 minutes, which is wrong, it's 2, that the sidereal day, because the sidereal day is the drift of the stars. The stars drift 4 minutes per day faster than the sun, which is what gives the appearance of the sun rising in a different house of the zodiac every 30 odd days or every month or so. It's got nothing to do with the length of daylight hours, which is the height of the sun above us. But he's now trying to say that the sidereal time, which is the star time, which the stars are always 4 minutes per day faster in the northern hemisphere anyway, is that that is the reason why, because daylight hours are getting shorter, we get daylight savings and put the sun back an hour to make it so if it's getting dark at 3 in the afternoon, it's now getting dark at 4 in the afternoon, which is completely wrong, completely wrong. And you watch the way he backtracks, because he's got no idea. He's so out of it here. He's completely fucked in the head as to how any of this works. In winter times, the days are already getting shorter, which, you know, let's say it's the sun sets at 8 o'clock on the summer solstice, and then by 2 minutes per day, it's getting less and less and less until we get to after the autumnal equinox. They're getting so short, we actually set the clocks back the other way. So even if it was setting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, now it's going to be setting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, depending on your local time zone area where you live. The clocks go the other way from what he says. Somebody immediately corrects him in whatever chat he's using. What he does with every debate he ever does is always cheating, for want of a better word. You know, like, I don't care if you're getting a bit of coaching here and there from your friends, but what you don't do is deliberately go and talk over your opponent and say, no, I want to tell you how wrong I am. I insist on telling you how wrong, because obviously he was told by so many how fucking wrong he was. This is gold.
That's not the reason why. The reason why is because of your tilt. And in our
version,
and
that 4 minute difference in the sidereal day to an actual day, yes, right? That's why it starts getting darker and darker every day, because of that 4 minute difference.
2 minutes per day, anyway.
Are you just going to overtalk me every
your own model?
I really do. So that 4 minutes every day. No, are you just going to keep over talking me every time I speak?
That's half an hour a week, mate. Yeah, it's not 1 hour every 6 months. It's half an hour a week.
Yeah, but that's why we do daylight savings. Are you going to overtalk me every time I speak?
Yes, Craig. Yes, because you're so fucking wrong. Even I can't shut up and let you make a fool of yourself. But I'll give myself another strike for that. Even though I'm doing it to help you. Obviously, your own chat is doing the same.
Okay, finish the statement, then I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Right, so be quiet. That's why we do daylight savings, because it gets darker and darker by like 4 minutes a day, which is why later in the year it gets darker and darker, earlier and earlier. So then we do daylight savings, so there is more light in the day. That's why we do it. If we didn't
more
do
light
the
in the day, even that is wrong. Even that is wrong. It just means you're changing it from morning to afternoon. It's not giving you more light in the day, Craig. Fuck's sakes. That's just dumbing down on your dumbed down dumbness.
Then it would be darker really, 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 really earlier. And if we didn't do the change, then every 6 months it would be completely out.
It actually goes the opposite way. We actually make the days longer, put the hour later in the evening as the day's already getting longer. So our summer night times are actually later in the evening than it is in winter. And as the days are getting shorter, that's when they actually take the hour back off us, at least here in Australia. Maybe you probably do it differently, but they did it that way in Australia because they wanted to match what good old England used to be like. So they wanted to have longer summer days.
Maybe you're
about
wrong.
the daylight
Maybe
saving
you're
time.
wrong. Yeah.
You're totally
He's
wrong.
been told by about 15 people in his chat, "You're wrong, Craig. You're wrong, Craig. You're wrong, Craig." So now he's like, "Okay, so maybe I'm wrong." How would you know that? He's not even typing here. So there's another thing if he was sitting there and Googling it for himself and saying, "Actually, no, you're probably right. I could be wrong." No, he's just being told. He's getting his ass whipped by his little bum buddies in his chat. And he's going, "Oh, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm, oh, shit, if that many people are wrong, then I better confess it over my opponent here. Like, how would I care one way or the next? Okay, you said you're wrong. That's fine. But you're doing this for the benefit of the people in your chat. You watch how he reacts.
You're totally wrong. You're wrong about it being the sidereal thing. That's not
Daylight
falling per
savings.
day later either. What you do, if you have a sundial
reading.
and you measure midday by the shadow and you set your clock by that, then
Everybody's
each day,
setting
either side of the equinoxes.
Right, let me just
you know, if you're
clarify.
heading
I was
towards
wrong
the-
about that, just so everyone knows.
Heading towards the spring equinox.
See, how could he know? He's even taking a drink while he's getting told by people how wrong he is. You know, at least if you're going to get something wrong, say, "Oh, yeah, I got it wrong." But he's obviously not. He's admitting it because there are dozens of other people correcting him here. It's got nothing to do with what I'm telling him. There's no way. Otherwise, he'd also be doing it for that whole gravity mountain thing as well. He's
And the sun's
Okay, give me a
rising
sec.
2
Give
minutes
me
earlier
a,
and
stop.
setting
Stop
2
talking
minutes
for
later
1
each day.
second. Stop talking.
See what? That's the rudest interruption. Could get 2 strikes, but I only give it 1 because it's only one occasion. But yeah, if you're gonna correct yourself, at least wait till I've finished. Then you might be justified in coming in.
Oh, well, let me finish my thing. Yeah, I'll let you finish how wrong you were.
You babble
And all
so
I'm
much.
saying
Just
is
give me,
either side of
just
the
stop.
equinox-
Give me
babble
1
so
second.
much.
Just give me 1 second. Okay.
So he absolutely insisted on this one. Absolutely insisted. Definitely a double.
Okay. I want to clarify.
It's your
I was
show,
wrong. All right, just give me a fucking second. Jesus.
I just did. Use it, for fuck's sake.
Right. Just want to clarify. I was wrong about the daylight savings thing there. I retract what I said about that. Okay.
You retract, just like that.
But the daylight savings thing
Yeah,
is
now can I
just politics.
Finish explaining
right?
about what you're saying is wrong also about the sidereal day.
But the sidereal day, the 4 minutes a day, that's. I mean, there's no problem with that. So tell me your actual
wrong.
problem with that. I may have missed your problem with that.
We're talking length of daylight hours per day is the
Use
thing.
everything.
We've still got exactly 24 hours in the day as measured by a mechanical clock. So you set your mechanical clock by the sundial. Then as we're heading towards winter, the sun rises 2 minutes later in the morning and it sets 2 minutes earlier in the evening. And when you're heading towards summer, it goes the other way. It rises 2 minutes later the next day and sets 2 minutes later.
That's fine.
Right, okay, so
that's another one.
So there's still
so-
24 hours in a day. But if we're drifting around the sun every
That's
day,
right.
then we're losing a
That's
degree
3.
or we're gaining a degree somewhere. So we couldn't be measuring with an exact 24-hour clock.
Okay,
which measures
right.
360
That's 4.
degrees. We would be out by a degree per day, and we would have to adjust our clocks by 4 minutes per day to keep our clock accurate and to keep the sun overhead at midday.
Now
Okay,
you can
right.
talk,
So,
That destroys the globe.
all right, you finished?
and I can kick the boot in.
I'm finished.
Just want to clarify? Right, okay. No, it doesn't destroy the globe, actually matches the globe, right? So that
No.
4 minutes. No. Are you finished? Are you going to be quiet and let me talk? Or are you going to interrupt every time I try and give an explanation? That's what I just want to know. Are
I was having a drink, Craig.
you going to be
You can
quiet?
keep talking.
Right.
I can
okay.
say no. You can keep talking.
So just be quiet whilst I give the explanation. All right. So if we were to alter the clock by 4 minutes every day, every 6 months, the night and day would switch.
If you didn't adjust the clock, Craig, that's the whole point. Because if the sun is going around if the Earth is going around the sun, the Earth would be out by a degree every single day. It has to be that way. So if you had a mechanical device measuring 360 degrees, it would be out by the degree, which is 4 minutes per day. So unless you adjusted the clock 4 minutes per day and night would swap places. It's a very simple, logical, mechanical equation, which I would expect anybody trained and educated in physics should understand. I shouldn't have to explain it to somebody who is allegedly as intelligent as he tends to be. But sometimes people just get the intelligence educated out of them. They can't understand simple logic things.
Right? Because
No, they would
we
switch if you
have...
didn't.
No, again, like you're talking, I am explaining. Be quiet and listen whilst I am talking, okay? I will let you know when I'm done, okay?
Well, that's exactly what I tried to do. But how many times did you speak over me? 4, 5. We lost count. And then when I finally stopped, and then I let you speak, and I'm having a drink, you still carry on about being allowed to speak. That's not how normal people speak to one another, Craig.
So,
Yes,
if we
no,
change,
Craig, that's not how conversations normally go. Normally people just talk back.
Yeah, but you keep interrupting me when I am trying to explain. So don't
You're wrong.
interrupt.
You're wrong. Why should I let you speak if I
do not interrupt when I am trying to explain?
Not correct you.
Give me a chance to finish what I am saying before you say I am wrong.
Against me.
It would change every 6 months.
Right. Give me a chance to finish before you say that I am wrong. Please do not talk until I have finished talking. Please.
I'll just start.
No, I'm asking you nicely, Ross. I'm asking you nicely.
Go ahead and
please do not talk until I have finished. Okay? Right. Thank you. So, if we were to adjust our clocks every day by that 4 minutes, then every 6 months we would then be 12 hours out. Because we don't adjust, that means that every 6 months we are still have the right time compared to which way we are facing compared to the sun. If we didn't, then night and day would switch every 6 months compared to what we had on our clock. But that 4 minutes adds up to half a day over 6 months.
It's completely incorrect.
No, 4 minutes that's exactly how it is.
4 minutes per day times 7 days a week. That's 28 minutes per week. The sun that would be out of synchronization with the Earth, because if the Earth is spinning 360 degrees, like the clock, the physical mechanical clock, it only measures 360 degrees.
What's it spinning 360
but if the Earth is going 360 and a bit, or it's going 359, then the clock would be out of synchronization with the Earth. That is what part of it is facing the sun. You know, if the clock is always, the 12 is always at the top of a clock, then if you go on a clock's going around the sun, the 12 is only pointing towards the sun once per year. Every other time it's going to be out by about 4 minutes per day, unless you adjusted the clock to point back so that midday was happening at solar midday. It's just a simple, basic mechanical problem that destroys the globe for those who can understand it. So many people can't understand it because it's...
I just interrupt myself there because HE Media says something about daylight savings was done for farmers. I think, if anything, it was the farmers who were most upset about it, because you get used to that virtual, the 2 minutes per day gradual difference to the point where you just adapt to it. So you're getting up 2 minutes earlier to go and milk your cows, and then, or if you're milking them again in the evening. One of the arguments was, of course, because with the advent of television or even the radio, is because these things are programs and they're set to be operating at a certain time of the clock. People started living more and more towards the clock time than they did to the natural time. And so I want to sit and hear my 6 o'clock news in the evening, and I don't want to be doing it while it's still daylight or something outside. I think that's where the farmers' argument comes in. But the biggest one here in Australia is that the Queenslanders, who are a higher proportion of farmers towards city dwellers, maybe it's changed now, but they have a bigger say over there because it's a much bigger land and a lot less city overall, is that their argument was, well, they don't need it because they're a lot closer to the equator, a lot closer to the equator to begin with. But the extra daylight at the end of the afternoon was actually making the farmers' wives' curtains fade too fast. And so by not using daylight savings, then the curtains wouldn't fade as quickly. The American Indians had the same argument that only white man could think cutting 1 foot off the end of a blanket and sewing it to the other end makes a longer blanket. That's exactly what they're doing. That's if the farmer can't work according to the natural laws of light and day and what the animals are reacting to, but has to live according to the television when the nightly news is on, then that's not really working to the farmers. That's talking to the indoctrinated, brainwashed, programmed humanity, who are the ones that came to believe we live on the globe in the first place.
It's a little bit too tricky for them to comprehend that 360 degrees is 360 degrees, not 361 or not 359, it's 360.
So
which is 4 minutes a day.
The Earth rotates 360 degrees in 23 hours and 56 minutes. right?
No. See, that's the problem. The clock, the mechanical clock, is a complete circle, a full circle. That's the clock there, 24 hours. One circle, 360 degrees. You do not get to say that 24 hours is 359 degrees, or that 24 hours is 23 hours, 56 minutes. 360 degrees, 24 hours. Mechanical clock proves it day after day after day after day. That's the story. That's the argument. You cannot turn around and say that the clock and the sundial adjust for one another. It won't work. Only way it can work, sun moving around above us.
That's how long it takes to do one rotation around its own axis. Okay?
Fine.
And that is relative to...
Can I stop you there?
No, you can't stop me there. I'm talking. Don't interrupt.
He's talking.
Right?
Excuse me.
So that is relative to distant stars. Okay? The Earth takes 24 hours to rotate relative to the sun.
So hear that. Hear that. The first one is relative to the stars, the sun. The next one is relative to the Earth, to the sun. You're contradicting yourself. You can't have both, because that would then say that the sidereal day and the Earth day are the same. But they can't. They'll both be that many degrees out to the sun if they're both relative. You want both. You can't have both. You can't even have one to make another, the clock, which you keep ignoring the clock. Keep ignoring it. Keep ignoring it. Keep ignoring it. Then you're saying that the sun, how did you even get to that? That you started with that's because he let me sort of interrupt slightly. He was able to quickly change that. Now, I don't know if you noticed that deception, how he quickly changed it, how he was first talking about it being the Earth relative to the sun going 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds. And then he turned around and said that sidereal day is relative to the stars, after just saying it was relative to the sun. It's some of the most blatant dishonesty I've ever seen. And I sort of regret that I did interrupt there. I'm going to try and get it back to roughly, that's a bit too far. That's about not too far enough. I actually want to listen to how he obfuscated this. Now, you listen carefully.
It's completely incorrect.
No,
4
that's
minutes
exactly how it is.
4 minutes per day times 7 days a week. That's 28 minutes per week. The sun that would be out of synchronization with the Earth, because if the Earth is spinning 360 degrees, like the clock, the physical mechanical clock, it only measures 360 degrees.
Was it spinning 360
but if the Earth is going 360 and a bit, or it's going 359, then the clock would be out of synchronization with the Earth. That is what part of it is facing the sun. You know, if the clock is always, the 12 is always at the top of a clock, then if you go on a clock's going around the sun, the 12 is only pointing towards the sun once per year. Every other time it's going to be out by about 4 minutes per day, unless you adjusted the clock to point back so that midday was happening at solar midday. It's just a simple, basic mechanical problem that destroys the globe for those who can understand it. So many people can't understand it because it's a little bit too tricky for them to comprehend that 360 degrees is 360 degrees, not 361 or not 359, it's 360.
So
which is 4 minutes a day.
Right. The Earth rotates 360 degrees in 23 hours.
See? 360 degrees in 23 hours.
And 56 minutes. Right? That's how long it takes to do one rotation.
Which is false, because the clock rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours.
Around its own axis. Okay?
Fine.
And that is relative to...
Can I stop you there?
No, you can't.
So he won't let me stop me there, but that's what I would have said. The clock rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. So you can't have degrees and hours in two different time frames. Either you've got 15 degrees per hour, which gives 24 degrees and 360 gives 360 degrees in 24 hours, or you don't. You can't claim then that the sidereal day is the Earth's motion when the clock is measuring 24 hours in 360 degrees. It's just, you can't have both.
Stop me there. I'm talking. Don't interrupt. Right?
Fine.
So
Right.
that is relative to distant stars.
So that is relative to distant stars. See what he just said? He just said it was the Earth rotating relative to the sun. And now he's turned around and put in that dishonest thing and saying it's relative to the stars. See what he did there? That's how they do it. They always somehow create this little smoke and mirrors, somehow sleight of hand, and alter it to...
Okay? The Earth takes 24 hours to rotate relative to the sun. But at the same time, the Earth is moving a degree every day.
See? It's just not possible. If the Earth moved a degree per day, then the clock would have to be adjusted by that degree per day. That's it. That's the argument. You cannot have the clock stay 360 degrees, 24 hours, and have the Earth go a degree around the sun without adjusting the clock to keep clock time matching solar time. That's it. I hope more and more people understand it the more times I explain it, because I've never been beaten in this argument. I've been arguing it for 8 years at least, ever since I first heard about it, and thought, it works, it adds up. It defeats the globe because you'd have to adjust the clock. You'd have to.
So that 4 minutes and that 1 degree over 6 months match the clock being in the right position. If we were to adjust the clock by that 4 minutes to match the rotation of the Earth 360 degrees every day, after 6 months, what is midnight would be midday, and what is midday would be midnight. But it's not, because we let that 4 minutes go.
You don't understand how it would work.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm done.
Doesn't not match a mechanical clock.
It does 100%.
You just no. The only way it could work is if it's the sun itself acting as the hour hand of the 24-hour clock, and then it always returns exactly overhead every 24 hours. Now, the morning and evening times change daily, but if it was the Earth going around the sun and the clock is measuring 360 degrees per 24 hours, you're saying it's measuring 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds, but the clock measures 24 hours in 360 degrees. So therefore, the sun is in the center and the Earth is going around the sun.
That's an interrupt. That's a definite interrupt.
No, you're wrong there.
Degree, I haven't finished. And if the Earth is a degree different per day going around the sun, then the mechanical clock will not match solar time. It will be out by 4 minutes daily, and day and night will swap according to the mechanical clock every 6 months without the 4 minute daily adjustment.
So, no, 360 degrees is not 24 hours. That's the problem.
It is. The clock says 360 degrees, 24 hours.
Yeah,
you can't deny the clock.
The 360 degrees of the Earth is not 24 hours.
It would make no difference, because then the clock would still be out by that 4 minutes every degree per day. You know, they're both moving the same time all the time. The clock is still moving, whatever it is, even if you set it to 28 hours or 100 hours, whatever it might be, it's still 360 degrees. It's still going to be that. So if the clock and the Earth are going around the sun, then the solar time compared to the clock would change by a degree per day, which in 24-hour time is 4 minutes per day. It's not really that difficult, honestly.
But the clock.
But yeah, that's why, right, if it was 24 hours, then
it is.
No, if the rotation of the Earth around its own axis was 24 hours, then that would mean that we wouldn't need that sidereal day. But
the sidereal day, as I've explained, is the star time. The stars are moving 4 minutes per day faster than the sun. That is why after 365.24 rotations of the sun, the stars have reset back to their position again. And if it was the Earth being the sidereal time, then that 4 minutes would show on our clocks. But it shows in our sidereal time, the star time, relative to the sun. Sun always comes back overhead 24 hours. The stars at 4 minutes faster difference. So after a year, they're back in their original position. It works so much easier when the Earth itself ain't moving. But even in the heliocentric model, if you really wanted to believe it, you'd have to accept that a 360-degree rotation of anything would have to match the synchronization of the 360-degree rotation of the Earth itself. If you're measuring time, and a clock measures time, and a clock measures 360 degrees in 24 hours. So if the Earth rotates 360 degrees to face the sun again, it would be out of sync by that 4 minutes, and the stars that it's facing outside, which apparently are staying stationary as we rotate around the sun, even though the whole galaxy and shebangs is all in motion as well. Even if we assume then the sun and the stars are staying still and it takes a year for the Earth to go around the sun, in the non-heliocentric model, which is not what their belief is any longer anyway, the clock time would be out by 4 minutes per day. It just has to be. So the heliocentric model, done and debunked and shot to the ground, and I'm probably running out of actually live streaming time now. I look at it. I'm just going to keep running until I run out of time.
Sidereal day is start time.
The sidereal day is the fact that the Earth
4 hours
rotates in 360 degrees. It takes 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, right? And that's roughly 4 minutes different each day. And that's why the days start to change as the seasons go. And because Earth's tilt stays relative to the sun, and as the Earth goes around the sun, if that 4 minutes we adjusted for each day, when we got to the other side, then that 4 minutes would switch what is midnight and midday for the positions on Earth. It would be sunny at midnight and it would be nighttime at midday. But because of that 4 minutes difference and the sun's relative position and its tilt towards the Earth's tilt towards the sun, that 4 minutes every day means that those positions don't swap. It matches what we say.
That's what would happen if you didn't adjust the 4 minutes per day.
No, it's what happened. Yeah, if we didn't, it wouldn't do that. But we don't adjust it, so it does do that.
You also try to bring in daylight savings, adding 1 hour.
Yeah, okay, I admit I was wrong about that. We can move on.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got no idea of your own model. That's the whole problem. Most of those
daylight savings
don't have
isn't
much
really my
idea
model.
of their own model because if the clock says
Daylight
360 degrees in 24 hours, the clock says 360 degrees in 24 hours. You cannot deny 360 degrees in 24 hours. The clock proves the globe is wrong.
No, that's why the days change, even though like the clock stays 24 hours. If the 24 hours, if it matched what the sun and the rotation of the Earth was doing, then we wouldn't have seasons. The sun's position would be exactly the same time every single day, but it's not. It changes.
No, but the time. Okay, so the seasons are easily explained then on our model, since
they're not. You don't have any explanation for how or why the sun moves, so there is no explanation for that.
Well, we don't know how or why, but we can see what it does. So, and what we do see is that it goes around the equator, and it goes around the equator twice a year on the equinoxes. And as it spirals upwards, as it gets higher and higher, it appears to make a smaller and smaller circle. And we see that through the firmament above us. Whether you believe in that or not is irrelevant. What we see is it making a smaller circle because it's getting higher. And as things get further away, it appears to get smaller. And that's what creates the seasons, because the direct sunlight now is making a smaller circle, which is then on the inner side of the equator, the northern side. And so that's when they have their local summer, and the indirect light coming to the outside creates our winter. So then as it gets lower again, and then it passes the equator, and the next equinox, and then it starts creating the summer seasons in the southern side, and then the indirect light shining into the north creates their winter. It's pretty straightforward stuff, but the size of the circuit the entire time doesn't change. It still takes exactly 15 degrees per hour, 24 hours per day, exactly as we measure with a clock and observe with a sundial. Work beautifully on the flat Earth model. It doesn't work for the globe because the globe needs to adjust the clock to make it work. And the sidereal day that you're talking about, the 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds, is actually the motion of the stars themselves. They're also rotating around Polaris, just as the sun is doing, but the sun does it at the equator. The stars inside the equator are more easy to observe them doing this. And because they go those 4 minutes per day faster, after about 30 days or so, we notice that the sun seems to be rising in a different constellation, which is a house of the zodiac. So they divide that into 12ths, which gives us our months and therefore our years.
And I just realized I forgot to unmute my mic when I got back. Bugger. All right. Forget what I just said. We'll just keep going.
And that way we see the sun and the zoo dial rotating around, and eventually they'll match up to each other again, and that turns out to be about 365 and a quarter rotations of the sun, which is hence why after 4 years we put in an extra day into the calendar to make sure our solstices and equinoxes always fall on the same day. It works for the flat Earth.
So you say, it's called this when I try and give a detailed explanation for how the flat Earth model works, because we're not just talking about a 24-hour day in one sentence. We're talking about a 365 and a quarter dynamic days throughout the whole season, which throughout then the eons. The model is not a simple thing to explain. So when I finally try and get the opportunity to explain it in some amount of detail, what's he doing? He's reading his Discord, because you can see when his eyes are looking away there, that's when he's reading something else. And he's doing this with his hand to say, I'm just waffling on. But if you actually listen to the waffle that I was waffling on with, it was very, very pertinent to the discussion and to what the flat Earth actually is, which Craig refuses to even contemplate, let alone listen to how we actually have an explanation for how the things work.
Except it doesn't, because there's no explanation for how or why any of it happens. And
that's the same with your gravity. It's the same with electricity. It's the same with light. It's the same with why water is wet. The same with everything. We actually don't really know how anything works, Craig. We can explain what happens. We can observe what happens. We can make predictions of what happens. We can use what happens. But to say why anything works, yeah, you can't even probably explain why hair grows. You can't say why fingernails grow. You can't say why water is wet. There's so many things that you can't talk about. that assume because you use them and you know them and you take them all for granted. So, yeah, and when I start explaining why things happen the way they do, you just do this symbol and say, he's waffling, word salad, blah, 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 we're not listening.
It doesn't work because so there's that.
There is the azimuthal equidistant map.
No, that's not an accurate map because your country doesn't look
calculator.
Like that. Again,
matches all.
Talking over me. That's another strike. You've now got 20 to my 6 of absolutely abhorrent talking over while I'm trying to speak.
Observations.
No, it doesn't match observations because your country doesn't look like that.
You don't know that.
I do. I know what your country looks like. It doesn't look like that.
Well, I don't know what my country looks like. I live on it, but I've never seen it look like
truckers
Australia.
across it.
There we go. There's another one. For fuck's sakes, man! Every single time, if I try to speak and explain, we don't know the shape of the continents. I've seen maps where Australia looks like some sort of freaking huge triangle, man. None of the maps match actual observations, dude. That's a horrible argument that the globes are constantly falling back upon because all of their maps are so fucking wrong, hideously wrong. But then because we have one of the most accurate maps, they're going to find loopholes in it and say, well, you haven't even got a map. We've got a fucking map, man. The fucking map works. The longitude and time calculations all work perfectly. All the emergency flight landings work perfectly. Anybody that argues or say that flat earthers ain't got a map, globers haven't got a clue. Globers haven't got a map. They've got 10,000 maps and not a single one of them matches with the other one.
It does not look like that.
I just have to take the cartographer's words for what they say it looks like.
You could go and check it, and truckers check it every day.
See, again, what a load of bullshit. Truckers never check a map. They go from one point to another. They take the shortest route between A and B. They don't check the map. Their distances might match between these 2 points. And that matches a picture of an image on a map. But it's got nothing to do with checking the map. You're just full of shit, Craig, as always.
Your country does not look like that.
What did you just call my tree?
Truckers do not check it every day. They
yes, they
travel
do.
From A to B. Nobody sees the country looking like that. We go from place to place, but we've really got no idea.
Truckers measure how far they go, east to west and north to south. Your country does not look like that. Right.
There's not
I want to clear this up about how wrong you are.
Well, I'm trying to respond to you again, Craig, and you're talking over me. That's another one. You're getting worse and worse and worse. And, of course, you're always going to say, well, it's always me talking over you because I'm talking over you, trying to interrupt me, talking over me.
It's the night and day thing, right? So the Earth rotates around its own axis approximately once every 24 hours, which defines our day and night. The rotation is what causes the sun to appear to rise and set. In addition to rotating on its own axis, the Earth orbits the sun once every year. This orbit is responsible for the change in seasons. Now, consider these points. When it's midnight at a particular location, the Earth is positioned so that this location is turned away from the sun.
So what the fuck is all this bullshit you're reading here, Craig? Everybody knows the basics of your model. Reading off this crap is meaningless. You even said approximately 24 hours. And yet we've got a clock. How would the clock be such an accurate timekeeper throughout the year when you can run it 365 times 365 plus 365 every year without adjusting it, except for maybe a microsecond every so often? It's accurate. You would never say approximately 24 hours in the first place. It's accurate every day to 24 hours. Again, if it wasn't, if we were going around the sun, then day and night would swap in 6 months without adjusting the clock. By that 4 minutes difference per day. For fuck's sakes. So you're reading off all this waffle now, wherever you're pulling it out of your ass from, obviously on the same chat. Somebody's sent you a link so that you can read it out and try and make you save some face after you've lost so much.
6 months later, the Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit around the sun. However, due to its daily rotation, the same location will again be turned away from the sun at midnight. The key is that the Earth is continually rotating, so even though the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun 6 months later, The rotation of the Earth ensures that midnight, when the sun is on the opposite side of the Earth from the given location, and midday, when the sun is roughly aligned with a given location, remain consistent relative to the sun.
Again, that's more bullshit. It would make no difference because midday and midnight on the 24-hour clock are still diametrically opposite one another. It would make no difference, Craig, unless you adjusted the clock to match the degree per day of difference around the sun. You have to adjust the clock as you go.
Due to the fact that there is a sidereal day and 4 minutes extra during that 1 degree movement around the sun. To visualize this, think of a spinning top, the Earth with a light shining on it. As the top moves around the light, one point the top will face towards the light and then away from the light in a consistent cycle regardless of where the top is in its path around the light. That's something I wrote for a script and a video I've got coming up. And I've got graphics to go along with it. And it explains exactly what we say and how it is. And whether you accept it or not, that is the answer.
Let me speak.
No belief, that's how it works. Again, we don't need belief.
That's an interruption, Craig. When it seems like you've made your point, you're letting the other person speak, then you can't keep speaking over them. That's another interruption. That's now got you 24 against 6.
We've been to space and seen it.
You're still ignoring the fact that if it's rotating 360 degrees per day as we measure by a clock, then
we don't measure the Earth's rotation by a clock.
It is out by that 4 minutes per day, and unless you adjust the clock,
we don't measure Earth's rotation by a clock. It's not going to be
the same clock time.
We do not measure Earth's rotation by a clock.
No, that's how we measure a day, and a day is one rotation of the Earth, is it not?
Yes.
There you go. So we do measure it by a clock.
Well, no, we don't. No. One rotation of the Earth is not a day. One rotation of the Earth is 23 hours and 56 minutes and 4 seconds. That's what one rotation of the Earth is.
Then why do we measure a clock in 24 hours, 360 degrees?
Because that measures a day, not a sidereal day. What 24 hours is. 24 hours is how long the Earth takes to go back towards its facing relative to the sun. But remember, in that 24 hours, it's also moved 1 degree. Earth's rotation, 360 degrees of Earth's rotation is 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds.
It's 360 degrees, 24 hours, dude.
It doesn't add up.
It adds up perfectly. Do the math.
No, it doesn't.
No. It makes far more sense if you're calling that the star motion. The star's moving as a singular
Well,
body
we measured it. It's not the star motion.
hemisphere.
It's the Earth's motion. Here's Stephen P. measuring it for you right now.
Well, again, that doesn't prove the Earth's motion because the Earth
It absolutely does show that the Earth's rotation. This is exactly what we expect from the Earth's rotation. There's no other explanation for what this is happening.
You don't even show what the
results are.
results
Well, there is, because we've got, there could be plenty of other explanations. You're just jumping to
like what?
preconceived
Give me one explanation.
because you want to believe that. As I said, the whole drift of everything above us, if Earth is sitting still and everything else is drifting, then that creates an energetic force that certain things.
Why can't we measure this energetic force? If there was an energetic force, we'd be able to measure it. We can't. There is no energetic force coming from the stars.
You don't know that.
And we can't measure it.
It's more likely the sun.
We can't. What kind of force would it be? Electromagnetic?
Possibly.
Well, we can measure those. There's nothing.
I would say possibly whatever force that actually keeps the sun itself in motion could be what we're measuring. I don't know what that force is. None of us do. Well, yeah, just like gravity. It's magic.
Gravity is not magic. Gravity is empirical fact.
Well, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not. It's a belief.
It's natural.
It's a theory.
Order of the universe.
It's not a good theory.
Gravity is not a theory.
It's a theory.
It is a theory.
No, gravity is not a theory. Is music a theory?
There is a theory of music, yes.
So is music a theory?
Technically, yeah.
Is driving a theory?
There's also practical music and the theory of music. So, there's both.
So does that not say something about,
your
gravity? Maybe there's just the theory of gravity, but then there's also other things about gravity. Maybe the theory of gravity is just the explanation, just like the theory of music is just the explanation of music.
Yeah, look, that's not a problem. I've got no problem with that.
It seems to be a problem because you just said gravity's a theory, like you're a fucking idiot.
It can still be simplified by the fact that relative density describes all the physics that we need to know and use.
But relative density
The reason
work
why, like,
without
you
some
had
kind
your
of
idiots
force
in
to
the
make
chat
those
asking
things
me,
happen.
why does a feather fall in a
Yes, that's
vacuum?
another
And it's simple,
one.
because
I've probably lost
a
count of
vacuum
a
is
few.
zero resistance. In air, you have some amount of resistance because air has some amount of density.
So why
the feather
does it
sort
go
of
down
rocks
and
a
not
bit.
up then?
Another one.
And if you
Craig,
put it
come
on water, it does go up.
Right,
Okay,
so why in a
best
vacuum
example I can
chamber?
give
Wait
you.
till I'm
Right, so
finished,
why?
Craig.
Right, let's put a feather in a vacuum chamber. Why does it go down and not up?
Just because you're getting frustrated.
Because there's
I'm
nothing
not
to
sure
resist
about
it from going down, but
But there's nothing
the
to
vacuum
resist
chamber
it from going
floor,
up either.
the vacuum chamber floor will resist it because
But there's
that's
nothing
just
to
where the
resist.
base is.
But Ross, there's nothing to resist it from
Everything
going
rests
up.
on a base, Craig.
This is like the dumbest argument that the globetards ever come up with, is they always talk about the vacuum chamber. Why doesn't the feather fall down in a vacuum? It's like, you've removed the resistance of air that would normally give it some amount of buoyancy. You've taken it all away, so of course it's going to drop, and it'll go to the place of the next amount of resistance, which is what Newton's laws say all along. An object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. So the first force that it comes across then is the resistance coming from the floor of the vacuum chamber, because there's nothing in between that and the floor. It's the universal up and down of everything of mass that we've observed to begin with. I mean, if we do 100 tests of 100 times and a feather always drops, then we can say that is the natural tendency of things. We don't have to say, why not up? Why not sideways? We say, this is the scientific observation. This is what happens. Everything goes this way. Everything goes this way. Everything goes this way. 100 out of 100 times it does that. Not once when we release a lead ball do we watch it magically rise up. When we just release it, it doesn't happen. So the natural tendency and the natural law of physics is for everything to head towards the downward place where everything is already of a greater density and therefore a greater amount of resistance. And so when it reaches the place of resistance, such as the vacuum chamber floor, that's when it stops, comes to rest. It's resisted. It's brought under arrest. That's the natural observable law of physics. 100 times out of 100 times. You don't then have to invent, well, why isn't water wet when we shoot it out of a cannon into a fire? Because that's not what we're doing. We're just making natural observation laws of physics. So to say, why not up? It's like, well, has it ever gone up? Will it ever go up? Is it likely to go up? Can you predict it will go up? Or would you predict that the lack of resistance beneath it is going to make it drop to the place of greater resistance where it will come to rest? After all the observations over the 100 years tell you this is what it's doing, you don't have to question the why. The why is a given. It is the nature of things. Just as in the theory of music, the more bass note is more dense. That's why it's called a lower note. And then the more high note goes up. We just call it that. It's just the way it is.
Everything rests on a base.
There's
That's how
nothing
it
to
works.
resist it from going
There's a
up. So
universal
why does it go down and not up?
Because there's a universal up and down. Unless there's
dictates this
resistance, a
universal
thing
up and down?
will stay in motion until another thing resists
So
it.
what you're doing there is
That's
just
it.
replacing gravity with a universal up and down. You're just saying gravity by another name.
Well, yeah, exactly. You can say that, but I'm not saying that it's a force causing it. The force comes from the density of the feather itself and the lack of something resisting it.
All physicists in the world just laugh at you because density isn't a force.
Okay. That's another strike. And because I wasn't really paying attention to see how many times he's talking me over here, I should have probably written down another 3. Ridiculous. He asks a question. I'm answering the question, speaking over me every single time I'm talking.
Resistance to prevent it from dropping.
Right.
So it's reacting to the action that
I haven't finished
in
yet,
the
Craig.
first place, Craig.
All physicists in the world just laughed at you because density isn't a force.
Well, it can be considered as a force.
No, it can't be considered as a force.
Talked over me.
It can, because
no, it
you
cannot.
have to have a resistance.
Every physicist in the world disagrees with you.
No, Craig, you got to stop talking over me, because when I'm describing something that can be considered as a force, is if you had a mass with density, like a bullet fired out the projectile of a barrel, hitting something of less density, such as the chest cavity of a human being, it will pierce their heart, and the density of that bullet is what's going to rule the day. It's not even going an up or down different way, is it? It's the mass and the density of that mass under a projected force creates a force. And if you drop to something of a great density from a very high place, it will also create a force which could squash somebody. But if you just gently rested it on them, it's less likely to have that force, even though the gravity is exactly the same. The gravity is still pulling the weight, the exact same amount. It's the momentum of the force, which therefore proves that density is actually a force.
Density
Newton
cannot be
said
a force.
an object in motion remains in motion unless another force acts against it. The force of resistance comes from density of the medium, whether it be the ground, the bottom of the vacuum chamber, the water, the air, whatever that medium is. That's the force of resistance, and that's the other force reacting against something that stops it from moving. Otherwise, it will stay in motion.
Stop it, Craig.
Again, density
everything will keep on dropping forever
unless
unless something stops it.
Density is not a force. No matter how much you say it, density is not a force. Density is just mass over volume. That's it.
Why does this pen not fall through the table?
Because of electrostatics.
Electrostatics. There we go. Why the pen does not fall through the table? Because of electrostatics. Seriously, Craig, you just said the pen does not fall through the table because of electrostatics. And I've heard enough flat earthers try and say that the reason things fall down in the first place is due to electrostatics, but I've never agreed with it myself personally. I always believe it's just density and buoyancy. The density of the table is what resists the pen because they're both solids. Nothing to do with electrostatics. The pen fell through the air because the air wasn't dense enough to resist it, and it falls on the table and it stops. Craig now says on the fly, because of electrostatics. The table has enough electrostatic frequency, vibrational force and stuff to prevent the pen falling through it. So there you go, folks. That's why we're not falling through the ground. That's why everything finds its place according to density and buoyancy, because it's actually electrostatics. Craig has just come out and confessed to the world it's all electrostatics. Nothing to do with the density of the ground or the table or anything like that. Electrostatics.
Electrostatics.
Yeah.
That's not because of the density of the table.
No, because actually most of that table's empty space.
So you say. To me, it feels pretty solid. You know, like
but if you actually looked at it closer, a lot closer, you would find out that it's mostly empty space, and it's just the interactions between the electrons that are stopping your pencil going through the desk.
So the density of the table, basically.
No, it's the electrons. Yes. I just said that.
Yeah, that's what creates the density.
All right, so hold on. Right, let's use that against you. So this spoon is pretty solid steel, and my table is kind of pretty undense MDF, right? So
I thought you said it's basically empty space.
Right,
make up your mind.
Right, I just said. Did you not hear me? I said we're working
with
what you just said. Space. I just said we're working with your logic, so give me a second.
No, this is your logic,
right? This spoon is extremely dense. It's good, solid steel compared to my desk, which is pretty cheap MDF. More dense, less dense. Oh, wait. My spoon's not falling through my desk. Weird.
So do you understand, Craig?
It's weird,
there are three basic principles in
So what you're saying is it's not density.
We've got gas, we've got liquids, and we've got solids.
So what you're saying, Ross, is it's not density.
I'm answering your question.
So it's not density then.
Well, it is, because it's more dense than the air. It will fall through the air.
But it's also more dense than the table, and it's not going through the table.
But relative to the table, it's not dense enough. If you fired it out of a barrel at high speed, it would go through your table. But you know, a solid is a solid. That's by definition a force of resistance, because that's why it's called a solid.
What we're saying, Ross, is it's not just the density, right?
Another one.
It's not just the density. It's the relative density.
What we're saying is the density is just a variable, right?
No, we're saying solids are solids, liquids are liquids, gases are gases. And unless you understand what a solid means in the first place, then unless you're going to fire the solid at great velocity into another solid, it's going to act as a solid and be sufficient to resist it. That's the way it works. If it's a liquid, it's going to be a lot more forgiving and giving, and a more dense liquid may eventually rest at a lower level, as we see in a density tower, but not with solids, man. A solid is sufficiently dense to resist another solid. As I just went through the explanation of when you're dropping a solid onto a human body, which is a fair amount of liquid, can quite easily squash it and turn them into a liquid, a big pool, flat pool of liquid. But if you just gently lower it onto them very slowly, then the body will have sufficient resistant force to prevent it from hurting them so much. But that same mass still has the same amount of gravity that it always had, whether you dropped it from 100 foot or 1 millimeter. It's still the same mass. You have to bring in the motion part of the laws of motion to make them work. Otherwise, you ain't got shit.
The relative density.
No. What?
Object
listen to the words that I just said.
medium.
Listen to the words that I just said.
Interrupt.
What we're saying is that the density is just
From
one
words.
of the variables, correct?
If you're talking solids, yes, that's a variable, yeah.
No,
But usually the
just
solid
density
to
in
the
general.
surrounding
Density
medium.
is just one of the variables. You need to understand this, Ross.
Yeah.
That's what I do understand, and it's what I keep explaining to you, Craig. You just can't understand how solids work.
Good,
But
well
the
done.
medium of the table is dense enough to resist them. Whereas water is not dense enough to resist your spoon, but it's probably dense enough to resist your table. So it's the
Weird.
relative density of something.
Weird that I can get a massive boat like a warship to float on water when steel's way more dense than the water, huh?
I can explain
Crazy.
that one for you. This is an easy one.
Crazy.
Say you've got a kilogram.
And here's the thing.
lead ball.
And hold on. I haven't
Next to you.
finished. And here's another thing.
No, you can't say you haven't finished, because you made your point, and I'd already started to answer. Once a person starts to give you an answer, man, that's when you have to sit back and shut your mouth and don't say, "Oh, I haven't finished, man. I'm still fucking waffling on." You don't get to do that every single time, Craig.
Oh,
Is that about a third of that boat is also under the water. Crazy. It's
So do you want me to
almost
answer that one
it's
for you?
almost like there's a force acting on it or something, which is
You still
creating a
can't
reactionary
finish.
force from the
You still
water.
keep what?
It's
I'm trying
amazing.
to answer you, Craig. I'm trying to
Relative density.
Yeah,
You can
no,
take
no,
a lead
relative
ball. Let's
density
make
does
it
not
nice and
explain
simple
how
for
some
you
of it
so
is
that-
underwater.
so that you-
Interrupt.
Are you finished?
No, relative density does not explain how some of it is underwater
You
and
had
some
fucking
isn't.
finished. You
Yes,
were
it
letting me
does.
answer.
No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
No,
Now,
it
let me
doesn't.
explain it for you, because you're quite simple on this, and for your listeners,
You-
you're also
you can-
very
what you're
simple
going to do
and
is
don't
say
understand
some
relative
dumb
Craig,
things
density.
now, which
let
I'm
me
going to
answer.
use in your
For
next
fuck's
Here we
episode
go.
of Fleur
Let's
City.
take a
Interrupt.
1 kilogram lead ball, we place it into water, it sinks to the bottom. Okay, we retrieve that lead ball, we take it out, we beat and roll it flat, we shape it into a boat. We've now made a container of air. And because it has a greater volume, its relative density to the water is far less, and it will still displace its own weight of water. But
Oh,
because
wait,
it's a
thanks to
container
gravity.
of
Right,
air
if you say
now,
weight, then you're
air
agreeing with
gives it
gravity. Let's
buoyancy.
get that clear.
Again.
Shush, I haven't finished, Craig.
I know, I just want to make
Yeah,
clear that you're
cross.
using gravity
Shut
there.
up.
I just want to make clear that you're using
Shut up.
gravity there.
But
because you said
the
weight.
lead ball is the same density as it always was. The container of the ship is as dense as it always was. It's the same weight that it always was, but now it floats. That's because the relative density, because you've increased the volume sufficiently to make it a container of air, and it will displace its own weight of water, but it will float. And you can prove
Why
that's
would it
become an air
displace its
container
own-
simply by
Yeah,
replacing the
you're now
density of the
repeating
water
yourself.
water
You've
and-
said you
Shut
literally said
up,
that she's saying the
Craig.
same things that you've already said.
For
So why would it
fuck's
displace
sake.
its own weight?
Archimedes' principle.
And Archimedes' principle includes what?
Includes the volume of the object.
Does it include buoyancy?
So now he has to ask arguments because he doesn't understand himself and try and put it all back onto me. We know the Archimedes principle says that the weight of the mass displacing that amount of water is what gives it the buoyancy, and because of the volume of the object, if it doesn't displace it in that same amount of volume, will float. If the ball displaces that same volume, the ratio of its density, its weight, it will sink. So by changing the volume, you've changed the relative density. It's shameful that he has to keep interrupting me and ask me the things that he himself should understand quite simply and basically. But this is what you get when you argue with globetards. You beat them at their own argument, and all they can do then is try and obfuscate you, talk over you, interrupt, be rude, be arrogant, and eventually face the fact they're getting their ass handed to them.
See?
Well, of course, it describes buoyancy.
Yeah. And what's in the formula for buoyancy? That would be gravity.
In the formula. Who gives a fuck about the formula? It's not about the formula. The formula is what you do to measure the what happens. And what you've got in the formula with your little g is, again, it's the displacement rate of something distance over time. It's not even relevant in the medium of water because it's not the same outside of air. It's only the displacement rate of something in air is the 9.8 meters per second squared. So the minute you try and put that into a formula, you're measuring shit. You're not explaining anything about the why. Just a way of applying it to the other human-made measurements, such as kilograms or pounds or newtons or whatever you want to use, Craig.
No, if you're measuring it, if you're measuring it for engineering purposes, you might use the downward force of 9.81 meters per second squared if you wanted to, but that's not a force. It's just an observation of the rate.
It's an acceleration. Right, it's not a force. That's an acceleration, Ross. Force is the measure.
It's an observation of the rate of things stopping the medium of air. That's all it is. It's an observation.
Yeah,
that's all buoyancy is.
Acceleration due to gravity. Due to gravity.
It's the same. It's the same weight of lead and the same amount of it, but the volume, volume has changed.
And that acceleration changes where you are on
An empty
Earth.
balloon drops to the ground,
Yeah,
but you inflate a balloon, it drops to the ground. It's relative density.
Hold on, stop.
Craig, I'm talking, man.
Again, that acceleration changes where you are based on Earth, matching the predictions of gravity.
Oh, God. So what? What's that got to do with anything if it changes by tiny little increments? It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It matches the predictions of gravity. It changes by the amount gravity says it should change.
What, because of the centripetal force or centrifugal force? Or
because of the centrifugal force and because of the distance in the center to the center of mass. The difference in
it could just be the relative density of the air surrounding it. Yeah, it could be anything so insignificant it's irrelevant. It's not even worth mentioning. Look, if I take an empty balloon, we take an empty balloon, okay? An empty balloon, if you drop it, it falls to the ground, right? You inflate it, and you tie a knot into it. What's it do? It wafts to the ground. It's still the same balloon. It's still got the same mass, the same amount of rubber or latex or whatever it's made out of. But because its volume has increased and it's now 99% air, it has less. It has more buoyancy in air because its relative density has changed from when it was just an empty balloon.
Another one.
Say what?
Buoyancy, which is a result of gravity, of course.
But it's the same balloon as when it was empty. It's actually got more volume.
You changed the force. What you did was you changed the variables, and now the gravitational force is creating a buoyant force.
Yeah, relative density.
No, buoyancy. Density is just one of the variables.
The density of the air is what's given the buoyant force. Right. Because now,
why does the density tower go sideways?
Less dense.
Why does the density tower go sideways in a centrifuge?
Say again.
Why does the density tower go sideways in the centrifuge?
What's that got to do?
I don't know enough about density towers and centrifuges. I've never heard that one before.
You know what a density tower is, right?
I'm trying to answer your question.
I do know what a density tower is. Absolutely.
You put one in the centrifuge and you spin it, and the density tower goes sideways with the denser thing, aligned sideways rather than up and down, because we have changed the direction of the prevalent force. There is now a greater acceleration acting outwards from the center of the spinning motion of the centrifuge that is in than there is due to the acceleration due to gravity pulling down. So now we've changed the direction of the force, meaning the density tower is in a different direction. If it was literally due to just density, then there wouldn't be a reason it would be now going sideways.
Nothing about that matches gravity, though, does it? Because in gravity, if the Earth is spinning, it's pushing everything outwards, which would be pushing it up. But instead, it finds its place according to density by coming down. Now, when you put in a centrifuge, the outward force is the upward force, the equivalent of. So you've gone and just totally contradicted yourself again, as you always do, by applying a force which was non-existent. Now you've made an existent force of spinning things outwards, which would be the equivalent of spinning up away from the center of the Earth, because it's away from the center of the centrifuge. Outwards is upwards. Now, all of a sudden, the upward force has the more dense thing at the most upward position. You've debunked yourself again.
The density
because
let me finish. The density
okay.
arrangements are due to the force created by gravity. There's no reason for density to arrange itself without a force to create that.
You just said it was a centripetal outward force. How is that even equivalent to gravity? It's the opposite of gravity.
That arrangement. That force is created by gravity.
No, you've changed it altogether. You've just told me there's no longer gravity. It's the centripetal force pushing it outwards.
I didn't say there wasn't gravity anymore.
You did. You just fucking did, Craig, as you talked over me again when I'm trying to speak. You got to learn to stop doing that, Craig. You rude and arrogant little prick. You got to fucking stop doing that, man. I was answering you. You just said gravity after describing it's an outward pushing force. And now you're trying to talk over me again as I'm explaining it to you.
I didn't say there wasn't gravity anymore. I didn't say there wasn't gravity anymore.
I'm answering you.
But you lied about what I said, because I didn't say there wasn't gravity anymore. What I said was now the prevailing force is from the centrifugal acceleration, because that's stronger than the force created by gravity pulling down, because it's going faster.
So you've overcome gravity.
Yes.
So gravity's now become irrelevant in this example, and saying it's a different force pushing it outwards.
Showing that there has to be a force to create that density tower.
The force is the resistance. Craig, listen carefully. It's the resistance.
Resistance can't push down to create a density tower.
Container of your density tower.
There is no resistance creating density towers.
And the more dense material is going to get pushed out further because it's more dense, and that will then push the less dense stuff further towards the center because
there's a force pushing them out. Yes,
so you created a density tower based on density.
Because there's a force pushing out, creating. Ross, no, because there's a force pushing out, creating that density tower.
You're a horribly rude person.
You have overtalked me way more than
I'm trying to answer your question.
You have overtalked me way more than I have overtalked you, so do not get on your high horse.
At least I stopped when I asked.
I
don't keep doing it.
No, you don't.
There's another.
You've been way worse than me. I let you ramble for fucking ages, and I get 2 seconds in, and you overtalk me. Right? So let me finish my point, and then you can continue. Okay? What you have done with the centrifuge is you have created a force pushing outwards. That force pushing outwards is what is aligning the density in that certain order.
Yeah.
If there is no centrifuge, then the main force is the force created by gravity pulling towards the center of the Earth. And now that is the thing that is arranging the density. One force or the other. It shows, when you put it in a centrifuge, that there has to be a force applied to arrange the density.
No, it shows again that the force is resistance, and that resistance comes from density, from the density of the container, which is a solid, compared to the relative density of the liquids, which arrange themselves according to their own density, according to the forces acting upon it, which in the centrifuge is pushing it
There we go. There we go. The forces acting upon it.
And so when it's standing upright and left to its own devices, then it's
gravity is the force acting upon it.
Sort themselves by themselves. Just like if they did the opposite and they put it in the vomit comet, so everything's in free fall, in the motion of free fall, the resistance comes from the top of the container. So the more dense stuff will get forced towards the top of the container first, then the less dense to the less dense. And as soon as it comes to rest again on the bottom,
it just
that
mixes
reverses
up.
because then the resistance force comes from
All
the
right, stop
bottom.
waffling. Stop
Then
waffling.
calm
Stop
down
waffling.
yourself.
Stop
I'm
waffling.
speaking,
No,
you
you just
answering your
said it.
question, Craig. It's not waffling.
You just said it
You're
yourself,
such a
Ross.
rude person. You tell
You
me I'm
just said
waffling
it-
when I'm actually answering the question.
Yeah,
It's just
you're-
fucking
That's
rude,
it.
mate.
Ross,
You're a horrible
you're
rude
waffling.
Still answering.
Right?
Shut up, Craig.
You just said
Fucking hell, Craig. I was still answering. I hadn't finished. Stop interrupting your guests that you bring onto your channel to speak to you about the things that you are having trouble understanding. For fuck's sakes, man. See, this is why nobody likes you. You're losing credibility left, right, and center, even amongst your own followers. They keep telling you, stop interrupting, Craig, stop interrupting. I just counted fucking 55, 60, 65, 69 interruptions. And that's just gone up about 20 something in the last 10 minutes, man. You're a fucking useless, hopeless, horrible piece of excrement.
it yourself. The force acting upon it. That is the important part. The force acting upon it decides the direction.
Exactly. Therefore, density has to be a force. Otherwise, it wouldn't act that way. It wouldn't be more propelled outwards if not for being more dense versus the other liquids. You know, you've got the centripetal forces making it do it, but when you leave it to its own devices, it will rest a little bit slower, but it's still going to do it because of its own density. So therefore, we have then now established that density is actually a force. Again,
The force acting upon it decides the direction of the density tower.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And the more dense always goes to the most dense, which is the resistance
Because of the
container.
force acting upon it, yes.
That's right, which comes from density.
No,
Density
the
is, in
force
this case, the
acting
force.
upon the density. You can't have
No.
density acting upon the density. There is a force
You can.
acting upon the different densities. The force, in the case of it just sitting there, comes from gravity. The force in the case of a centrifuge comes from the centrifugal acceleration of the
then.
mass creating a force. The
Okay,
force
if that
acting...
force-
Stop,
Okay,
stop,
okay,
stop.
okay.
I'm talking. Stop,
No,
I'm talking.
no,
Stop,
I'm asking
talking.
you a question.
so yeah, Craig can talk over me a million times out of a million, but we want to try and stop and establish something. Nope. He must keep insisting on speaking and stop me. Whereas what do? I just keep trying to speak. No, not with Craig.
I haven't finished what I'm saying.
If the force is gravity,
I
while
haven't
you're
finished
chopping
what I'm
your little
saying.
head off,
Hold on.
if the force is gravity,
Wait.
then why in free
Wait,
does the
I
most
haven't
dense
finished
go
what
to
I'm
the-
saying. I haven't finished what I'm
Well,
saying.
I'll give that
I
one.
haven't
Heath.
finished what I'm
Fucking
saying. Right, so you have to have a force to arrange the density in a certain direction in the centrifuge. The force comes from the fact that it's spinning, centrifugal acceleration on the mass equals force. And then it arranges the density, the densest outwards, the least dense inwards, because of the force pushing it out. If it's just sitting there, then it arranges the densest at the bottom, the least dense at the top, the same.
You've said
because
this.
there's wait, shh.
Hang on. All I'm saying is you've said this. You can keep talking, Craig. You can keep talking. But what you've just gone and negated once again, the very same thing is that the spin of the Earth is pushing everything outwards, away from the center of mass. Like the centrifugal force thing that you've just been trying to use to present your very own argument. Only this thing is 4,000 mile radial arm at 1,040 mile per hour speed, as opposed to this tiny little centrifugal force thing just spinning. Well, obviously it's got more RPMs, doesn't it? But it's still got nowhere near the same amount of centripetal force pushing things outward as what the spinning spaceball would have.
Same.
We'll get to the
Be-
point.
the same because there is a force acting downwards on it. The force in this case created by the acceleration due to gravity.
Gravity.
Simple.
You
A
fucking
force
moron.
Okay.
dictates the direction, not density.
Gravity.
Okay, you've proven you're very simple. Why then When it is in free fall, such as in the vomit comet, it's not in zero gravity, it is in free fall. Why does the most dense then go to the top if it's got the same gravity acting on everything?
In free fall, it mixes up. In free fall, it just mixes up. Do you want me to get the video and show you?
Well, they mix it up first.
If you give it sufficient time, it will arrange itself the most.
No, it doesn't. It just mixes up.
That's where the resistance is coming from.
Seen this, Greg.
There's no evidence that happens.
We've just proven resistance is the force, and it is based on the relative density of the different liquids inside of the density tower.
Okay, so here we go.
I've seen the video. Yeah, show everybody how wrong you can be.
Well, no, what we're showing now is that you're wrong, because there is no density arranging in the way that you said. Okay, so right, here we go. So this is before they go into 0G. All right, you can see it arranged.
And he mixes it up, I bet.
And then as they go into 0G, you see it. Right, and now, well, I don't know why they cut it.
You didn't show him mix it up.
But that's what it looks like when they're in 0G. Because you see he's holding on, people in the background are floating. Oh. When they're in 0G, it's mixed up like this. So not 0G, when there are the prevailing force is due to gravity, it's mixed, it's in a order. But then 0G, when they're cancelling out the acceleration due to gravity, there is no order. It just mixed up. That's it.
And at the same time, while he's talking about this, he's just turned around and said, due to 0G or zero gravity. But that's not the case at all. Everything there is dropping according to G. Everything is in motion according to G. The tower, the plane, the people inside of it. How he gets the tower, it means he's actually holding the tower backwards like this as they're dropping, if in fact they're looking down towards the front of the plane. And the way he's sitting, he's actually sitting 90 degrees sideways as well. So it's almost as though they've had to falsify that much of it. They've falsified just about everything. If he's actually holding the tower the correct direction, it should be pointing the same direction as the plane is pointing, which would be straight down. So he's holding it basically sideways. None of that makes any sense according to any of the laws of G and dropity and all the rest, other than to say, when everything's falling at the same rate, even the liquids inside of a falling obstacle were basically suffering no resistance and therefore will not separate themselves according to their density.
And you can see...
Yeah, you have to give it sufficient time to separate.
You can see that he's sitting there. It's not separating. So now they're dropping. Not at all, right?
If they're dropping, they've been dropping the direction of the plane. He's got a strap across his lap.
A bit later on.
Not the greatest example of a density tower, but yeah, it's sufficient for the sakes of the experiment.
So there we go, pre-drop. So on the left, they've got where
the plane would be dropping.
Let me pause it there so you can see.
Well, quite often when people do this, I don't know if you ever worked as a bartender, but often when you want to pour things in different density, you have to do it quite carefully.
On the left here,
even when I'm trying to talk here and just try to interject a little bit of something into it, he's still talking over me. That's another fucking strike, because we're trying to have a conversation. I can't even talk because he's so obsessed with what he's talking about. Can't even listen to the fact that I'm trying to make a relevant point here, where a bartender will layer a drink. He'll lay a drink quite carefully with a spoon so that the different densities don't mix. Once they've mixed, you've lost the whole illusion of your cocktail that you're trying to mix in the first place. So to get it to that pre-drop state tells me that's been in a very careful state of non-drop for quite some period of time. And who would know even what they've used? Some detergent, water and oil. It's a really, really poor example of a density tower, if you ask me, to begin with. But
we've got before they go into 0G. On the middle, they've got during 0G. On the right, they've got just after they drop out of 0G, and you can see the tower is starting to arrange itself again, which shows that you're wrong. In 0G, it doesn't arrange backwards, it just mixes up.
Well, it would if you're given sufficient time.
Have you got any evidence of that?
Well, no, of course not. Because
so we can ignore that comment then, because there's no evidence.
And again, it's not 0G. I don't know why you're saying it is 0G when it's obviously not.
Well, that's what it is. It's a 0G vomit comet.
It's not. It's free fall.
Yeah, which is 0G. Free fall is 0G.
No, it's not. It's G. It's full G.
No, 0G is when there is no gravitational
just dropping
force
at the same speed as the plane, creating the illusion or the simulation of weightlessness. It's a simulator. It's not weightlessness. It's insanity to believe it is. It's full G.
It actually is. Wait, you're in a plane that drops out of the sky.
Yeah, exactly. Drops.
Yeah,
drops.
So you are in free fall. So for your reference, you have 0G.
It just means free fall.
How can dropping be 0G? Floating would be 0G. Dropping is G.
Plane. It's the illusion of 0G. It's a simulation of it. It's the closest they can get to it, but it's not 0G. There's no such thing as 0G because everything will always have density.
All right. It's not exactly 0G. It's technically referred to as microgravity, but it's
not even microgravity. No, not even that. Not even 95% Earth's gravity as the ISS is supposed to be at 250 miles high, going 10 times the rate of a speeding bullet. That's considered microgravity because of moving so fast, creating the illusion of weightlessness or some bullshit. It's not even microgravity. It's full fucking gravity. Everything is dropping at full fucking gravity, man. You can't even call it microgravity. Free fall of everything, including the liquids inside the thing. So once you shake it up, of course they're not going to separate themselves according to the density because they're all falling at the same freaking rate.
Basically 0G. It's simulating zero gravity. It is a zero gravity flight. That's
doesn't matter what you call it. Doesn't matter what you call it. It is what it is. It's full G. 100% G.
Well, except you've cancelled out the acceleration due to gravity, so there's 0G. That's the point.
No, you are accelerating due to gravity.
Yeah, so from your reference frame, the acceleration's cancelled out.
The fuck? No. Everything is accelerating. Nothing's cancelled out. All you've cancelled out is the resistance force of how the liquids would separate from one another because they're all dropping at the same rate. Call that cancel out if you want. That's just a very dishonest way of describing it. It's just called free fall. Full G. Moron.
Right?
If you want to believe that, but that's the same as saying when you're sitting on a train, you're not moving at all. When, obviously the train is moving, so you are moving.
Yeah. Like, but this is literally what Einstein was on about.
Like, staying still around you, you're not moving. This
is literally what Einstein was talking about, like with relativity. That being in free fall is indifferentiable. You can't tell the difference between being in free fall and being in 0G. They are the same.
Actually, you can. If you watch the people in the plane, a lot of them are behaving like it's a crazy amusement ride, like it's the most insane
thing possible. Well, it's going to be turbulence and stuff. That's obviously not perfect.
And when you compare it then to the actors sitting in the studio on cables thinking that they're in the ISS, they're perfectly calm and not reacting to anything whatsoever, and they're going 10 times the rate of a speeding bullet. So you can't tell me that...
Yeah, again, it's not perfect. It's turbulence. But the idea is that within your reference frame, there is no acceleration due to gravity. All right. So for you,
Craig, you know why they call it the vomit comet? It's because the gaseous fluids and stuff inside your digestive system falling at different speeds actually can tell the difference from when you are dropping as to when you are sitting or when you're just traveling in a straight line. They are the things that are going to cause you to start vomiting and give you the nickname for your 0G vomit, comet, drop. Our bodies can tell, even if we can trick our minds into believing that we're not moving at all because we're all falling at the same speed as everything else around us. The trickery and the bullshit that every glober has to convince themselves with to believe in, first of all, non-existent speeds that are massive speeds, and then to just believe in a single dropping rate of 9.8 meters per second squared is floating. It does the head into everything that they believe is actually reverse of reality. It's absolutely It's actually beautiful. If I was the one that was behind all this, trying to convince all these people that we lived on a spinning space ball, and we got them to believe that the zero-G thing is floating and everything moving no speed is moving supersonic, ultrasonic, blah, blah, blah. Immense speeds that the mind couldn't even comprehend, to give the illusion of feeling like you're standing perfectly still. I'd be really proud of how well I did my job of convincing these guys to believe that shit. Honestly, it's whoever did it, the great deceiver is actually pretty great. Fucking hail Satan.
Inside that plane, like, things aren't accelerating towards the ground, right? But obviously that entire plane is accelerating towards the ground. But for you, for your reference frame in that plane, there is no gravity. There is no anything.
You can convince
down.
yourself that, absolutely. You can convince yourself that.
And that's what relativity says. That it's indistinguishable. There's no way to tell the difference. Right? But anyway, it certainly doesn't go against gravity, because that matches all the predictions of gravity, and we just showed that you were wrong about the density tower. So,
well, how come
you remember when earlier, Ross? You remember earlier when I admitted?
Craig, I was trying to respond then. Spoke over me again. It's another strike. Even though I know you think you've now dominated the whole argument, it's all you now because you're on your home run stretch, and you're about to kick me out.
I was wrong about the time zones thing. Do you think you can be a man right now and admit that you were wrong about the density tower?
I wasn't wrong about it. It was just all in free fall at the same time.
I could, but I'm just still about to ask you one more question before I can conclude that I might have been wrong. Is then why they're not, if it's still falling at the same rate as it was previously, but now it's no longer having resistance because everything is free falling at the same time, then why still isn't the more dense mass still collecting towards the bottom? Why does it have to come to rest before it does that?
Because when you are in free fall, you're cancelling out that acceleration due to gravity for your reference frame.
So, in other words, because everything's falling at the same rate.
Yes,
which means that
because you're falling at the rate that gravity makes everything fall. Yeah, because you're falling at the rate that gravity makes everything accelerate.
You've got to stop doing that, man.
That means that within your reference frame, there is no acceleration between you and other things around you.
You don't have to answer what I'm answering.
But do you think that density tower would still work if they didn't have a lid on it as they're falling, or do you think all the liquid would?
Well, all the liquid would probably just mix around it within that space.
Yeah, but would it just come out of the container? Is my whole point. You've got the container containing it. You got the lid and everything. If you remove the lid and you went into free fall, my question is, would it? And you've just said it's going to mix all around the space. So you basically agreed with me is that the container is a necessary part of how a density tower works. You need the solid walls.
So it wouldn't come out the top of the thing if it didn't have a lid on top, would it?
If there was zero turbulence, then probably not. But, there's going to be turbulence and stuff in there. So, who knows? But what it shows is that it mixed around. It didn't settle in any direction when it was falling.
That's right.
You said that when they were in free fall, it switched around. Can you admit that you were wrong about that?
I will admit
Come on, Ross.
that didn't show evidence of what I suspected would happen. But the centrifugal force that you talked about before shows pretty much the same thing. It's just gone sideways. The resistance is still coming from the end base where the most dense stuff gets pushed towards. So given a sufficient amount of time, the density tower probably would rearrange itself backwards
again. So
in free fall.
When you've got centrifugal acceleration, you've got an acceleration. When you're in free fall, relative to you and the density tower, there is no acceleration. So no acceleration, no force being applied, it mixes up. But acceleration. Hold on. Let me finish my.
See, I don't even know if you would call it acceleration. How would you measure that it's acceleration? Like, again, I hear this quite a lot, and I'm open-minded to the idea, but I still struggle with it when they say it's 9.8 meters per second squared. Because if it's the second squared, okay, then you're going 1 second, 1 second. In 2 seconds, you're going 2 seconds. So that's 4. So 9.8 in 1 second. Let's just call it 10. 4 times 10 is 40 seconds. So it's gone 40 meters in 2 seconds. Then in 3 seconds, 3 threes are 9. So 9 tens, it's gone 90 meters in 3 seconds. Something that goes 10 meters in 1 second, 40 meters, 90 meters. What's after 4? 160? 160 meters? I struggle to understand how that makes sense. As I said, somebody has explained it to me once before and it made some amount of sense to me, but I still can't recall it anymore. 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's 9.8 meters a second. Somebody make that make sense to me. I still cannot do it. That rate of acceleration would be so great, your eyeballs would pop out the back of your head. If you're just falling about 10 meters per second, and then you fell another 10 meters plus a little bit, tiny bit, I can't see where the second squared comes into it. I just seriously can't. And then after 3 seconds, is it 9 times 10 meters? You've fallen 90 meters? Well, obviously not. So what is getting squared? Where's this coming into it? Their rate of acceleration would be so dramatic that a thing dropping would soon reach supersonic speed if it's dropping per second. As I say, somebody has made it make sense to me once before, and I'd like to hear that explanation again, but I still can't wrap my freaking head around it, how this rate of acceleration of 10 meters a second squared, I just can't see what could be squared. It can't be the 10 meters squared, because in 2 seconds it'd be 10 squared, that'd be 100 meters. And then in 3 seconds, it would be 100 meters times 30 or 300. No, none of that works. This 9.8 meters per second squared, whoever came up with this genius measurement, well, obviously using stopwatches back in the day, dropping things off the Eiffel Tower, not the Eiffel Tower, the Leaning Tower of Pisa. One thing took 1 second, one thing 1.2 seconds. I seriously can't wrap my head around it, how they measured this out. As far as I'm concerned, the thing dropping is eventually going to reach a sufficient amount of resistance from the air, obviously, that it gets that terminal velocity, and it's definitely not going to be anything to do with meters a second squared. It's got to be one of the dumbest formulas I've ever heard. And the things inside the 0 G, obviously dropping the same amount of dropity, 9.8 meters a second squared, even though they're inside a capsule to give the illusion of not dropping at all and just sitting there floating, to give the 0 G simulation. Again, it makes no fucking sense. One day someone will explain this shit to me and I might get it, but at the moment I'm lost.
When there is acceleration, when there is a force applied, that's when you get the arrangement of the density tower. Only when there is a force applied to start the arrangement in the first place.
So when
but free fall itself is allegedly 9.81 meters per second squared until you reach terminal velocity, correct? So that itself is supposedly the force of gravity, which should still be working on
the acceleration
the whole time. And so
gravity,
it should still be working on the same dense material.
Talking over me again, Craig. There's another strike. Fucking hell.
So there's no reason why the density tower shouldn't work exactly as it does when it's at rest, in accordance with the theory of gravity. But if we call it the theory of resistance, so the resistance comes from a solid at rest. Once they have resistance, then the more dense thing resists the less dense thing, which pushes the less dense thing higher and higher. And that's how you get a density tower. Once you've got rest, you get resistance.
All right.
Now I'm finished, Craig. You can stop reading
bring
the
the
chat.
rumpus in to have a chat with you as well. That's okay.
Yeah. See?
Oh,
see this is what happens. He's been reading the rumpus the whole time, and now all of a sudden rumpus says, let me in, let me speak to him, You're doing a shit job here, Craig. He's speaking all over you. He's making you look stupid. You're embarrassing the globe. And now this rumpus character, Rumpelstiltskin, is going to come in and he's going to yak over me the whole freaking time I will struggle to get a word in edgewise because I have listened to this once or twice before. And this gets hilarious. This is where it gets absolutely hilarious. Bring in the Rumpelstiltskin and watch Craig sit back now and finally his saviour, who's been there in his ear the whole time, telling him, you got to say this, you got to say this, you got to say this, you got to say this. Craig doesn't quite get it because he knows it's bullshit. Rumpus obviously doesn't get it because he doesn't know it's bullshit. He fully believes this stuff. Have a listen.
I can't stay for too much longer, but
all right, Rumpus, I'm sending to the administrator email.
at least I got the gardening done this morning. That was the main thing.
Well, it's been too wet for any gardening here.
Wet for gardening?
Yeah, it's been far too
Perfect
wet
for
for
gardening.
Not Scotland, Scottish wet. Scottish wet is just bad. Right, so one thing I really wanted you to do was to prove to me that you understood gravity so that you were able... I still hold to the fact that you don't understand gravity, which is why you go against it, because you just don't understand it. You haven't a clue what gravity predicts. And
You can't
experiments
disprove
show.
a negative. You can't disprove a negative. So
What are you on about?
what's there
I
to
didn't ask you to
debunk?
disprove anything.
I don't have to understand nonsense in order to debunk nonsense. I can just say it's nonsense and move on and say what is more logical, what's more observable, and what explains
you
it far
do
more
have to
simpler
understand
than-
the thing
than
you are
what's
trying to
frustrating.
debunk to be able to debunk it. You can't just say it's nonsense if you don't understand it.
But I understand it sufficiently, as I obviously showed you by talking about bent space-time and laws of attraction, all that sort of stuff. I've proven that I understand sufficiently to say that I think it's a load of crap because we don't need it. It's
But you didn't
extraneous
even
to
know
our
the universal
observations.
gravitational law.
You could call it a law, but it doesn't mean that laws are necessarily right just because they're laws.
There's no law.
That's
Like,
what
there's
a
a lot
law
of
is.
unjust laws. There's a lot of unjust laws out there.
Oh, dude, there's a different. Oh,
And it might be the English
don't
in you
apply.
that just
Don't
accepts
conflate
tyranny,
scientific laws with judicial laws. Okay.
Either. They're both man-made things that you insist everybody else has to obey in order to make them a law. If you don't obey the law, it's not a law. I fail to see how there's any real difference between a scientific law and a judicial law, apart from the fact of how much sense they make. And either side of the fence can make zero sense. If a law makes sense, then you'll abide by it. I think that's pretty straightforward, Craig. So let's listen to you waffle on
Rumpus,
about
how you doing?
a scientific
Same
law
word.
versus a judicial one.
You there, Rumpus?
No, he's not. He can't even work.
Run away, Rumpus.
He's useless.
Audio from you. Your mic's on, but you're just not talking.
Lights are on, but
Not got the right
nobody's
one
home.
selected.
Bit like a globe brain. The lights are on, but no one's home.
Have you any idea how many flat earthers have failed to connect to a video call with me?
Addicted.
Probably hundreds.
Probably most of them because they want to. You're a horrible person.
I'm not a horrible person. I am a lovely person.
You're a piece of
Most
shit.
of the time, you're actually really horrible. Every time I try to speak, you speak over me, and every time I try to interject a little bit in you,
Well, that's
I'm
because
speaking, and then just waste so much time
because you
saying,
don't
I'm
let me
speaking, I'm
finish
speaking.
what I'm
over me.
saying, and
Everyone
you overtalk me 95% of the
Tell me
time,
how horrible you are.
and then complain that I overtalk you when you do it more to me than I do to you.
When people are having a conversation, it's
70,
quite normal that you
75.
don't just waffle on for minutes and minutes before the other
You
person
do.
responds to
You
something
waffle
you've
on for
said.
minutes and
you
minutes
go
and
backwards and
minutes.
forwards. You just
But
go
you-
backwards and
You-
forwards. That's
Oh my
normal
God, Ross,
conversation.
this is exactly what you do. You waffle for ages and get really upset if I try to interject.
Not all the time.
Yes!
Not all the time.
You're way...
I'm often giving a detailed explanation to the question that was asked of me. You can't call that waffling on if I'm in fact describing the very thing that you've asked. To call it waffling on is just pure and utter ignorance, unwillingness to listen to the answer. And because you don't like it, you're eventually going to sit there going, I don't want to hear this. even though I'm actually addressing the very thing you've asked. It's really dishonest.
Worse than me, and it's incredible you can't see it.
No, I'm not. No, well,
Yeah.
that's just your perspective. You can't see it through my eyes.
80.
No,
Talk over
See
me.
you there.
Talk over me one more time, Craig. There'll be 80.
My wizard powers are preventing him from coming in. Eh?
You shall not pass. Well, whilst Rumpus tries to connect.
Let's try and.
So I gotta get my staff as well. Maybe that will help.
I believe that you've got a staff. Honestly.
Yeah, they work for free. I just have to take them for a walk every day.
Oh, oh no.
That's a pretty good quote, that.
Oh no.
That's what I said many years ago when I got my first staff. People used to comment, "Oh, that's a very nice stick." And I said, "Yeah, it's my staff. They work for free just so long as I take them for a walk every day." Only a wizard would come up with that.
All right. Globe Explained gave me a €50 super chat, but it accidentally got deleted. What you said. I don't think I can restore the message. So if you just message me, Globe Explained, I will read out what you said. Thank you. Christopher Kane did not mean to delete that. It was an accident. Was you there?
Craig's deleting his super chats.
Oh,
And by the way, you're giving me 50% of your super chats too. Did you know that?
Yeah, sure. I just asked my wife because she's the manager.
Listen to that. Now, while we're talking, sure, I'll just talk to my wife. She's the manager. Comes to the end of the conversation when I say, right, Craig, I'm taking 50% of those super chats. No, you ain't getting shit. Fuck you. Anyway, not that I care. I'm not in it for the money. Never have been, never will be, except
Right, yeah.
She said
She can send it directly to mine if you like.
Not to your girlfriend.
Well, fiance. As close as wife.
Oh, right. Okay. So Globe Explains. I'll read this
Grey
now
glass,
so I don't
'cause
forget.
At least she's not an ogre.
husband.
For €50 says, I said, here you have a little something to pay for your psychotherapy. Thank you very much. Yeah, it certainly helped. And Emma's Scottish. I mean, ogres.
$1 million wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, for her. You're right. It wouldn't.
To either therapy.
You know, Rumpus, you having issues?
Fair enough. Come on, Rumpus, get your fucking ass in there.
Rumpus
Who is this
broken.
Rumpus? Is he English or Scottish or something as well? Is he?
He's very English.
Very English? No, no.
Only
TV
something
says
seven
gravity
percent
can't be
Scottish.
manipulated or varied to validate that it causes any effect in nature.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Rumpus. How are you?
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
The Rumpus gets his ass in.
How are you doing, bud?
Hey, Rumpus, how you doing?
Hello. So I'm just coming in.
Hello.
Yeah, TB, you can absolutely manipulate gravity.
Hi.
Just
That's
change
not
the
very well,
distance
thank
or the
you. How are
mass.
you?
That manipulates gravity.
It's
Boom, done.
English.
No worries.
Hello.
All right,
Fucking
Rumpus, I could
Aussie
see you in the
piece of
chat
fuck.
shouting. Well, I could hear, even though you're typing, I hear it as you shouting.
Sorry, yes, I'm having a buzz problem.
In the
For
chat.
some reason, I seem to have done
See?
something dreadful to my. Come on,
Constantly
can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you sound fine to us.
I can hear you.
Okay, I've got some horrible buzz on my speaker.
That'd be your.
Yes, he did call my wife an ogre,
overlord.
but I just
Beelzebub.
ignore that because, you know,
Buzzing your ear.
he's never touched a woman in his life, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, what's going on here?
Plus, you know, my wife's hot as fuck.
You do realise I'm saying that.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
going on here?
Okay. Well, I guess everyone's got their own tastes. That's fine.
Oh God! Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I was being very polite about that. I didn't really want to call her the ogre Fiona, married to the ogre Felicia. I mean Shrek. You know that. Each their own. You know, everybody can shouldn't judge. You know, everyone's got their own opinion. Yeah, I think my woman's pretty damn beautiful. I see people married to other people that I would think less of as being beautiful, but as long as they're happy, each their own. So, Craig, I'm happy for you. At least you're happy, you're in love still, and that's a great thing. We'll never want to take that away from you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wouldn't even try.
I've got some hot.
Fucking hell, Rum.
Those are the
I've got some
geoplaces,
hot. Sorry about this. I've got some horrible buzz and I can barely hear you.
Oh no.
Turn the batteries off, man. Get it out of your
Oh,
ass.
this is just impossible for me to.
We've only got 2 minutes to go.
Oh God! Oh God! Well, I got this horrible buzz, but I'll try and get through it. Yes, hello, chappie.
Very British of
Australian
you.
chappie. You keep on talking about resistance, and you keep on talking about. Craig made the very valid point. Do you understand that density is just a scalar value? Do you know the difference between a scalar and a vector?
Yeah, some things are more dense than others, and some things less dense than others, and that puts them on a scalar vector.
You call it a scale or something. I missed that.
No, scalar. There are two sorts of variables, properties in the world. There are things that have direction and things that don't. So things like temperature,
music.
What direction?
No, we're talking about physics here. So
yeah, the music has a scale. Music has volume.
Do you accept that temperature doesn't have direction?
Different octave.
Well, technically, you say it's going up when it gets hotter.
Oh God!
No,
And
that's
hot
just
air
the
doesn't
value.
rise.
That's the magnitude of it. It doesn't have a direction. Temperature doesn't go in a direction. It's a.
Well, it does. The scale on the mercury thermometer has direction. For fuck's sake, like you're trying to talk about things that are measured on a scalar vector, and trying to tell me they're not. I need density. Somehow does. Let's have a listen to what this Pommy wanker is actually trying to say, because why he brought him in here, even though he's been coaching Craig the whole time, it's probably no wonder why Craig has been making no sense, because he's had this fucking rum pass in here coaching him all the way through this entire discussion.
Property of space.
I disagree, actually. I disagree. I think, hot air rises, so temperature does have a direction.
No, that's the movement of molecules. That's not the temperature. Temperature moves, but the property itself. Okay, let's try something like. Let's try and think of another scalar that might not confuse you. Come
on.
There are two sorts of variable properties in the world, in physics, in the world around you. One has a property, something called a scalar, which has a value, it's a magnitude. And then something else has direction. So velocity, for instance, has a direction. You're going in a certain direction when you move somewhere. Density is an example of what's called a scalar. It has no direction. So when you keep on talking about relative density,
it does.
Then
it's a density tower.
It has no meaning. It cannot be responsible for saying something goes from one place to another.
What the fuck is a density tower, Rumpass? Everything would have a scalar vector, if that's what you really want to bring into the equation of everything. Everything is vibrational frequency and energy, and everything would be on a scalar vector, whether it be up and down, like density and buoyancy, or velocity, might be left to right, or whatever. Everything would be on a scalar vector. So you've started off on a really false premise, coming across as some me fucking git who thinks he could just talk over this Aussie vagrant or whatever you think I must be. I'm going to rip the shit out of you.
Because it has no directional properties.
But
so when you talk about...
We've just explained that, though, with a density tower. We've just observed that the more dense will go to the bottom. That's the direction it tends towards, and then it resists the less dense stuff.
There's no resistance. What's this resistance thing you're talking about? That's just gibberish.
Well, that's the separation of the different densities that we see in a density tower.
This is just waffle. You talk resistance. When you talk about resistance...
How's that waffle? A density tower is not waffle. It's a density tower. For fuck's sake. You stupid pommy git. You're starting off trying to talk over me when I've just explained to you that there's a vector between the more dense going lower in the density tower as the less and less dense gets displaced upwards until we have that density tower equilibrium. That's a vector scale, dude.
That has to have a direction.
How's that waffle?
That is waffle because resistance is a force for a start.
Yeah.
So it has to have direction. So what's this resistance thing? What's this direction you're talking about? Resistance has to have a direction.
And water. Put oil and water in a glass. Mix them up. What happens to the oil?
See, I have to dumb it down to him to oil and water, even though we're talking about a whole density tower of 10 or 20 different things. We'll keep it simple for the pommy git, oil and water.
It gets forced to the top by the more dense water below it. That's directional. That's resistance from the more dense thing.
Yes, and the
Simple as
property
that.
of density. Do you know how density is defined?
Something to do with the
Oh
number
my
of
God, you don't know what
molecules per
density is, do you?
volume.
Right,
Something
so
to
you
do
don't.
Do I know how density is defined? That's like saying what I just described, oil and water. To then try and find a definition for it, to just put it into a dictionary definition just on the spot like that after I've just used a perfect example of how we can differentiate between them. Again, that is just like something only the most ignorant person would ask, to try and put somebody on the spot who's virtually just explained 100% what is meant by a differential of density with a good example, oil and water. Boom. He just goes, "Oh, can you explain the..." If you haven't just got that I just explained it perfectly with an example, you've got no hope.
You know what density is?
Oh, come on. Of course we do. It's so
No, well,
basic.
tell me what it is then. How's it defined?
By the amount of mass per volume.
Ah, right. So there. So that mass divided by volume has no direction, does it? There's nothing in that equation you just give.
That's not what I said. Again, that was the density of a thing. He said to define density, not a density differential. The differential is another thing. That's how we get different weights of different masses of similar volumes, because of the different density. But when you ask to describe what is density, it's like it's the thickness, the amount of the mass in the volume. It should be just a given in the first place, for fuck's sakes.
Given me that has a direction. Whereas you're talking about things. So if you're saying that density is providing the directional, your claim is that density is providing a directional, initiating the directional movement of something. And the thing, the formula you've just given to me has no directional properties at all.
It does, because we're talking about relative density. We're
no.
Two different objects, oil and water.
No, density.
And relative to each other.
You've just given me the formula for density.
And that gives it direction.
You've just given me the formula.
Of course you can't give it direction until you've given it the differentials, you stupid pommy git. Fucking hell, if everything was made of lead, then everything would be lead, and everything would be a solid mass of lead, and nothing would change. But because we have the dynamics of different densities of gases, liquids, solids, a whole mixture put together, then the minute you differentiate the density of one thing to another, that will determine the place where it moves up and down and give it the direction. But you didn't even give that. You just wanted the density. Boom, density of one thing. Of course, that's not going to give it directional.
Formula for density, and there are no directional properties in it.
Well,
it's just mass divided by volume. It's of course called a scalar.
One to another.
So I mean, I'll move. But given you've got to be quick about this, I'll move on to quickly. The example that Craig gave to you of an object in a vacuum. You talked about a universal up and down, which means you're actually discarding anything to do with density, and you accept the property of there is what you call a universal up and down. And as Craig said, that's just another name for gravity. And therefore you've dismissed your relative density as a cause for the movement. You've then said there's this universal up and down, completely independent of your density argument. So you've now got two arguments as to why things move. You've got a universal up and down you described, and this density. Yeah. So what's this universal up and down? Where does that come from, if it's not density?
I just said it is density, you fucking idiot. You put it in a fucking vacuum, it's got zero density. Everything will go down. What the fuck? I honestly don't know where this guy is coming from. He's talking so fast, he's convincing himself of something. The rest of the world is just going, what the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is his problem? What is wrong with you, rumpass? Why are you waffling? Have you got no idea about reality at all?
It is. It's relative density.
No, you just said it's something else. No, hold on. You just said there's universal up and down, independent of density. So where does this universal up and down come from?
Where did I say independent of density? Without density, you've got nothing to compare it to.
Oh, right. So the density is the cause of this universal up and down.
True.
Yeah.
Right. So in a vacuum, and I hold an object in the middle of a vacuum chamber, then I release it, there's the same density above the object as below it. Why is it going down?
because that's where the resistance force always comes from.
Hold
the
on,
base.
it's in a vacuum. There's no resistance force.
That's right.
That's right. There's no resistance force.
Right. So
But
why
the
in a
base
vacuum does it go
will give it
down?
resistance.
Why in a vacuum does an object?
Because there's no
Told you.
resistance until you get to the base.
Yeah, so
Everything
why
must
has
be
it gone
built
down?
upon.
What has initiated the movement? Given the fact the density, there's no medium there. So above the object, there's the same density, i.e. nothing, as below it. So why does it go down?
Okay. Well, what's holding it?
Zero.
What's holding it before you release it?
I'm holding on a string and then I release the
The
string
string. And how do you release the string?
by cutting it.
But it's in a vacuum. How could you do that inside a vacuum?
I could do it electromagnetically. I could press a switch and I could have it be held up by electromagnetism.
Right. Okay. So you've gone from a place of resistance to a place of no resistance until it hits the floor where it finds resistance.
No, why has it gone down?
I just explained it. You didn't hear me, Rumpus. I just said it had resistance. You released the catch electromagnetically, or you put your hand in the vacuum and cut the string, or you released a magnet or something, which was the resistant force. You've taken away the resistant force. In a vacuum, there's no resistance, and so it falls to the place of the nearest resistance, which is the vacuum floor. That's really straightforward sort of shit, man. I can't see why you're so incredulous about this argument when you've already said you removed all resistance by putting it in a vacuum. The only resistance you got then is the thing, which is the switch or whatever is holding it there, which you remove. And then wonder why, with nothing to resist it, it falls. Unbelievable.
Problem solved. Because
Why
you
has it
removed
gone
the
down?
resistance that was holding it. You had resistance. It's
Yeah, I
reacting
had to
action placed
exert a
upon it.
force.
Stop
The
talking
electromagnet or string, whatever, was exerting a force, and the tension. Let's just stick with
That's
the string.
correct.
It's a bit easier for your simple brain. So the string.
Sure.
My simple brain. Whereas you're arguing like a fucking plumber git with the most simple brain I've ever experienced in my life. You can't understand why nothingness inside a vacuum should give buoyancy to something that barely has buoyancy in air. Fucking moron.
Got
for
some
sure, yeah,
tension.
yeah, keep
So
it
the
simple.
string has got some tension. That's exerting a force on the object. I then cut the string. Now the same density of the vacuum above and below the object exists. Why does it go down?
Because there's no resistance from the vacuum.
There's
but
no
there
resistance
was
to it going up
resistance from
either.
the string.
There's
There
no
was
resistance to it
from the
going
string
upwards
because it has
either.
density and tensile
There's
strength.
no
and you've
density
removed
above it.
Hey, moron. Fucking rump ass. What happened if you tied the string to the base and put the feather at the top? What do you think's going to happen before you've even created a vacuum? Yeah, shut up, Fluff. You don't know shit about shit.
Either. There is no density
There
in
is.
the vacuum
string isn't
above
just
the
hanging
object.
there in thin air either. The string has to be attached to something. It's all
Yes, it's one of the things, but I've cut it.
resistance.
It's irrelevant now. I've cut it. So now I
Yeah.
want to know why it goes down rather than up. There has to be a force. yet
because you
there's no-
removed the resistance that was given by the string.
But why
Simple.
is there a force down? For it to go downwards, there has to be a force downwards. What is causing
Well-
that force?
It's impossible.
What object are you dropping again?
Right, I've got a ball. Let's say I've got a ball on a string in a
ball.
vacuum.
Okay. The density
Now
of the
I
ball
then
is
cut
what
the
is the
string.
force.
So there's around the object, around that ball, is the same not zero density medium, i.e. none. Why is it going down rather than up?
Everything goes towards the base. That's why we
Now,
live on
why?
Earth.
Now, right,
We
now,
live
what's
on
causing
Earth.
that? This cannot be caused
don't
by
live upside
density,
down,
can it?
we live
Right,
on
hold on.
it.
You've just said it goes down, but you've just accepted in a vacuum there is the same medium has the same density, i.e. zero, around it. So why is it chosen to go down rather than up?
It doesn't choose. It's allowed
Well, okay,
to go
it
down
doesn't. No, it's not
because
conscious.
there's
Okay, if you don't want to call it goes down, but it
Big
doesn't
no,
go
man.
up.
That's-
Why
that's
does
really-
that happen?
I was trying to answer
because
you. motherfucker.
resistance comes
What
from
resistance? Hold on.
underneath.
There's no
Big
resistance.
no, man.
Why? There has to be a force to cause it
Stop
to go
speaking over
down.
me, man.
There
If
has
you're
to
gonna
be a
ask me a
force to
question,
accelerate it
yeah.
downwards. Where's that force coming from? If the density above the
That's another one.
object is the same as the density
God.
below the object, i.e. in the medium, i.e. the vacuum, nothing.
Shut up.
I keep trying to tell you, that's right. The vacuum has zero resistance, so it simply allows it to go down
But
until
why
it
does it
finds
go
a
down?
place of
Do you
resistance.
understand that for something to
Talking over
move,
me.
it's stationary. For something to move, there
Motherfucker.
has to be a force exerted on. Do you understand
You're
that?
nerder than
Do
crazy.
you
said
understand
that earlier.
Newton's
Correct.
basic laws that if there's no forces acting on it, it'll stay where it is. So when I cut the wire, the string to
That's
it.
a force.
There has to be right. So it's still at the point of cutting it is perfectly still. So something has to cause it to move. There has to be a force to do that. Where is that force coming from?
It comes from the potential energy you put into it when you put it up there and hang it from a string.
So now you've
in the first place.
No, that's not true. So
it is true.
Let's suppose
it's reacting to the force that you use to put it up there in the first place, and you've got zero resistance beneath it, so that's why it's going to drop into the place of greatest resistance.
That's 10 already.
Do you know what potential energy is?
Potential energy, yeah, it's something that you put into something and like
you know the formula for potential energy.
But when you put a ball on a string, that ball has potential energy if you let go of the string. Yeah.
What's the formula for potential energy?
Who cares about what the formula is? I don't give a fuck about the formula, man.
Because that defines it mathematically. Because that defines it purely. Instead of you being able to use some waffle made-up term that you've heard, you clearly don't understand what it is.
The formula doesn't describe why it does what it does. It's just describing what it does.
No, it describes how much potential energy something's got.
Okay, that's fine. That's great.
You don't know that. Okay, so you've just made up. So when I asked you what the force was, you then suddenly changed your argument to say there's somehow this potential energy in it.
No,
but the potential energy can only exist if you understand.
You put the potential energy into it, mate, because you picked it up, you tied it to something, then you created a vacuum around it. So by tying it to something that gives it resistance, the string, you've given it the resistance, which puts the potential energy into it. If you left the thing at the bottom, be the ball or whatever, but left the ball at the bottom of the vacuum in the first place, then created the vacuum state, do you really seriously think that some other force is going to make it rise up against all observational physics that we've been discussing throughout the very beginning of this video? I don't think so. You put the potential energy into it by lifting it in the first place and tying it and creating that place of resistance and then cutting or whatever you do to release it. That's going to create the force that's going to make it find the place to another place of resistance where some amount of resistance is given, because that's how physics works. 100 times out of 100, that's what we observe. Only time it don't work is when you make something that's lighter than air, but it's still obeying the same laws of buoyancy because it's lighter than air. And so the air is actually dropping beneath it and pushing it upwards. That's buoyancy. When you've got nothing to give buoyancy, anything is going to drop through it, and it will come to rest at the place where resistance has already been, the base. It's so simple. I can't believe this idiot who pretends to be smart is just waffling on and on.
What potential energy is? You could only understand that potential energy is force times distance, which means there has to be a force acting on it. So you still haven't explained where the force comes from to give it potential energy.
Okay. What does Newton say? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So what you've done is you've picked the ball up and you've put it up there in the first place, hanging on a string, giving it the potential to drop if you let go of the string.
So you think it remembers where it came from?
Talking over me again. Fucking hell.
I didn't say that.
Well, you are. You're implying that there's something about the memory. I had to pick it up. If I
had to speak super duper fast, and you're still speaking over me. And then even when I'm trying to address the thing where you're speaking over me, you're still speaking over me. Fucking hell, you got to be probably, I would say, more rude than the Not a Professor Dave guy from California, the failed musician who pretended to be a professor and decided to do a little bit of anti-flat earth stuff, had his little 15 minutes of fame, and now he's sunk back into the background because obviously everybody knows how fake he is. You, Rumpus, on the other hand, you don't even get your 15 seconds of fame or 15 minutes. You're just at the bottom of the pit from the start. You'll never crawl your way back up. Even if in Craig's cesspit of maggots trying to crawl to the top, only the best scum rises to the top. But look at you. You can't even crawl.
If I had to pick up the ball and put it on the string, you're saying it somehow remembers that it came from the ground and then we're going to fall back there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so do you think if I throw a ball in the air, it just remembers that it came from the ground? That's why.
Well, I'm asking you why you mentioned that where it came from. You said you had to pick it up from the ground to put it there. Why is that relevant to your argument?
Well, because if you left it on the ground, it wouldn't drop. It would stay there.
So you think it has got something to do with where it came from? So you're saying if I pick up a ball from the, so you think do you think if it to explain why a ball
Fire more
goes
questions
to
as
the
fast
ground,
as you
it
can.
has to start off from the ground.
See
This
if
is an
that's gonna change
Aristotelian type
anything.
concept.
Fucking
So you think
morons.
because it starts off the ground and I have to lift it up, it's then going to go back there because it came from the ground?
Yeah.
Is that your argument?
Well, yeah, anything will have to
Right,
come
so
to
because it was
rest
on the ground to
something that
begin
will
with,
resist it.
so because it was on the ground to begin with, that's why it goes back there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends. You might put another board in the way, and it will only go as far
No,
as
I'm
the
saying
board.
if I didn't pick it up from the ground, would it not go back there?
Say that. If you didn't pick it off the ground at all,
These questions is rapid firing are just absolute height of absurdity. If you didn't pick up off the ground, do you think it would go back there because it has a memory from where it came from down there? Well, what if you dig a bigger hole underneath it and put it over the edge of a cliff? Well, obviously it's not going to stop at the ground, but you put it up from there, it's going to go all the way to the ground over there because what the absurdity of this fucking maniac. Honestly, no wonder he doesn't show his face. I'd be that cowardly too if I was that stupid.
already be back there.
So does it matter where it came from? You
Not
seem to
really.
be obsessed with where it came. You keep on talking
I don't
about, I had
really
to pick
care
it up
where
from
it
the
comes
ground.
from.
Why does it matter? Why are you introducing the
That's how it comes
history
from that.
of how it got into the
Well,
middle
you
of my
obviously didn't
vacuum
pluck
chamber?
it out of thin air in the first place, did you?
Sorry?
You obviously didn't pluck it out of thin air in the first place, did you?
Well, it could have. But so you are saying it's dependent on where I got it from?
It's obvious.
Are
isn't
you
it? It has to
saying it's
come from
dependent on
somewhere.
where I had to pick it
Oh,
up? It's
God,
causing it to go back down
that's
there.
an interruption.
Is it because I picked it up
No,
from the ground
I didn't
that it
say
got back
that.
there?
13.
Well, don't.
I
Well,
just
don't bring
said-
it, well, then it's irrelevant. Then
14.
if you don't think that's relevant,
Yeah,
then don't.
you
bring
had
it
to
into
get your
the
ball from
argument.
somewhere, didn't you? Right? I'm not sure if you got any.
Yes, well,
at all,
that's not
but you had to
relevant
get it from
either.
somewhere.
15.
Let's
And
suppose I was
where it
using.
came
Let's
from
suppose I was to use a
would have been a
transporter
place
beam.
of
Let's
rest.
suppose
Still
I was to
talking.
use a Star Trek transporter
talking.
beam and I beamed it in there. Would that make a difference to how it
16.
behaves?
No. Because
Great.
it still
So,
made a
in
place
other
of
words, your
resistance to come
argument
to
about
rest.
still
coming from the
answering.
ground was completely irrelevant to this argument. So you've just brought in a red herring. So can we not talk about the
It's
fact
not
that
my
it came from-
argument. I'm just
What
saying
is your
that
argument?
everything is
You
a reaction.
introduced the subject of it being on the
I haven't had a
ground.
chance
So we've
to
now
speak,
just
you
established that's
dumb cunt.
absolutely irrelevant to its behaviour. So please don't mention it again. So the question is,
Okay.
what is the force that's acting on a ball in a vacuum chamber? And let's suppose I beamed it in with a Star Trek transporter. What is
Sure.
the force that's acting on it that's causing it to go downwards rather than upwards? Because
Lack
the medium
of
around
resistance.
it is
Okay.
empty. It's a vacuum. So the density
Mhm.
above it, the relative density, is equal
Mhm.
up and equal down. Why does it go down? There has to
Because
be
the
a force.
floor is down. The floor
so
is
it's all
down.
dependent on the floor.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
what,
absolutely.
So,
You can't have a
so,
vacuum
so in other
chamber
words,
without
you're
a floor.
dispensing with your relative density argument, and it's now where the floor is that's important. Is that right?
Absolutely. You can't have
So the density's got nothing to
you
do
can't
with
have
this
a
then.
vacuum
Now
chamber
so this
without a
again,
floor.
you've now
Or
changed
walls
your
or roof.
argument.
It
So
has
now
all
you've
those things.
dismissed. It's no longer
up and
anything
let
to do
me
with
fucking
density,
answer you,
and it's
dumb
now to
pommy
do
git.
with where the
It
floor
is.
is.
Why doesn't the fucking dumb pommy get shut up for 2 seconds and let me answer? The floor is down there because it's holding up the walls, which holds up the ceiling of the vacuum chamber in the first place. It gives you the opportunity to make a vacuum. You don't get a vacuum unless you have a solid thing with all of the walls and the floor to create it. And because that place is the base of it all, that you build it all upon, that's why it falls to the base, because everything always goes to the base. You can't have nothing without a base. You can't have a house without a base. You can't have anything without a base. You have to have the base first and foremost. It is just the very first law of existence. You can't exist without a base. You can't be born out of your mother's womb without a womb. That was the base. You come out into a hospital, it's going to be a base hospital. That's just how it works. Everything has floors. Then we have walls. Then we can have roofs. The vacuum chamber must have the floor first, or you'll never get a vacuum chamber. Assuming you want to make that condition to see why it creates a realm of non-resistance, so everything will fall straight to the base. The base. It's all about the base.
It's to do with the fact there's no density until hitting the floor, and that's where
No.
because the
We'll
floor
ask
is
you what
dense.
caused the object to move towards the floor, and we've established
Its
the
own
density
density.
above the object and below it is the same. So it can't be the density, can it?
Yeah,
It
it's
can't
the
be
density
because
of
the density
the.
above the object and below it is the same. So
Yeah.
it can't be that.
Will you
can it?
shut
Can't
up
be
for
the
2
density that's causing it
seconds?
to go down. Because it could
Are
go
you able to
sideways,
shut your
upwards, or
mouth for 2
downwards. The
seconds?
density in the medium is all the same in all
Do you want to
directions.
answer?
Zero
Why is it
density
going
in the
down?
medium.
Seconds.
There's
Go.
zero density in the medium. There's density
Correct.
of the ball. The ball has no
Answer.
resistance, so it goes down to the floor. where
Why
there
does
is
it go
resistance.
down? There has to be a force. You understand
answering.
Newton's law sufficiently. There has to be a force to make it go down.
Every
And
time
you
I'm
said
talking.
that's not to do it, and you've accepted now that it's nothing to do with
Every time I'm
density.
talking.
So there has to be some other explanation
It's what?
as to why
See,
something
that's got
accelerates
nothing
to
to
the
do with
ground.
density. My argument is it's density the whole time. The
But
ball
you've
has
just
density.
accepted
The
that
vacuum
the
has zero
density around
density.
the
The floor
object
has
is the same
density.
in all
Everything has to
directions.
be built upon a
I'm
base.
talking.
Everything.
Yeah, hold on. You've
I'm
just
talking.
accepted that the density
No,
around the
don't tell me to
object
hold
is
on,
the
hold
same
on,
in all
I'm talking.
directions. So
Do
it
you build a
cannot
house
be
from
due
the
to
top
density,
down?
can it?
Shut the fuck
Do you
up.
build a
You're
house from
probably
the
get.
top down?
No,
you build it on a
stop it. No,
foundation.
can you
Shut the
please,
fuck
can we
up.
just focus on
Another one.
this thought experiment and stop talking about houses?
Well, it's the
Your
same thing.
argument
Craig
is
is
that
such a
the
rude prick if
density,
you're the
a
one coaching
relative
him all the
density is your
time.
argument. The relative
for me.
density of a ball, an object in a vacuum chamber against the medium which is in all directions, the density, if you want to start giving it, there's somehow direction you're inventing. The direction up has
I'm
got exactly the
inventing.
same motivation as down.
We're
Yet
all
you're suddenly
observing.
starting to talk about the
Okay.
floor. So in your mind, you've clearly got some idea that the floor is important. The downward direction is somehow special, as opposed to the direction of where the density is greatest.
Yep.
And here's a little thing for you to.
That's pretty much what flat Earth is about. The fucking floor, dude. The floor beneath our feet. The flat Earth. The floor, the base that everything is built upon, man. That is the most fundamental, important aspect of this whole entire discussion. And you're trying to say that somehow, fundamentally, this fucking thing is your most important explanation for why things. It's like, for fuck's sake, you silly old bat. Yes, the floor. That's what everything drops towards every single time, man. Every single time. That is the single most fundamental aspect of why we have our laws of physics on the physical base, which is the flat Earth. That's the end of the story.
Think on. Do you
You're
accept
insane, mate. You are literally insane.
Well, I'm afraid you're having to deal with a little bit of physics here. Do you also understand that the density of air decreases as you go upwards? Do you accept that?
Yeah, there's pressure.
Right.
Gradient, yeah.
So in other words,
I barely even got my sentence out. It's like, yeah, there's a density gradient. But again, I could have explained that by the fact that there is also a density gradient due to the various nature of the different gases that create our atmosphere. I barely got a second to speak. So that's another speak over, because I could have elaborated just slightly on that to make a conversation out of it. But Craig is just having a ball here. Look at him. He's just giggling like a little girl.
but if I were to hold a ball in the air, the density of the air above the ball is actually less. So why doesn't
That's
it
right.
go upwards?
Because it would give less resistance, wouldn't it? You don't get more resistance from less. You get more resistance from more density. It has to be more dense. That's why everything sits on the ground.
There you go. I finally answered him. I finally got a chance to answer that you get buoyancy from greater resistance, from greater density. That's what gives buoyancy. Why would less density give more buoyancy when it's never been observed? It's not even a question a sensible person would ask. It's something that a complete dumbass would ask, or somebody who thinks that they're so smart that they can think that their opponent is a dumbass and, oh, we got him, we've got him trapped now. We'll just keep asking this same stupid question over and over and over until eventually he concedes, oh, there must be a force of invisible quality bringing everything down because the lack of density must allow a quality force from the bigity. That's what he's trying to do. He's just trying so hard to trip me up when it turns out that he's the intellectual inferior out of his depth and cannot believe the fact that this simple Aussie bogan is about double his IQ.
It's more dense.
You again, there has to be a force. You understand, do you? That for something
Force
to
of the
move,
density
there has to be a
relative to the
force.
object.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So an action is a force. So when you lift something up, there will be an equal and opposite reaction, which is the dropping. Unless you've got something to resist it, you lift it up and put it on a shelf, then that shelf is having a force of resistance that will stop it from falling. You know, like, geez, not that hard, mate. Try to put it on a shelf with nothing, complete and utter vacuum. There's no force, is there? There's no resistance. Of course, it's going to drop to the next place of resistance. How could you think something of less density is going to give greater buoyancy? I've asked that a million times. Obviously, you're not listening because this is a repeat. It's so hard to believe somebody could be as dense as this motherfucker called Rumpass.
Relative to the object, it needs to be more dense to give it buoyancy.
No. We need
You're
a force.
not going to get buoyancy from less density.
No, you've just invented a whole new sort of mechanics. Mechanics.
Questions are insane.
Stop talking over me, dude.
Mechanics relies on a force. So you have to find the force that's causing it to go down and not up. And if you use the relative density argument, then presumably you think things go towards the less density. Is that not what you say? If you say that there's a greater difference between the...
Buoyancy comes from more density. So a helium balloon will go up because the air is more dense than it, so it will give it buoyancy. But if the thing is more dense than the air, it's going to go down until finding a place of sufficient density to give it resistance, which is buoyancy. So, you know, the ball might float in water.
Why was Craig arguing laughing like a little girl over that? That was just the most perfect explanation of the density and buoyancy argument. I just nailed it back down there into the most simplest form once again. He's crying like a little girl. Rumpus is there trying to say, hey, well, I want to give you more buoyancy from less density in a vacuum, make it go up. Fuck's sakes, this is hilarious.
Example, because water is dense enough to resist it. If there's a lead ball, it will keep on dropping. As I've already explained.
But your argument, therefore, is it goes towards the area of less density. The ball avoids the water because it's denser.
No, it goes to the place of more density. The more density.
No, it doesn't. It goes out.
I just said it does. It goes to water is more dense than air. The surface of the bottom of the water that's given it buoyancy is the most dense place, and that's where the more dense thing is going to fall towards if it's more dense than water. For fuck's sakes, man.
The ball. No, hold on. If I put the word balloon in the water where it's nice and dense, it tries to get out of that. It goes to the area of less density, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It goes upwards into the area of less density. It gets exactly out of the water and it.
Because it's given buoyancy by the water. How's a vacuum going to give something buoyancy? You fucking idiot.
It goes upwards to the area of less density, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It goes to the area of less density, doesn't it?
Of course.
Which means
it goes to the
if I have a balloon in some water, it leaves the dense water and it goes into the less dense air, doesn't it?
Yes.
Not necessarily. If you actually.
What do you mean not necessarily? When have you heard of a balloon that goes downwards in water instead of going upwards?
Let's use a basketball for this example. I prefer the basketball.
You don't think basketballs float? You don't think they go up from the water?
So if you have a basketball in there and you let it go, the air isn't dense enough to give it buoyancy, so it drops. But if you drop it in water, it floats because water is more dense than the basketball. So if you pull the basketball down to the bottom of the swimming pool,
right? So in other words, it goes towards the area of less density, doesn't it?
Shush, man. Let me finish my point. Is if you pull the basketball down to the bottom of the swimming pool, it will shoot forcefully up. So the same gravity that pulled it to the ground in air.
Oh, the same gravity that pulled it to the ground. Excellent. What's this gravity thing you just mentioned?
Shut up.
Well, this is the idea, isn't it? In air, isn't that what pulls it to the ground? Is gravity pulls it to the ground?
You're getting it now. You're getting on the yes. Well done.
But in water, gravity pushes it up.
No, it doesn't. Right. Do you clearly understand how buoyancy works?
Another one.
Right. Do you understand? Oh, stop buzzing. Fantastic. Brilliant. I don't know what happened there.
Maybe you can stop interrupting. Look, I've given you a chance to talk, and now what do you do? For fuck's sakes, every time I'm trying to get a word in, you're trying to speak a million words over me, and then you've got a chance because I find it. All right, you insist on interrupting so much, I'll be quiet. Idiot. Fuck them more.
Sorry, I've just been
Come on.
stunned by.
God,
by
every time I
buzzing and
talk,
stopping
you
my
can't
head.
shut up, but then I give you a minute to talk and you can't
Yeah.
speak.
Yes, I was overcome by the fact that the buzzing in my ear stopped.
Okay.
Right, so
what
what was I?
Oh, maybe because you and Craig fucking talking back and forwards in each other's ear. Oh, maybe you realise. Oh, yeah, you turn that Bluetooth off. Yeah, it might fucking stop buzzing in your ear. You fucking
Just about, damn it! I was about to give you a quite an
We're talking
important.
about points.
Oh God, he can't even make his point when he finally gets a chance, and yet every time I'm trying to speak and answer the questions, he can just speak a million fucking words a minute over me.
See, the basketball will
Well,
float in water.
right. Buoyancy. You've clearly never had buoyancy explained to you. Do you understand that the way that buoyancy works is that in the case of something like a helium balloon, the air is denser than the helium balloon. That means it's being pulled. Right, great. So, and I'm about to explain to you how it works. There is a force that pulls on the air molecules downwards. There is helium in the helium balloon that's also pulling the balloon downwards as well. So you've got two forces that are pulling. We've got the air being pulled down and the helium being pulled down. So we have two competing forces. But because the air is denser, and the way that gravity works, it accelerates everything the same way. The force of the air being pulled downwards is greater than the force of helium, and so it displaces the helium balloon. So although you might we sort of say that gravity is causing
did it.
So you've got there has to be a force. If you do this on the vomit comet or you do it
density
in
of the air, did it? You just described density and buoyancy. Thank you very much.
Density is definitely a factor, but it's not the cause of the force. If you remove the gravity, i.e., you do this on the space station, you still got.
You're not removing the gravity, dude. I've established that before. The ISS is still in 95% of Earth's gravity. It's only 250 miles away. That's fuck all. You know, it's here to Brisbane away. That's nothing. It's not in outer space. It's in 95% of Earth's gravity. So you can't even say that it's in zero gravity. Why guys keep saying, in the ISS because it's going 10 times the rate of a speeding bullet and it goes around. Or once every 90 minutes, whatever the fucking bullshit you say. I don't think you guys have got a single grasp on reality at all. How is that zero gravity? If it's 95% of Earth's gravity, 250 miles, that's fuck all. You have to use fisheye lenses just to create the illusion of curvature at that height. Fucking moron, let's listen to more of your zero gravity nonsense. Let's go.
Got the same density argument you made before, but it doesn't go down, does it?
Yeah.
So density is clearly not the argument. So, for instance, density by itself does not cause things to go down.
What the fuck is a density tower then, dude? What the fuck is a density tower? Water and oil. The most basic density tower you could get separates themselves according to density. They've both got the same gravity acting on them. You could put 5 kilos of oil on 1 kilo of water. It's got nothing to do with the weight. It's the density. The water is still going to sit at the bottom and the 5 kilos of oil is going to sit at the top. It doesn't matter how you arrange it. It will sort itself out according to relative density every single time. Even the weight is irrelevant. The weight is only determined by the density per volume. So if you took a square centimetre of the oil and a square centimetre of the water, and then you weighed them against one another, the water will weigh more because it is more dense. They're both still a square centimetre of the same volume, but the one that's more dense will weigh more. And therefore, because it's more dense, it will sit at the bottom as the oil floats to the top. Honestly, there's anywhere where you have to invoke gravity to make this.
Because we can remove the force of gravity, either in free fall or in space, and
you're not removing the force of gravity in free fall or in space. Neither of which are actually a relevant thing to the discussion anyway, since even your so-called space is 95% of Earth's gravity. The free fall is still acting according to 100% G. The ISS is allegedly 95% G. You've not proven shit with your CGI examples, which is pretty much what
behavior is completely different. So therefore, density is not the only force, and we've already established that in a vacuum chamber...
Have you listened to Craig and I talking earlier? Have you listened to anything we spoke about before when we were talking about...
A little bit, yeah.
What's happening in the
existence of
the vomit comet is not 0G, it is full G. It's not,
well,
but microgravity.
Right. Okay, yes, that is correct. Both the aeroplane and the density tower are being subjected to G.
And the ISS
what matters is the relative. I mean, when people talk about gravity, I mean, physicist lecturers usually say that gravity is actually the force actually exerted upon your feet. So, for instance, when you are dropped, if you were to drop down, I don't know if you've been in some sort of a ride in which you fall very rapidly, you do not feel any force on your feet. And the reason is your whole body is accelerating at the same rate, and the way you feel forces is the difference between whether your cells are compressed. So when you're standing on the earth, there is a force because you're pushing down on the ground. The ground is also pushing up, and it's actually the pushing up force that you feel. If you just fall down, you will feel weightless. Although you are, and so even if you were going through a black hole and going through the event horizon, you wouldn't.
What the fuck are you going on about? Even if I fall down, even if I'm going through a black hole, what fucking black hole are you talking about, you fucking moron? I mean, where the fuck do you come up with this bullshit, dude? Fuck's sakes. We're just talking about simple physics on Earth, on the ground. Very few of us are ever going to go up into a free fall aeroplane and experience the simulation of 0G. Even less of us are ever going to go up into the alleged ISS in 95% of Earth's gravity, going 10 times the rate of a speeding bullet to give the illusion of weightlessness for however the hell that works. It just keeps falling and missing. That's the explanation for orbit. Just fall and miss, fall and miss. Just keep perpetually missing and fall back around again. Just keep doing that. Bam, you're in orbit. What the fuck are you talking about now about fucking black holes, man? Fucking black holes? For fuck's sakes. Also, if you fall and miss the Earth and you fall into a black hole, the insanity of this guy, man, the method he is on is just incredible. I want to find his dealer. I want to try this stuff one day.
Actually notice this because your whole body, there's nothing pushing up from your feet. Every cell in your body is being accelerated at the same rate. So there's no difference between the acceleration of your feet, although there would be eventually in the black hole situation, and your rest of your body. So because your body is accelerating uniformly, there is no differential forces across your body, although you get tidal forces ultimately in black holes.
You got your degree from the School of Waffle, didn't you? Far out you go.
Well, I know you probably perceive science as waffle. You're
just waffling and waffling and waffling.
Well, no, you don't. And you obviously
you might as well just as easily say there is no force at all. It's the force of equilibrium.
I appreciate myself interjecting there and say, you got your degree from the School of Waffle, didn't you? Because honestly, fuck me, Dad. He was just going off a bunch of shit there. Black hole this, black hole that. Fuck me. Yeah. You got your degree from the School of Waffle. Makes your fucking point, you stupid fucking prick.
And that's what buoyancy is, the force of equilibrium.
See, what I've done, unfortunately, because you didn't understand what I've said, you understand that as waffle.
No, you're just waffling and waffling and waffling.
When you're confronted with a bit of science, because you don't understand it, you think
that's not a bit of science.
You see, there we go. You just demonstrate you don't understand.
You can imagine him in a lecture at
I can understand that. If I didn't understand something, I couldn't differentiate between waffle and science.
Why don't you just get to the point? What is your point?
The point is that you effectively, in the case of the density tower, because the reference frame, the aeroplane, and the density tower falling at the same time, the things mix. And you were completely wrong when you said that if you left it for some amount of time, that it would differentiate. Because when you actually watch the video, immediately it enters into free fall. It starts to mix. And so if you were to leave it for longer, the actual free fall mode causes the mixing to start. Whereas you seem to have some idea that if you were to leave it there long enough, it would cease to mix. But no, immediately it enters into the free fall, it starts to mix. And that's because
I could be of a misunderstanding. I actually thought that they mixed it up themselves just to show how it would work. But you might be right. And again,
I am completely correct. One thing you ought to know,
the density itself of the internet
is I am always correct.
The resistant force because they're all at the same rate.
What
We've
is
pro-
resistance
we've
force?
proven
What
that it
is
doesn't-
resistance?
Man,
Hold
I'm
on,
trying
you
to
just
fucking
mentioned a
answer.
concept here. Could you please explain to me what you mean by the resistance
the
force?
density. Okay, that's why we have a density
you
tower.
saying-
Because the
so you're now
resistance
saying a
force
density-
arranges
I'm
the
fucking
things
answering.
according to their density. Now, if
Right,
we're all
so that's-
dropping
so
them
what's
at
resistance
free
force?
fall,
Fuck up.
everything is falling at the same speed
Yeah.
because that
Twice
is what
as
is
bad as
happening
Craig.
in free fall. We've proven that everything drops at 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of its weight, which is determined by the density per volume of mass. So in
That's
free
the
fall
case in a
situation,
vacuum, but
density
you-
does not apply as much as it does as when things come to rest. And when they're at rest, the more dense thing applies the resistant force to the less dense thing.
Resistance
and that
force.
gives
I've no
us our
idea what you mean
density
by the
power.
resistance
Finally, I
force.
got a word in. Phew.
You've just
Okay,
mentioned
waffle
resistance.
away.
You
Fucking
just made up
speaking over
resistance
me
force as
again.
a concept. No one else knows what you
No,
mean
that's
by
what a
that.
resistance fucking tower is, mate. Jeez,
A resistance tower.
Why
It's
do we
a
have
density tower, not a resistance tower.
Same thing.
Density
So-
tower is another word for it. Resistance tower.
No, it's
Well,
not.
you just- well, you may-
Density.
You're the
no
only
one's
person in the
ever called
world
it a
who's
resistance
used that.
tower. You've just made that up.
I don't
Well,
care.
yeah, but you can call it that because
No,
the
you
more
can't.
dense
Call it
thing,
wibbly
the
wobbly if
less
you wanted
dense
to.
thing.
You could call it a wibbly wobbly tower, but no one
I'm
know
going
what
to
you
call
mean.
it Fred, but it doesn't stop it being what it is.
When you use the
Well,
word
that's-
resistance, we talk about
what
a
He wants to call it a wibbly wobbly. He wants to call it Fred. I just call it resistance due to density. That's what a density tower is. The more dense thing gives more resistance to the less dense thing. So calling it a resistance tower is no different from calling it a density tower, just because one word is more accepted than the other. But then don't go call it a wibbly wobbly or to call it a Fred just proves what fucking idiot you are. You don't care about science. You don't care about listening to the argument. You don't care about what's the motivating force behind what I'm talking about. All you care about is just speaking words over somebody in the hope that the people watching might think that you appear to be more intelligent because you say more wibbly wobbly words in a greater amount of time. It just makes you look like an utter fuckwit. Utter fuckwit. I mean, Craig is just a utter fuckwit, but this rump-ass dude, he's an utter fuckwit. Trying to speak as many words, wibbly wobbly, blah, 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 or as fast as he possibly can. None of it makes any sense. He's not listening to me because resistance is just as good a word for it as anything.
resistance
gravity as
force.
well.
So if you're going to
Yeah.
talk about resistance, you immediately have to tell me what this force is and where it's coming from.
I did.
From
It's from
density.
relative density. Relative density.
Well,
means the
I
resistance.
mean, you've
relative
already.
density
So that's why a
is
density
what I've been
tower
saying
is a
all
resistance tower.
No.
It's
I've already
literally one
explained
and the
to you
same.
that density is not a
Wibbly
force.
wobbly.
You even managed to
is.
work out by yourself that
Wibbly
density
wobbly
is mass
Fred.
divided by volume. There is no directional element to that. There is no, and we
But
have definitely
relative
got a
density is
direction
when
here.
you combine two different things in the same medium. That's what relative density means. One object, another object. Oil,
Yes, and
water,
there's no-
mix
and
them together.
density-
Why do they separate? Because they're different
Speak over me again.
densities.
And then, in
Okay.
which
They've got
case, in the
same
vacuum
gravity on them.
chamber, we've got
5,
the
10,
same
15,
density
20,
above the
30,
object
40
and below it. And yet it goes,
times.
always goes down. It never goes up.
That's right.
Passes into
Whereas
Because
your
you've got
argument-
zero resistance from zero density because a
But
vacuum
what's
is zero
causing the
density.
Going
force
to
to
respond
make
again,
it go
that's
down? You've
another
got to
interruption.
explain where this force comes from and where the direction
Every time I try to get a word in edgewise, just to try and respond to him, don't even get a chance to finish a sentence. Not a single sentence.
comes from. And density does not have a direction. Now, if you're taking...
It
if you
does
want
have
to
a
start
direction.
saying-
We've just proven it with a freaking density tower. A density tower
No,
shows
the
there
density
is
tower...
directional force. according to relative density.
There is a force present.
If you
as
put
in
a
the-
vacuum inside a density tower
Another
somehow, I don't know how you do that,
I'm
but something near to
speaking.
a vacuum, it will rise to the top. That's how it would work. You
Hold on,
inject
first
some
of all,
helium at the
I'm
bottom, it
speaking.
will rise to the
Don't
top.
tell
Because
me
less
to
Before you
hold
dense,
start
on.
getting
everything
confused
less
by
dense
density
rises to
towers.
the top. Everything more dense sinks to the bottom.
Right, before you get
Universal
confused with
up and
density
down
towers,
due to
it's
density.
the way to explain
What the fuck, Rumpass? You are pathetic. I'm putting another strike down.
something and understand something is to simplify it. And we can do the simple case of an object in a vacuum chamber. So we don't have to worry about relative, well, I mean, you might want to try and talk about relative density, but we can see there is a force that's exerted downwards, and you have to explain why that exists when, in your case, if you're going to use a density argument, the objects, the medium around the object is the same density above and below it. You've got to explain why it prefers to go down and not up. There is a relative change of density, but it doesn't.
Okay, fuckwit. This is as simple as a lead ball in a swimming pool of water, and it's on a piece of chain suspended from the chain halfway up and down through the water. The water's density is the same above, the same below. You release the chain even at the ball itself. What way is it going to go? It's going to go towards the place of least resistance. It's not going to go up, even though it's less pressure. You think less pressure water, less dense, is going to give more buoyancy? It's the same fucking argument, only you're talking about not only in air, you're talking about in a vacuum of zero resistance. Why is zero resistance going to give more buoyancy to something just because it's the same above as it is below? You've got to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever actually been, unfortunately, introduced to in a discussion I never even wanted to do in the first place. Man. Right,
have a direction. Sorry? What was that?
I think he just had a stroke.
Yeah, I'll give him a second, third
I'm trying to get a word in edgewise to this idiot who can't understand that the ball has density, the vacuum has zero density, so zero resistance. So
why doesn't it go up?
The universal downward direction.
Right,
Why would it?
Again,
to go
you've
up,
just introduced this universal downward direction.
To go
and
up.
as Craig established, that's just another
the
word for gravity.
basketball underwater goes up because it has buoyancy from the water.
Well, let's not get confused. You see, you want to complicate the issue.
You keep talking over me, motherfucker, every single motherfucking time. I lost count. Yeah, Ross had another stroke. He's now got like 55 of them. And that's just against you run pass. I only got like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. I only got 79 strokes against Craig, against my 7 of us talking over one another. And in this one, and Rumpus has got like fucking 7,800 and oh no, it's a lot. And g'day Nemo Octavius 18. Yeah, mate, this has been a bit of a shit fight. It is getting late for me. I've been going since 2:30, so this is now a 6-hour marathon. And I'm not even tired. I don't feel tired at all. In fact, I just cracked open a beer. I'm going to go to the end of this because it's not that far now. I doubt we'll get another hour. But this run-past dude, honestly, can you hear him? I think he might be Brenda, Brenda's alter ego, or what's the other one that I think they have the Brenda equivalent on the other Flat Earth Debate channel, whatever they call it. I think it's called just Flat Earth Debate. It's also Pommy. It would make sense. Well, yeah, Rumpass is definitely on that all the time. Anyway, Rumpass, keep talking over me, keep shouting over me, keep squealing like a little bitch, keep on carrying on, keep on showing us your ignorance of how normal, ordinary, everyday physics would tell you need a greater density to give something buoyancy, and we'll see where this goes.
It's not water.
He's admitted gravity's real. All he's done is he's admitted gravity's real constantly because all he's doing is replacing gravity with this universal downward. That is gravity. Gravity is what dictates what is down. So when you say there's just a universal down on Earth, you are admitting that gravity is a thing.
Oh, everybody talking over everybody at once, Craig. That's really... That's not admitting gravity is the thing. That is saying density and resistance is the thing. Gravity is your invisible, magical pulling force you keep clinging to make the impossible spinning space ball possible. That's all it comes down to. You just need it so desperately. You bring in your rump ass. You probably rump around a lot with that ass, but whatever the case may be, you bring him in to defend you after I was kicking your ass left, right, and center. And this idiot can't provide a single fucking thing. He's got nothing. He just keeps talking about a fucking vacuum and why shouldn't something go up because it's got less density up as it does below when it's in a zero density environment. It's just got to be the most insane thing I've ever heard before in my life, but let's listen to you
Yeah, well, I can call it Fred as well.
If you want to call gravity Fred, but you've accepted the existence of a force that's independent of your density argument.
Yeah,
because density. Gravity can't be Fred as well.
Or lack of resistance.
If you're going to talk about resistance, you've got to start talking about the force.
No resistance. Buoyancy, no buoyancy.
Let's try and simplify the argument and just focus on
I simplified as much as I could for you. Water has density.
So you've accepted, and when we do that, every time.
Rumpus, at least give me the opportunity to speak. It's another cross. Unbelievable. He's speaking over and over and over and over. I'm just trying to give a simple explanation, and even when I'm trying, he can't shut the fuck up. He's definitely been coached as Craig the whole time. Where else would Craig learn to be such an ignorant git, talk over everybody all the time?
We get to the simplified form, you start talking about a universal down, which is an acceptance of the existence of gravity. That's the thing we're focusing on here, because your density argument, as you seem to understand, I think at some sort of level, is not working. If we have the same density above an object and below it, you cannot then say, well, the density is somehow causing it to go down. And then you start using phrases
Yes, I can. You're just not listening. You're just not listening to the most simple, basic aspect that to have buoyancy, an upward force, you need density. A vacuum is zero density, zero buoyancy. That's why it goes down. That's where the universal up down comes from density.
There has to be a force that's making it go down to make it move. Right, where's that force coming from?
It doesn't have to have a force to prevent it from dropping.
No.
The force comes from the equal and opposite reaction to a force, as we've already discussed long earlier in the discussion, where Newton says, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. If you left the thing at the base of the anything, whether it be in the medium of air or water or a vacuum, it will stay there. When you lift it, that's applying a force. Then if you haven't got a buoyant force to give it sufficient resistance to keep it buoyant, it will react and drop again. For fuck's sakes, it's such a simple thing, man. I don't know why. As somebody who is such an arrogant, spicative, drugged out of his tits, globetard like you, Rumpus, keeps on arguing over the same thing, which I've already described about fucking 15 times.
Object moves downwards. There has to be a force doing that. Where does this force come from if there's no density difference above it and below it?
The ball, the density of the ball.
The object.
Yeah, and right. So we've got ball density.
Times now.
Okay, great. So
10 times now. I said the ball has density. The vacuum has zero density.
Excellent.
No resistance. It drops. Universal down.
Why?
Because
what's the force? Because the vacuum, there's as much vacuum above the ball as below it. So why doesn't it go up?
This guy's useless. You're useless.
But if you're going to use an argument about relative density, the relative density of the vacuum above the ball is exactly the same as the relative density below the ball.
So what?
Sorry?
It's above or below or wherever.
We're trying to point out
prevent the thing from dropping.
That the density has no directional properties, whereas gravity does. So you've got to explain to us why your argument about relative density generates a direction. What is it about that scenario that's of density of a vacuum chamber, a universal
times already in a density tower? The
we're not density tower.
Direction comes from the
stop changing the subject, please.
Each individual object
before you complicate it with a density tower.
Why are you asking me questions if you're not even letting me answer them?
No, because you've changed the subject.
No, I'm not. It's the same thing.
You've changed the subject from the vacuum chamber. Why have you changed the subject? Why have you changed the subject?
Relative to everything else. Where is the ball going to sit in the density tower? Probably on the top, because the liquid that's sitting on it going to float.
Hold on.
But in a vacuum,
you've changed
zero density.
You've changed. So I present. We were discussing what goes on in a vacuum chamber, and then you changed the subject, presumably because you're uncomfortable with discussing what's going on in a vacuum chamber. And every time I point out to you, you've got to justify the direction of falling. And your argument is based. Well, you see, you've got two arguments, but one you want to propose is this relative density. Now, that means that when you talk about relative density, you've got your argument is that the object has got a different density to the medium which it's in. And that's the case in a vacuum chamber. Yet it always goes downwards rather than upwards, which means there must be some other force. Given the fact that density is not a force, you have got to justify the direction of movement.
You keep asking me the same thing. I've just answered you 50 million times, man.
But you haven't. Where's the direction come from?
There's no resistance.
But
where's the resistance in a vacuum? It's at the floor. That's where the resistance is.
But there has to be a force that moves the object, hasn't there?
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
right, great. So there has to be a force that makes the object go downwards. Where is that force coming from?
There does not have to be a force to make it go downwards. There has to be a force that could resist it from going downwards, which would otherwise do unless you have a force of resistance to give it buoyancy. Like that fucking dumpster fire is floating because the water gives it resistance. If that water wasn't there and there was just a vacuum of space, then the whole thing would keep dropping. Resistance and buoyancy comes from density. It can't be any simpler than that. I can't believe anybody is so stupid in this day and age that they cannot grasp the most simple concept of physics, that the buoyant force comes from beneath. That's why it's floating on top of the water. If there was no water, no buoyancy, drop. It happens everywhere, all the time. It is really not that motherfucking hard to understand, even if you are a dunce to begin with. A dunce should get it. Once it's explained, you need a force of resistance from something of density, such as water, such as air, not vacuum. For fuck's sake, you dumb, ignorant motherfucking rumbas.
From in your relative density argument?
The density of the ball. The density.
Where's the direction? Right, so why isn't it going upwards?
The density of the ball is more than the density of nothing, so it keeps going down.
Right, so above it,
place
there's
of
nothing.
Greater density until it comes to rest against something of sufficient density to arrest it, which is the floor, the universal up and down direction.
What is the direction?
You build your house from the roof down. No, you don't. Everything is built on the base. The base is at the bottom.
But we can explain why that happens.
You can't. You think the base is upside down in some parts of the world? That's just ridiculous. The base is always at the bottom in the universal.
I'm more than happy to go into that. That if you understood that the gravity vector always points to the center of the sphere, then it's fine. Well, but we can discuss that in a minute. Right, but you've got to justify. You're saying you can explain why the ball in a vacuum chamber will go downwards, even though it's surrounded by the same medium. There is nothing in that, unless you want to start talking about your universal down direction.
You are insane. You are insane.
This is what I'm afraid you're being confronted with a little bit of physics in, a little bit of reality. You don't like it.
Have you ever watched somebody put a helium balloon into a vacuum chamber and extract the air? Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Yes, so what happens? The helium no longer has buoyancy, does it? Because there's nothing to give it buoyancy, because a vacuum is zero density, zero buoyancy. Correct?
Before let's just examine what would happen. If I had a helium balloon and I held it in the middle of the vacuum chamber, it was on a string or whatever, or just held it in place somehow, and then I removed that constriction, what would happen to that helium balloon?
Are we in a vacuum or not?
You're in a vacuum chamber. Yes. All this whole conversation at the moment is being in a vacuum chamber. So unless I say otherwise, take the context as being in a vacuum chamber. So I've got a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber. I release the helium balloon by whatever mechanism.
So you're hanging it upside down from a string now. Is that what you're saying? Like the ball?
Well, I'm just holding. I can hold it. Let's go for the Star Trek.
Once you create a vacuum state, the helium balloon is going to sit on the floor because it's more dense than the nothingness. Nothing gives it buoyancy.
Great. That's right. What force? Because it moved from the middle of the vacuum chamber to the ground. There has to be a force, and you seem to understand that. You seem to understand Newton's law. Force is equal to mass.
Force is buoyancy, and a vacuum is zero buoyancy.
So why doesn't it go upwards?
Density. Because there's nothing to give it buoyancy. It's nothing. The balloon
There's
is
nothing.
more dense
But
than
there's
nothing.
universe around the object. There's nothing all the way around it. How does the object know which direction to go to if the medium around it is the same
There you go. There
above
you
it
have
and
it.
below it?
There you have it. Once you answer that question for yourself, you will understand why we have a universal up and down, why the Earth is flat and
Right, so
stationary,
you just
why
said
everything
it.
finds its place on the base, the physical base.
You've
bottom
just
of the
said it.
universe.
Still talking over me. Still talking over me. That was twice.
That's
Use
where
the
we.
universe up and down, of which you were provided no explanation or relation to density. So you've got these two concepts you've
Absolute
used.
density, 100%.
See, every time I try to even answer this stupid, he just can't shut up. If you're in the nothingness of space, then obviously the helium balloon would probably just explode and return back to the void. But because we're on the base of the universe, on the flat Earth, the helium balloon in a vacuum is always going to sink to the bottom. Then in the density of air, it's going to rise and rise and rise until it reaches an equilibrium. It's really simple stuff. It's all relative density. The most simple, basic understanding of any sort of thing to do with physics that you can understand. It's the easiest, the simplest part. The thing a 5-year-old child would understand if you showed him a ball in water and it floats, push the ball down underwater and it comes back up the top. Why does it do it? Well, because it's less dense than the water. Take away the water and put the glass there and put the ball into it. It'll fall to the bottom and sit there because it's more dense than the air. It's to me, it's just so, the sort of stuff you should even understand as a 3-year-old, let alone as a 5-year-old, let alone as this guy who is probably at least, he must be nearly reaching puberty now. He must be about 25 or 26.
Density, 100%. If you've got zero density, you've got no
zero
whatsoever.
density at the top of the top of the vacuum chamber. Why doesn't it go towards that?
Why would it? How is zero giving buoyancy?
Well, you seem to be happy
You
to
are insane.
explain it going downwards.
You
You are describing gravity, Ross.
This is the most basic thing.
Right. You seem to be happy to explain it going down because there's a vacuum at the bottom, but you don't seem to be happy. But exactly the same circumstances exist at the top of the vacuum chamber. You've got to explain why it prefers going down than up.
Because that's
To have buoyancy, you must have density. A ball will not float in a glass of water without the glass of water. Take away the water, it sinks to the bottom of the glass. Put the water in, it floats because it's on a body of density, medium of water. A vacuum, complete void of any amount of density, everything will fall through it. That's why everything sits on the base of the Earth. I think that should be enough.
how buoyancy works. It's relative density.
Right. Why does it work that way? Why does it make it go down?
I could sit here all day trying to tell you this, but you are too dense for a single thing to sink in.
But you see,
what is
if
wrong
you
with
use your argument about relative density, do you not understand that the same properties exist above the object as below it? So there's no preference of going down.
Well, I can just
right, Ross,
right. Everybody says.
So we've got this vacuum chamber, right? We've put this thing in it, and it's fallen to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Now I pick up that vacuum chamber and I turn it upside down.
You apply a force, you pick it up, so you applied an energy, you turn it upside down, another force for which there will be an equal and opposite reaction. Seriously, Craig, did you not listen to Newton? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You pick it up, you turn it around, what do you expect's going to happen? Duh.
Why does that thing in the vacuum chamber now change the direction that it wanted to go?
Equal and opposite reaction.
Well, because you've changed the place of resistance, haven't you?
How does the ball know?
The place of resistance is always the more dense thing. That's
but
what
how
gives
does the ball know?
buoyancy.
There's
Buoyancy
no more,
is an upward force.
Buoyancy
is an upward force.
There's no difference in density, and how does it know that what is the base has changed?
You turned it.
Because you moved it. It's just going to react
inside the vacuum
to the forces
chamber.
surrounding it.
Nothing changed
It's not
inside
going
it
to
for
gain
pressure or
extra
density or
buoyancy
anything.
from nothing just because you flipped it upside down. You've just turned the floor into the ceiling into the floor.
How does it know that the floor has become the ceiling?
It doesn't need to know. It just finds where it's going to get the most resistance from, which is always the base. So if you change the base,
So
the
gravity,
base, then it will go to that base.
Yeah, because of gravity, right?
No, just relative density.
No,
Hasn't
not
changed anything
relative
else.
density, Ross. Not relative density.
Yeah, Justin, you
Relative
started.
density.
You fucking retard.
So this is how you get rid of
Gravity!
something.
Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity!
Right,
Gravity!
real intelligent.
Yeah, well, he's in the chat right now, so.
See, this is how you actually get rid of somebody. Is you bring on your number one fanboy, who is. We recently did a little breakdown on this desert pedophile dude. Some hippie from the 80s. He goes, "Gravity, you fucking retard, gravity." Some of us don't actually like being called fucking retards. And so that's one way to tell me I'm no longer welcome on your stream, because the minute you start saying somebody's a fucking retard, Craig, who is obviously in cahoots with desert pedophile, with Rumpass, you guys are the most lowest of the low. That's probably where I just went, right up. I've had enough of this abuse. And it was all the worst kind of abuse. It was, I'm just trying to be reasonable and try to answer simple laws of physics arguments. And you've got this guy off his head on fucking meth going, why? When the density is the same up here and the same down here and the same all around, it's because the density was always zero in a vacuum. You get buoyancy from more than zero, especially if the thing you're talking about is mass, like some abstract ball. It's the most simple sort of shit. I can't believe it. I actually stuck through this for as long as I did, but sometimes I do. And what is it, 8:50? I started this at 2:30, so sometimes I got a bit of energy for talking and waffling and listening to crapheads crapping on, so I can talk crap back at them. We can all have a good time. We'll just do a final count here. So when I was discussing with Craig before he brought the Rumpass on, I counted myself. I did 7 interruptions where I rudely talked over him. And he did 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 79. Yeah, 79. Craig did 79 rude interruptions, talking over me while I'm talking in response to a question. He says, and this is the one I quoted him, that he says that Newton says about gravity, which I can't help myself from having to repeat again, that gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of 2 or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the mass's center. So if you can even work out what that means, proportional to the square of the mass's center. A center is basically a 0 point. Anything squared by 0 is still 0, so it means basically nothing. This Rumpass barely got a word in edgewise every time I spoke. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 56, 57, 58. He did 58 interruptions, and that was me being generous, because sometimes when he did 2 in the same period before I'd even finished a word, I just put it down as 1. Absolutely horrible. So many rude and interruptions. When 2 people want to have a conversation, man, like I could talk with anybody that I disagreed with about anything. And what I find is the more you let them speak, the more they will give themselves more rope that you can use to hang them. So these guys, they're just hanging themselves with their own rope before even giving me an inch. They're not even giving me an inch, especially the Rumpass. It's like trying to feed words into my mouth, trying to, I don't know. The guy was obviously on serious drugs. No wonder how he was able to convince Craig, who is constantly, and he makes no bones about it, he'll sit there and choof and choof and choof. And don't get me wrong, I used to do that back in my day. I used to have a bit of a choof. Tonight I've had a couple of little nips of tincture. It can work for the people who can control themselves, but this run pass, absolutely impossible. And he thought that by saying more and more words and talking about why things don't get buoyancy in a vacuum chamber, he's proven his point that there's a magical invisible pulling force due to biggity. Beats the fucking shit out of me how these people even take themselves seriously. But anyway, this is the end of my long live stream. Justin Johnson's still there. Felicia is quite rude or desperate. I think that wasn't even the one I was looking for. Everything in moderation, including moderation. That was the one I tried to click on, but that one came in so quickly. Nemo, Octavius, and Justin Johnson. I can't believe I've actually still got viewers after 6.5 hours. Damn it. I wouldn't still be watching somebody else's live stream. But hey, it's just me spending my Saturday afternoon getting some shit off my chest. I definitely had to deal with this Pommy cretin. He's been fighting the flat earth for 6 to 7 years now. He's not getting any better. In fact, as we saw multiple times, embarrassed the shit out of himself. He even says that when we can't see the sun, it's not there. So when it's night, the sun actually doesn't exist anymore. That he actually said that. Pounds are weight, kilograms are mass, and mass is resistance to inertia. But these are things he actually said multiple times. So I'm not just making this up. You can look back through this. The sun's not there because we can't see it. Pounds are weight. So kilograms aren't weight. Kilograms are mass. No shit. This is his quotes through this. Besides daylight savings caused by the sidereal day. At least he admitted he was wrong about that. But mass is resistance to inertia. Again, look up the dictionary definition of inertia. Inertia is the act of standing still, of nothing moving. If you've got a stagnant body of water, that's inertia. It's stagnancy. It's nothing happening. That's inertia. Everybody wants to say that motion is an inertial frame of reference. That's not the way inertia actually works. Motion is motion. You can have a motional frame of reference, but not an inertial frame of reference, unless you're talking about a bird flying across a stagnant pond. That would be a frame of reference to the inertia. The pond would be inertia. The bird flying across the pond is motion. They always want to use inertia in the most incorrect sense. He says mass is resistance to inertia. So mass, which has to be measured according to him by multiplying it by gravity, that's how you can determine its weight. And gravity is the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, so in inertia. It can really do your head in trying to understand a globetard. There you have it. I think it's another easy win for Flat Earth. It's always an easy win for Flat Earth because we just use clear, pure and simple logic. What we see and observe, water seeking its level. You can measure the weight of a mass by determining the density of the mass and multiplying that by the volume of the mass when it's inert, and you're measuring it on a still scale. Everything works on a stationary planar Earth. Nothing works on a spinning baseball hurtling through a vacuum of space. How anybody ever allowed themselves to be convinced into that insanity in the first place, it's an utter shame on our educational system. an utter shame on what people of intelligence have allowed themselves to be convinced of. It's something we have to put an end to. We have to fight the stupidity and fight the people fighting the flat earth, including dickheads like Craig and Rumpus and anybody who dares challenge the truth. Time we put an end to it. And yeah, I'm amazed too, as I think Nemo said, where was it, up here? Surprise, it's Ciaran McDonald. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Ciaran. I'm surprised Fight the Flat Earth is still doing debates after that debate with Caleb. Exactly. The next generation cannot be stopped. We've got young, up-and-coming, intelligent people like Caleb and many others like it. And everybody that's been in the chat, except for the one that's pretended to be somebody's unruly pubes. We know, we understand. We got it right. Nemo says, thank you, mate. I appreciate that you're a real scientist, not a scientismist. Exactly. You know, like I can discern when I'm talking scientism. I might once in a blue moon say, perhaps the stars are higher intelligent consciousness. To me, that is scientism, because I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm estimating. I'm using my discernment to say that, but that would be scientism. But to say for a fact that they are a bigger sun of another sun, bigger than our sun, with their own little solar systems and stuff going on, that's scientism. So each their own. I've definitely got to call this a day. It's been fun. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you guys next time. Cheers, mate, everyone. Yes.